What it does is it's the highlight reel. The first 2 minutes give al-Zawahiri's different message.
And you get it in an English subtitle. Very high-quality videotape.
That's exactly right. And in the statement, among other things, he calls on Muslims to step up their resistance to the United States. And the number 2 man in Al-Qaeda, Inc. warns that new events are on the way.
Brian?
Yeah, new events are on the way. I guess he said that before, and it hasn't happened, thankfully. But the other story is he wants the Kurds to rise up in the north. That's not going to happen in a million years. And the fact is he's able to do a high-end production to a degree. He's no longer out in the middle of Iraq and rubble. It's aggravating. And people wonder, what about this hunt? They say, as Stephen, you referred to it last hour, that the hunt for bin Laden has gone stone cold. And we know roughly where he is, but we're not really allowed access to there by a truce that may or may not have happened with Pakistan. And we do know that some people claim, according to this Washington Post story yesterday, that we need the drones with the Hellfire missiles. And a lot of them, according to this story, are in Iraq. And one time, we were within 30 minutes possibly of getting them about a year and a half afterwards, and we did not have the UAV available, according to the source providing information to Washington Post in this recent look at where bin Laden is today.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago. And in fact, according to the Washington Post, and this is the sobering part, 5 years later, what we really would like, among other things, is to find bin Laden and bring him to justice. But according to the Washington Post, we have not heard one single peep from him. No tips from informants, no electronic intercepts, no point on a satellite map. Remember, it is the largest manhunt in the world's history, and according to the CIA, the trail is absolutely stone cold, Edie.
But all of the experts also say that as important, and from a symbolic perspective as it is to capture Osama bin Laden, it doesn't stop anything. It doesn't stop all of these Al-Qaeda and other extremist cells throughout the world. He is, he's sort of the big face that you think about. He's the dead or alive poster that you recall having seen, but he won't stop it. And it is, it is something that didn't just originate with one man and won't end with one man.
Brian?
Yeah, on top of that, I think it's also important to point out where people say, oh, yeah, these are self-perpetuating cells and these people are unhappy and want to be like Al-Qaeda, and they are like they are people that just are not necessarily, it's no longer the center, there's no longer go to Afghanistan and find Al-Qaeda. They seem to always go back to Pakistan, and that's what we hear. Osama bin Laden's in Pakistan. The Spain cell went back to Pakistan. The 2 hits on the one attempted hit and the one that did work, the London bombing, they all had people who trained in Pakistan. So some way, somehow, he's still getting the word out, and Zawahiri is still doing the same thing, and that came through yesterday if you watch that 9/11 show and the documentaries that persisted on that, and the release of the tape that supposedly that tape preceded the 9/11 attacks. So he's still out there, and he's still dangerous.
But it's not just that one section. You go to Indonesia with rebels there, the training that's going on. We talk about the cells operating in Germany, other cells in Spain, the evil's out there, and it's everywhere, and it's not just one small, let's get this guy or let's win this specific military battle. It's not going to do it, and that's something that I think that for a lot of us, post 9/11, is still tough to get a grasp on.
Right.
When we talk about wars, we traditionally think of Civil War, World War I, World War II. There was a beginning, there was an end, and this isn't a state.
Right.
This is a crazed religious movement.
But right, exactly. But with World War II, we wanted to get Hitler. It's the same thing. We want to get bin Laden. And where is he? And it's baffling to us, and it's baffling to our military. They're trying so hard. But remember, it's one guy, and he's hiding somewhere. And when one guy is hiding, sometimes it's almost impossible to track him down. Remember, Eric Rudolph was hiding out in the woods for 5 years, just a couple of miles from where he was last seen. Yep. So the President of the United States apparently has told the people over there, flood the zone. The problem is, where is the zone? And some have suggested, well, maybe bin Laden is in Iran. But given what the former president of Iran said yesterday up at Harvard, it makes it sound like the welcome wagon is not open for Mr. bin Laden in Iran.
No walk in the park for the former president of Iran when he was in Northern Virginia. He was served with a summons by 2 retired police officers. That summons on the behalf of Iranian families who are here in the United States who claim that relatives of their families were kidnapped, imprisoned, tortured by the Iranian regime, and so they want to hold him accountable.
Also, Mr. Khatami did say of Osama bin Laden, the reason he was wrong was because of the crimes he committed exactly 5 years ago, and secondly, because he conducts them in the name of Islam, and that is wrong as well. Now, coming up this hour here on a special edition of Fox and Friends, we should be seeing the President of the United States in just a little more than 1/2 hour. Also, the former mayor, now referred to as the mayor of the world, Rudy Giuliani, will be joining us live as well.
And Brian will be talking with the current mayor of New York City, Michael Bloomberg, about, I presume, the safety measures that have been put in place, the evacuation plans, and probably the concerns about the ailments that are facing many of the city's first responders.
That's right. Speaking of first responders, the president's going to have breakfast with a number of them today. Greg Kelly is traveling with the president, and he joins us live right now. Where are you, Greg?
Hi, Steve and Edie. On the Lower East Side of Manhattan at a firehouse, the president will have a relatively low-key observance of September 11th here in New York City. He's not at Ground Zero, but he will be here at this firehouse and having breakfast with some regular firefighters, although nothing terribly regular about the New York City Fire Department anymore. On September 11th, firehouses like these, they emptied their garages. The results were spectacular as the firefighters converged on the scene from all over the city. Thousands of people were rescued, but 343 firefighters were killed. That is 7 times more in one day than are generally killed in a year of fighting fires in New York City by the Fire Department of New York. Now, the president will have breakfast, as we mentioned, and then at 8:46, he will observe a moment of silence. That is when the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, impacted the North Tower. And then at 9:03, a second moment of silence. And then for President Bush, he is leaving New York City and leaving New York City fast. It's off to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 impacted. And then to the Pentagon. We are not expecting to hear from the president all day long until tonight. 9 o'clock Eastern time, the president addresses the nation from the Oval Office, just as he did 5 years ago. Steve, back to you.
All right, Greg, we thank you very much. By the way, coming up an hour and 20 minutes from now, if you click on foxnews.com, you'll be able to see streaming video as it happened 5 years ago. You'll be able to see the Fox and Friends show 5 years ago, and then how we interrupted to bring the world the news that a plane, and at that point thought it was an accident, what else could it possibly have been, hit the first tower at 8:46 a.m. just 5 years ago. In the meantime, right this second, let's take a look at the day ahead weather-wise. Throughout the Northeast, it's going to be a beautiful day in New York City, approaching 70 degrees, more sunshine than clouds. Boston about, look at that, about 5 degrees cooler. And then we're going to have some rain out through the Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley. Portions of Florida are going to wind up with a shower or two. They're going to have warmer temperatures. Then most of our reporting stations through the Central Plains states are going to wind up with a shower. Not the case in the Northern Plains. Bismarck, beautiful, almost 80. But tonight's low in Bismarck, look at that, 48. And in Cheyenne, 44. Chilly. All right, out west, just going to continue to feel like summer in Phoenix, but it is still summer technically. 100 there, 80 the low, and then in Spokane, Washington, 82. And as you can see, all of those reporting stations on this September the 11th will have sunshiny conditions throughout the day. All right, it is now 7:11 on 9/11.
And coming up on our program, the man who told President Bush that America was under attack. That moment right there. We will talk with former White House Chief of Staff Andy Card next.
Plus, as I mentioned a moment ago, log on to foxnews.com today and you can revisit all the events of that tragic day as they happen on the Fox News channel. Foxnews.com, click on the streaming video. You'll see it all live as it happens. He was the man who told the president on 9/11 that America was under attack.
Look at his face and try to comprehend
what
the
he's
information,
processing.
right? The information that is going through his mind then, and wondering how would you be the person if you had to tell the president this news? How would you phrase it? Former White House Chief of Staff Andy Card was the person who was given that responsibility and joins us this morning from Washington. When you got the news, because really you were the first one there with the president to get it, What went through your mind, and how did you figure out, here's what I'm going to tell him?
Well, obviously, I knew that it wasn't an accident when I learned that the first plane was, in fact, a commercial jetliner, and a second commercial jetliner hit the other tower. And my first reaction was to the horror of the people who were on the plane. They must have been completely filled with horror. And then I said, the president has to know. How do I tell him?
Right.
I decided that I did not want to have a conversation with the president or answer a question in front of these very young school students. He was in a classroom with extremely young elementary school students. So I decided I would pass on 2 facts and then make 1 editorial comment and step away from the president so that he wouldn't ask me a question. And I opened the door, walked in, waited for a break in the conversation. I walked up to the president, leaned over to his right ear, and whispered, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." And then I stepped back from him. I was mightily impressed with how he reacted at that time. He did nothing to introduce fear to those young students or to the American people or the people of the world through the press corps that was covering him. And then I watched as he met his awesome responsibilities consistent with the oath that he took on January 20th, 2001, where he said that he would preserve, protect, and defend that Constitution.
Right. Mr. Card, some have criticized, after you whispered in his ear that we're under attack, that he did stay there in the classroom for, I forget what it was, 5, 6, 7 minutes, something like that, before he excused himself. If you had a do-over, do you think he should have gotten out of that room faster?
I'm not sure that it would have made any difference. I think the president reacted the right way at the time because he did nothing to introduce fear to those young elementary school students, and he gave nothing to give satisfaction to the terrorists who would be seeing the president through the lenses of the media that were covering him. So I thought that he reacted entirely the right way, and I'm sure that he was collecting his thoughts. He accepted the awesome responsibilities that came with being President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief, and I was impressed with what he did.
Andy, I mean, as you relayed what you were saying, and you know, those of us at home have watched that video over and over again, I just can't tell. I mean, I still well up. I still get the goosebumps. When the president then walked out, what did he? Did he come to you? Did he say, "Let me see if I got this right"? What was his reaction as soon as he exited that classroom?
When he left the classroom and came into the holding room, he was all business. He knew that we were at war. There was an expectation that this was done by Osama bin Laden and the terrorists, and he was immediately interested in getting back to Washington, D.C., and we pleaded with him that he couldn't go back until we had a better understanding of the nature of the attacks. And so then he actually worked on the remarks that he gave to the auditorium that was, or the gymnasium that was filled with people, and Secretary Rod Page, the Secretary of Education, stayed there to talk with the people after the president left. But we were anxious to get in the air on Air Force One, where the president would be safe and have good communications.
And the name Osama bin Laden came up in that first meeting in the holding room?
Well, I can't really remember if it came up, but I certainly thought that it was a UBL initiative. After all, we knew that UBL was behind the plot on the World Trade Center towers before in 1995, so I don't think that this was a complete shock.
Okay.
Andy Card, who no longer gets up at 4:20 each and every morning and instead gets up at 5:20 in time to watch Fox and Friends. Way to go, Andy. I
do, actually. I watch you, and Steve and Edie are my favorite people to wake up to.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
Great to have you live from the White House today.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
And coming up in our program, the man in charge of the master plan for rebuilding Ground Zero. Plus, we will talk with New York Senator Charles Schumer.
Plus, Rudy Giuliani.
Too long the world has just shrugged its shoulders at terrorism. But we now know that none of us as Americans can avoid that terrorism.
There you see what begins to take place here in less than an hour. World Trade Center site is underway. You see some of the rebuilding, some, not all. There's been some changes from the original design, but our next guest says the plan still follows his vision. He's the man whose plans got the thumbs up 2 years ago of the World Trade Center site. Daniel Liebskin joins us right here at Ground Zero. Daniel, welcome. Great to see you in person. First off, you had a vision. You put it out. What's been the delay? Why aren't we seeing more?
First of all, it's a complex process. It's 75 feet down to bedrock. It's, before the construction emerges, you got to reach the street level, so many stories high.
Understood.
It's a complicated process to put a memorial at the very center of this busy site.
So everyone got their hands involved. You got politicians, and you have the guy who, Larry Silverstein, who actually had the lease to this for 99 years.
Absolutely.
How did that delay the process?
Well, of course, there was a lot of haggling. There were a lot of obstacles. There's the Larry Silverstein, his architects. There's the Port Authority. There's the LMDC. There's the governors, the mayor. A lot of complications. But that's democracy. And right now, however, we have reached a point where everyone is in agreement to accomplish the master plan that the public had seen.
What you designed, roughly, is really you're the master builder here.
Yes.
It's going to be what we're seeing. So
Absolutely.
Tell me, you're saying this is going to be the size of what would be like rebuilding Baltimore.
Absolutely. This 16-acre site is hugely dense, but at the middle of my plan is the spiritual ground of the memorial. That's the center of the site. Nothing will be built on it. The footprints with the waterfalls to screen the traffic. The slurry wall, this incredible wall that held up through the attacks, exposed down to bedrock for the public to be able to experience. And then the Freedom Tower, again, rising 76 feet high. It's a symbolic tower, not just a commercial tower, that hinges the site and opens to the Hudson River.
So this is a chance, and it's a horrific act happened, but it's a chance that almost never happens in the modern day world. Rebuild a city. What is going to be different now than the financial center that we have surrounding it and that was there?
Well, in my plan, it's not just about tall buildings and not just about some high-rise towers. It's about creating a neighborhood, creating a beautiful place that is that has a character, that has an atmosphere of memory, but also the vitality and the resilience and the beauty of 21st century New York. So it will be an unprecedented neighborhood with spiraling towers, with artistic and creative activities, the Performing Arts Center, the museum, the visitor center, Wedge of Light Plaza, a very symbolic plaza determined by the angles of light, 8:46 a.m., 10:28. Determining the shape of that plaza. So many things at public spaces will be developed.
And
here.
what's over your shoulder is some of the good news, and that is 7 Financial, and that is the number 7 building is the first to be rebuilt.
That is just outside of the master plan, but it's the first to be rebuilt. But if you really look at the site, things are ongoing. The PATH terminal is under construction. You begin to see the beginnings of the memorial. The footings for the Freedom Tower are here.
But Daniel, if everybody agreed that your vision was right 3 years ago, and they just said, let's start putting the bricks in and getting this together, wouldn't we be seeing a lot more?
We would be. Unfortunately, we live in a democracy. Democracy is messy. Not everybody's on the same page all the time. So many competing interests, so many emotions. But we are making progress.
You are. And thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on getting your vision and staying so optimistic about a process that would drag anybody else down.
Thanks, Frank.
All right. Thank you very much, Daniel Liebskin. And his vision will be the future here. Maybe next year we'll see more progress. Meanwhile, America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani will be here to talk about that day, how it changed him, how it changed America.
We've been talking today about it's hard to believe that 5 years have already gone by. But when you think about it in terms of days, it's only been 1,826 days since what happened down there happened. It's been 43,824 hours. And of course, the most vital of all the statistics, it's the day that 2,749 lives were lost.
As we're looking live right now, the Vice President and Mrs. Cheney are arriving at St. John's Church for the memorial service there. And as we've been telling you, the President and First Lady are also going to be touring a variety of sites today. They will be at Ground Zero. They will then go on to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The President will also go over to the Pentagon. Today's the day that they know. I mean, it's impossible for us to really put ourselves in the position of one of these top elected officials. But at the same time, think about that. Your job is one thing one day.
That's right.
And the next day, all those things that you've been thinking about, I want to work on the economy, I want to work on health care, I want to do this. You go, wipe the slate clean. We've got to do something completely different. And for the first time, revamp the way we think militarily, the way we think strategically, the way we view foreign policy and what its mission is. What is the government's mission? Because for the first time in a long time, the government is forced with really determining what is the #1 priority, what is its #1 job. Is it to keep us healthy, wealthy, and wise?
Right.
Or is it to keep us alive?
That's exactly right. And look at the President of the United States. One day, he was talking about his tax cuts. The next day, he was the Commander-in-Chief. Molly Henneberg is live at the White House right now. Molly, the President is up here in New York City. Then he's going to Pennsylvania, back to Washington, and wrapping up with a big speech tonight.
That's right. Good morning, Steve and Edie. President Bush says he's approaching today the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks with a heavy heart. He says he's thinking about those who died and those who, quote, continue to hurt. Today, Mr. Bush and the First Lady are in New York City. They'll then go to Pennsylvania and the Pentagon to mark the sites of the terror attacks. Yesterday, at the site where the World Trade Center towers used to stand, they laid wreaths in silence. Those are reflecting pools at the sites where the North Tower and South Tower were located. He also met privately with relatives of 9/11 victims. Then the president went to a nearby firehouse, which was destroyed on 9/11 and rebuilt, to greet and thank personally some of the firefighters who performed so valiantly on that day. In a few remarks at the firehouse, the president says today is a day of sadness and remembrance.
It's hard not to think about the people who lost their lives on September the 11th, 2001. You know, you see the relatives of those who still grieve, and just wish there was some way we could make them whole.
But he says today is also a day to remember the lessons learned on 9/11. Today, the President and First Lady will observe a moment of silence at 8:46 and 9:03 Eastern Time. Those are the precise times when the planes hit the towers. Tonight, we'll hear from the President in an address from the Oval Office. The White House says it will not be a political speech, no calls to action, but rather a look at how 9/11, quote, reshaped the way we view the growing menace of the Islamist terrorist threat. Also here at the White House today, Vice President Cheney and his wife and cabinet members will gather on the South Lawn at 8:46 for a moment of silence. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Brian, back to you.
Well, Molly, thank you very much. As you can hear, maybe the bagpipes warming up in the background. There's going to be a lot of ceremony here, but also at the Pentagon. They lost 184 on that day. Kelly Wright standing by. Kelly.
Hey, Brian, one thing to really point out to you quickly, the Pentagon, as you can see, is still standing. It's a testament to the Defense Department's will and determination to show that they will not be broken by terrorism. And while this new structure that they used to replace that gaping hole that was there for so many months afterwards, what they've stated is that they remember all too well those precious memories of the 184 people who died here that day 5 years ago. Overnight, in fact, in honor of those who died, 184 beams of light illuminated the night sky over the Pentagon, each one representing those who perished in the terrorist attack. Others paid tribute to the victims by marching in a freedom walk from the National Mall to the Pentagon. Among the thousands who marched, children from the 3 elementary schools who lost friends that day. 6 of the victims in the Pentagon attack were children from those schools who were aboard American Airlines Flight 77, bound for a field trip to California. Instead, that plane crashed into the Pentagon 5 years ago today. Later, there will be a moment of silence at 9:37. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, as well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Peter Pace, will also be on hand, as well as victims of family members. Relatives of those family members who died. They will all be here gathering for a family commemoration of what took place here 5 years ago. But Brian, basically, what's happened here today is that the Defense Department is still standing. They are now involved in the war on terror and waging a campaign to root out terrorists wherever they might exist. We go back now to Steve and Edie.
All right, Kelly, we thank you very much. All right, let's go down to ground zero right now. And standing by live is New York Senior Senator Charles Schumer. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Steve.
You know, I can hear the bagpipes behind you, and it reminds us of what a horrible day it was 5 years ago. And I know people in government are trying to figure out, you know, how to make us safer today than we were on that day pre-9/11. And you've been thinking a lot about that.
I have. And, you know, first you do think, particularly today, but every day, of the people who were lost. All of us had friends. I had a guy I played basketball with in high school, a firefighter from my neighborhood who I was friendly with, a businessman who helped me on the way up. And then you see the kids, you see the husbands and wives. To them it happened yesterday, and it's going to be yesterday every day for the rest of their lives. So you think back to them, but then you think, well, what can we do to prevent this from happening again? And the place that I focused on, of course, is Homeland Security. Here, the defense. You not only need a good offense to win the war on terror, you need a good defense. And we're fighting a strong war on offense, whether you agree with it or disagree with it. We are not fighting enough on defense. Here are 3 things, for instance, and there are so many. Our police and fire still can't talk to each other on their radios. That was one of the problems on 9/11.
Yeah.
We only inspect 5% of the cargo that comes into this country. God forbid a nuclear weapon be on there. And on detection devices, which are the technology is there. You could put like a smoke detector on the roof of every railroad and subway car, every subway entrance, rail station entrance, that could detect explosives. We're not doing that. And so that's a place we should be redoubling our efforts. I know people say, well, we haven't had an attack, and thank God, praise God, we haven't. But you could have said that on September 10th, September 10th, 2001, that we hadn't had an attack for 5 years.
Well, some of those things, and I know that the 9/11 Commission has come up with a large number of items that still need to be addressed, but a lot of that is how to react once an attack occurs. Can you focus on the security measures, checking people who are coming in and going out of our country, tracking the students who get the visas to come here, or the business people?
Well, again, technology makes this all a lot easier. Edie, we could have a whole big database, one computer that you would be able to know everyone on a watch list, and anything they had to do with coming in or coming out of the country, you'd know. We don't have that, and that's amazing to me.
But doesn't that violate the civil liberties?
No, not at all. I mean, again, it depends what you do, but to have watch lists and to make sure that not everyone comes into the country, that's been a tradition of this country since the 1790s. We try to let most people in, but not people who would be a danger. We didn't let people with tuberculosis in the 1900s, and terrorist is a danger too. So no, I don't think there's any civil liberties problem. It's a problem of lack of will, of lack of technology, and particularly lack of focus in the Homeland Security Department, which is a giant behemoth.
All right. Senator Chuck Schumer, we thank you very much. He is joining us live from Ground Zero, where we can see right in our remote shot that there are a number of uniformed officers around one of the World Trade Center reflecting pools. That float of flowers was placed there last night by the President of the United States and First Lady Laura Bush, who in just a number of moments are going to be having breakfast with some of the first responders at a station called The Pit in Lower Manhattan. Yeah, I know a lot of people are focused on what is going to be rebuilt there in the footprints and what kind of memorial centers and those sort of things. But I've got to tell you, personally, the most moving and most significant thing that I've seen down there is when they displayed those 2 beams of light going up. And I believe it was last night that we saw all of those beams that were being shown on the Pentagon. And to me, that symbolizes an awful lot. Well, we are live at Ground Zero, Shanksville, Washington, D.C., and also with the headlines this morning, we got Lauren Green down in studio.
Right. Thank you very much, Steve and Edie, and good morning, everybody. A new terror tape features Al-Qaeda's #2 man. On it, Ayman al-Zawahiri threatens new attacks on Israel and the Gulf states. He also calls on Kurds to take up arms against American forces in Iraq. The tape appears to have been made recently because it mentions the war in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. British Prime Minister Tony Blair is in Beirut today. He met with the Prime Minister of Lebanon as part of his tour of the Mideast. The Prime Minister had already made visits with Israeli and Palestinian leaders in an attempt to resurrect stalled peace talks in the region. A small plane makes an emergency landing on a Texas highway. The pilot had run out of gas. Police were forced to shut down a section of Interstate 35 while they waited for a fuel tank. After about an hour delay, the plane took off again from the highway. A baby beluga whale makes a big splash with its public debut. The 6-week-old 175-pound calf is not yet named, but is confidently swimming with its mother. Aquarium officials say the calf is already making friends with other whales. And now let's go back to Steve to look at the weather. Steve?
All right. Let's go ahead and talk, Lauren, a little bit about tropical. It was once upon a time Tropical Storm Florence. Now it's Hurricane Florence bearing down on Bermuda. Some of the reporting stations in Bermuda have recorded at least 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm heads toward that island. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a look at the track. It's not really going to affect, Florence is not going to affect the mainland, with the exception of some rough surf and some riptides as well. By Friday, probably way out there. Currently, the winds are at 80 miles per hour. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and zoom in. We got a whole bunch of storms in the southern plains, as you can see, north central Texas. Also some action through the Ozarks, back through Oklahoma, up through the central Mississippi Valley, and on into the Great Lakes area. Some of these thunderstorms, and you can see some back through western Dakotas, will continue throughout many of the morning and afternoon hours as well. And in fact, today it's going to be rainy in the Tennessee Valley and the Ohio Valley and portions of Florida. But it's going to be a beautiful day throughout the Northeast. 60s and 70s will be the rule. Across much of the northern plains states today, temperatures will be in the 60s. Some rain, as I indicated, through the central Missouri and Mississippi Valley, back through Oklahoma and Texas. Houston could use some rain. They're going to get it today. Southern California, a beautiful day in 74. Meanwhile, in Albuquerque today, looks like 79 and some rain. All right, that's your Fox Travelcast on this 9/11. Edie.
Thank you very much, Steve. Coming up next, the future of New York City, as we remember all those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. We'll hear from New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Plus, you can log on to foxnews.com today and revisit all the events. Watch as we were broadcasting live that tragic day. It all happened right here on Fox News Channel, and you can see that. You're watching our special edition of Fox and Friends. From the site of the World Trade Center, Lower Manhattan, where many people are gathering today, along with the local dignitaries and national dignitaries, to honor the people whose lives were taken that day, clearly from out of the blue.
That's right. And a blue sky it was 5 years ago today. And we are just 1 hour exactly. Right now it is 7:46. It was at 8:46 when the first plane crashed into the first tower down at the World Trade Center. And in the last 5 years since then, for a lot of New Yorkers, when they search the Lower Manhattan skyline, they remember what once stood down there. Also, and it's something that happens to me every day, anytime I see an airplane that's flying way low, I just wonder what that's all about. Brian Kilmeade is down at Ground Zero right now with the current mayor of New York City.
Mayor Bloomberg, welcome to Fox and Friends.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
What could you tell everybody is the reason why we don't see anything behind us, yet the Lower Manhattan is just blossoming economically?
Well, Lower Manhattan, a lot of our focus has been on around the World Trade Center site, because at the site itself there are environmental issues we have to face. There are working out the legal issues between the insurance companies and the developer. There is making sure that we pick the design for an appropriate memorial. I think if you go back and look from the perspective of the future, hopefully you'll say we did it right, which was the most important thing.
But you were frustrated. I've been reading you. People don't follow the New York papers. You've been frustrated.
You're frustrated. You want things to go better. But we have something here called democracy. And if we had a builder like a Robert Moses and said, you do it, it would get done. No question it'd get done quicker. Whether it would get done better, I don't know. And it certainly wouldn't get done in the world that we live in of much more democracy and participatory democracy.
Right. But somehow Lower Manhattan has blossomed. The GNP is growing faster for New York City than it is in around the country, and our country is
doing well. Let me give you a couple numbers. We will add more people to the population of New York City this decade than live in Pittsburgh. We'll build more affordable housing this decade than for people that live in Atlanta.
And let me just ask you real quick. quick about those who suffered an illness that day. It looks like 70% of those who worked here suffered some type of respiratory ailment. What could be done for them?
We have a registry to try to track them. We have made sure our public hospitals will treat everybody regardless of their ability to pay. We also have expanded our studies of trying to find what the diseases that will come out of this are and how to treat it. At the same time, I want to make sure that we have the monies going forward, because a lot of the people who will have had damage done here won't recognize it for another 5 or 10 years into the future, and I want to make sure that we have the monies to pay then when I worry about people being willing to look back.
And you're going to be going down very shortly, being with the families, the moments of silence that come straight ahead that we've become far too familiar with. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you. All right, when we come back, we're going to be talking to Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and he's going to be talking with Stephen Eady. This is a special edition of Fox and Friends, 5 years after the day that changed America.
We are less than 1 hour away from 2 moments of silence as we remember what happened at 8:46 Eastern Time down there at the World Trade Center. Right now, the President of the United States and Mrs. Bush are having breakfast with some of the first responders at a station called the Pit, which is not too far from that pit down at Ground Zero. And
today in New York City, the churches will ring their bells not only at the moments when the plane struck the towers, but the moments that the towers came down. Steve.
And speaking of churches, joining us right now from St. Paul's Chapel in Lower Manhattan is former Mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
That church behind you, George Washington once went to. It's a place famous for American history, and yet not too far behind you as well is Ground Zero, the worst attack on America in history. Your thoughts 5 years later?
Well, I mean, there are so many that come back. The fact is that St. Paul's Chapel is where George Washington prayed. It's in the shadow, or was in the shadow, of the World Trade Center. Normally, right behind me, 5 years ago, you would have seen the Twin Towers. And this building was spared, and it's quite a thing. And this was kind of a hospital for rescue workers during the and a place for them to rest and get taken care of during the tremendous effort to bring back the World Trade Center. So being here reminds me of the tremendous effort that people made, how much they volunteered, how much they stepped up to try to undo at least what you could of the evil of that day.
Right. And now, 5 years later, of course, we remember those whose lives were lost, Mayor, but also we're concerned about those who were working on the pile and now have developed all sorts of lung ailments. In an interview on 60 Minutes, former EPA Commissioner Christine Todd Whitman said that a number of your aides didn't listen to her dire warnings about how toxic the air was down on the pile. How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all, my recollection is that Christy Todd Whitman, and I think you have the film clips of it, was on television quite prominently saying the air was safe.
That's right.
During that period of time, over and over and over again. It is true that people were told they should wear masks, and in fact, the city gave out masks, so did the federal government, so did the state. People were told to do that. OSHA decided that they weren't going to take enforcement action because of the enormity of the problem, because you had so many people that were working. But everybody was told that they had to wear masks, and the reality is that it's everybody's responsibility rather than sort of pointing fingers. Sure. And I think now the answer is you got to take care of these people. The people who were injured, including some of my closest friends and some of my aides who have had serious repercussions, they need medical benefits, they need help, they need assistance. And the city, the state, and the federal government shouldn't be shirking that responsibility.
Mr. Mayor, we thank you very much. We know you've got a very busy day. We thank you very much for joining us today from St. Paul's Chapel in Lower Manhattan. And also in Lower Manhattan, you can see right there, Edie, there are a couple of the uniformed officers there at one of the reflecting pools at Ground Zero with the bouquet placed there by the president last night. Coming up, continuing coverage of the day that changed America. We leave you this morning with images from that awful day and the same locations today.
Good morning, and welcome to our special coverage of 9/11, the day America changed. I'm John Scott. We're overlooking Ground Zero on a beautiful, bright blue sky morning that looks a lot like September 11th did, 2001. In fact, it was at this moment, 8 a.m. Eastern, that American Airlines Flight 11 left Boston's Logan Airport with 81 passengers and 11 crew on board, all but a couple unaware of what would come next. 46 minutes later, after Al-Qaeda hijackers had grabbed control of that aircraft, Flight 11 would hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. That began one of the most frightening days in U.S. history. It also awoke America to terror on our soil, and it set in motion a global war and events that are still shaping our lives day in and day out. This morning, we are following memorial events here at Ground Zero, at the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And over the next 2 hours, we'll look at how far we have come in the war on terror and the challenges that still lie ahead. First, though, our look at September 11th, 2001, as it happened.
Go to the Trade Center. I believe this is happening.
We have a very tragic alert for you right now. An incredible plane crash into the World Trade Center here at the lower tip of Manhattan.
It's believed the 737 has crashed into this speculation at this point, but at least 3 floors taken out, crashed into the side of the building. Joining us right now, one of the producers with Fox Report, Owen Mugen on the scene. Owen, what do you know? What do you see? Where are you?
Yeah, Brian, I'm on the roof of my building, which is about 5 blocks to the south of the World Trade Center. I'm looking right now at the World Trade Center. There's a massive gaping hole on the second tower. It's about 15 stories from the roof. It's just unbelievable to look at.
I seen that jet go right in.
You can just see it right now. You can see emergency vehicles tearing south on the West Side Highway, heading towards the scene. There are tons of people in the streets. There are papers, things fluttering out. I can't see any evidence of what it was that could have crashed. All I can see is just this massive gaping hole with tons of black smoke falling out of the building.
All we can do is stare aghast at these pictures at this point. You are looking at the north building of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan. These are coming to you live now. Debris raining down from 110 floors up. As you can see, this is a clear blue sky day in Manhattan. If this was an accident, it would be a needle in a haystack kind of accident. Was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks. We just saw on live television as a second plane flew into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind. Osama bin Laden. Who knows what? Eric Shawn is with us. Eric, I know you have a lot of sources at the FBI and other agencies like that. What can you tell us?
Well, first, I apologize for being out of breath because I was walking down Fifth Avenue, which is close to our studios, and I heard a jet, perhaps a 737 or a small Airbus, flying low, unusually low over Fifth Avenue, making a right. I'm not going to say, I don't know, I don't have any reports on what type of plane hit the World Trade Center, but people looked up and it made a right toward the building.
Nice and orderly, nice and orderly.
At It is a tragedy. It is abhorrent. It is disgusting. But
I'm, wondering, are these pilots terrorists themselves? Are there terrorists in the cockpit who are holding guns to a pilot's head? Did they?
I can't imagine.
You can speculate completely about how this happens, because obviously it takes a lot of training and expertise to fly a complicated, sophisticated aircraft, whether it's a Boeing 737 or a smaller Airbus. These are not little Cessnas and little Pipers. So you have to wonder and raise what possibility there is with the type of scenario that was going on in the cockpit.
Our Wendell Goler is at the White House, make that Sarasota. He is traveling with the president. Wendell Goler, what's the reaction from the president?
John, the president is here promoting a reading initiative on the second day of a two-day trip to Florida. He just finished reading to some children at the Emma Booker Elementary School and was asked about the incident. He said he was aware of it and that he would have something to say about it later.
Let's bring in David Lee Miller, our correspondent. He has an eyewitness with him. David Lee, what can you tell us?
Good morning, John. I'm a few blocks from the World Trade Center right now. As you would expect, all the roadways are pretty much cut off. The only way to get near the buildings is on foot right now. The scene is absolutely a horrific one. You have people streaming out of the area. You've got people literally in tears and shock. People that just worked in the nearby buildings that cannot believe what has happened. Still, many of them remember the terrorist attack years ago on the World Trade Center, and for many of them, this is just an ugly reminder of that, although the details of what happened here are not certain. As I was walking downtown in Lower Manhattan, making my way to the World Trade Centers, I stopped to speak to Sylvia Fuentes. She's with me right now. We're a few blocks away from the building. She works in Lower Manhattan. She used to work in the Trade Center, and I'm going to actually hand her the telephone right now, and she's going to describe for us what she saw this morning as she was arriving at work. Sylvia?
I heard a loud rumbling, and when I walked out of the deli onto Fulton Street, I looked up in the air. There was an airplane actually going into the World Trade Center, and flames were coming out, and smoke was just billowing in the air, and tons of people were running down Fulton Street, just running each other over, and I made my way back to my office on Water Street, and when I got upstairs, I looked out my window to see what was going on, and the Second World Trade Center just went into flames, just from 1 minute to the next.
Sylvia, thanks for that eyewitness report. When we saw that second plane slam into the second tower intentionally, quite clearly, you got to believe this is a terrorist attack. Harvey Kushner is on the line with us. He's a frequent guest of ours and a terrorism expert. Harvey, is it too early to speculate about suspects?
One thinks only that this could be the most horrifically planned incident, in the annals of terrorism against the United States. Think about it. I mean, you look outside the Fox studios. Look how clear it is. I mean, how could you miss the trade towers? I mean, not just one, but two planes.
Well, and it brings to mind, everybody hates those metal detectors at airports, and everybody makes passing through them almost a joke these days. But clearly, it seems that something is going to change if you can make this kind of statement and kill as many people as are likely to be dead in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, John, we're talking about terrorism. No matter how this turns out, this is going to be a day that's going to live in infamy, and it's going to cause changes in terms of, if it turns out to terrorism, in terms of security like this country has never seen before.
President Bush is about to speak. He's in Florida. That was what was supposed to be a joyous event at an elementary school. Let's listen in.
Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
We are going to be looking at an enormous death toll. 50,000 people work in those two buildings. Rita Cosby is on the phone with us, and Rita, I understand you have a lot of new information.
Yeah, John, I have just been told from a U.S. law enforcement official that they are saying it is evident that this is a terrorist-related attack, and among the key targets, key people that they're looking at is Osama bin Laden. It was just last Friday that the U.S. State Department put out a worldwide caution to American citizens traveling abroad and also to U.S. government facilities, and they said that terrorism knows no limits, whether it's on U.S. soil or outside, so they're certainly looking at that as a possibility. What I'm also hearing from my officials at FAA, at the Federal Aviation Administration, is that they believe the first plane may have been an American Airlines plane, a commercial jet, either a 737 or 757, and that it was a hijacked plane. This is what they believe. They're still trying to get this verified, but they did get some reports that there was an American Airlines plane that was hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles this morning, and they're saying that there is a strong possibility that that first plane that crashed into one of the towers, which does appear to be commercial, and looking at the video, they're saying appears to be either a 737 or 757, that apparently might have been the hijacked plane.
Son Churchill on you.
John Fund from the Wall Street Journal is on the phone with us. John, were you in the area when the planes hit?
I was across the street in my office building.
What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an incredible sonic boom and looked up, and there were already much smoke and flames pouring out of the building. And about 15 minutes later, of course, the second sonic boom, which of course would have been the second tower and the second plane.
What about injuries, John?
Well,
can you tell us?
The most terrible and heart-rending thing about this is about 15 minutes ago, bodies started dropping from the top floors of the tower closest to the highway, about at least 5 or 6, and it was absolutely terrible. Obviously, they had two choices: to be burned in flames or to leap and end it all. It was quite tragic.
Let me bring into the conversation David Asman, my colleague.
Yes, John Scott.
David, what can you tell us?
I just want to give you some late-breaking information. Perhaps one of the things that is of greatest fear is that there is yet another terrorist attack, since those two plane crashes happened within 20 minutes of each other. Well, all of Manhattan has been sealed off. This is probably unprecedented. Of course, all of this is unprecedented in this dastardly occasion. But Manhattan has been sealed off. The Hudson River bridges and the tunnels have been sealed. Clearly, there is an attempt right now to thwart any further act of terrorism, act of violence against the people of Manhattan. So Manhattan is in a lockdown. We are hearing right now of another explosion that has taken place at the Pentagon. We have the heart of the financial district of America being attacked. Now we understand that there is an explosion. There has been an explosion in the Pentagon, the heart of the military command center of the United States of America, John. It can't get much worse than this. Let's hope.
You got to believe that it has happened again. Another large airliner, perhaps hijacked, perhaps part of some widespread plan, apparently slamming into at least the area around the Pentagon. They have not struck at America. They have struck at some individual places in America. But this country will go on. I want to go to our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, who has the outlook from the nation's capital. Britt, this raises all kinds of questions about America's response, and I guess that a response is not going to be immediate, is it?
Well, whether it is immediate or not, the one thing I think we are seeing, John, is this series of evacuations from various buildings around Washington. And I think it's important to say that we don't know and have no reason to believe that the White House, for example, was facing any immediate or imminent threat. The same is true on Capitol Hill, where it appears they will be evacuating the building up here soon. No, nothing has happened at either of those places. This, of course, though, John, I think this is one of these days where we can say that things will not again be the same in the United States of America. This is the kind of terrorist attack that is the nightmare that experts and others have warned about, but some of us may have thought really could not happen on such a scale. This is quite remarkable.
As we watch these pictures, the World Trade Center, 110 stories, literally starting to fall.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. I had to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator?
We was inside the building. You were inside the World Trade Center? Inside the building. Doing what? Getting ready to go upstairs to search, and the floor gave way. The whole building collapsed on us. How did you guys get out? Just found our way out, struggled our way through.
Walk towards the light.
Walk towards the light.
We walk towards the light. That's all we did.
Hello?
Yeah, David Lee, what can you tell us?
John, the scene is horrific. One of the two towers literally collapsed. I was making my way to the foot of the World Trade Center. Suddenly, while talking to an officer who was questioning me about my press credentials, we heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us. There was debris falling, I'd say, at least three-quarters the height of the building. People within the entire perimeter began literally, including myself, which is why I'm out of breath, to run for our lives.
Those steel girders, strong as they are, had a lot of weight to support, and apparently, I'm not a structural engineer, but I'm just guessing now that they gave way. The loss of life here is going to be enormous.
May God help those who are there, and the victims and their families, and all the souls that are lost today.
Can you tell me what you saw, what you heard? You all right?
Yeah. All right.
Look at this guy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This poor woman. Wow.
United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear Cleveland? United 93, United 903, do you hear Cleveland?
80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, this United Airlines Flight 93 crashed.
Now, from the size of the impact crater, it would appear as though the angle of descent or angle of attack had to be nearly straight in.
I think the pilot downed the plane in a remote area because, you know, there wasn't very many houses over there where it went down. And I don't know, it's really... The whole thing is just unbelievable.
This is clearly a national catastrophe. There will be some response from the White House. Let's go to Wendell Goler, who was traveling with the president in Sarasota, Florida, and find out what the latest is there. Wendell?
John, the president left Sarasota, Florida. Air Force One took off just a short while ago to convene a meeting of his national security advisors, including the vice president, the heads of the CIA, the National Security Agency, and the FBI, and also New York Governor Pataki. After the two attacks on the Twin Towers in New York, he was briefed by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, who phoned him after the first attack. Mr. Bush was actually reading to some children when the second attack occurred. Chief of Staff Andy Card interrupted him, told him about the attack. It was clear at that point we were dealing with terrorists.
I want to bring into the conversation General Al Haig, the former Secretary of State. General Haig, at a time like this, how does America respond prudently, with the proper amount of caution, and yet with whatever force needs to be applied?
Well, first we have to know the full limits of this tragedy, and it's unprecedented, of course. But we have to stay, above all, united and calm and ready to take resolute action, which sometimes we have failed to do in the recent past, when the perpetrators are uncovered, and we have many, many indicators of precisely who they are. This was too broadly based a terrorist act to be just a few crazies. This is a terrorist movement, and we know where they're located today. And obviously, as a nation, we're going to have to take action against them.
Oh, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Oh, when it comes down, we're... All right. We do need to put it down now. I think we need to put it down now. Here we go.
America, offer a prayer. Back live here at Ground Zero. Remember what happened in the days and weeks after the 9/11 attacks? Flags sprouted from virtually every building in America, and Old Glory is flying here right now, a gigantic flag actually just above our location, flying on the wall of the World Financial Center. Now, new videos surfaced on the internet this week, serving as a sobering reminder of the challenges and dangers that we still face in this country. One tape just released overnight. The footage essentially an interview with Ayman al-Zawahiri, in which he calls on all Muslims to take revenge on America in any way possible. He also says Israel and the Persian Gulf will be Al-Qaeda's next targets. And over the weekend, a painful and powerful reminder of the 9/11 attacks, when a never-before-seen Al-Qaeda training video emerged. That video is supposed to show Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda hijackers preparing for the September 11th attacks against the United States. For the first time, you actually see terrorists practicing taking hostages, using guns, and in some cases, knives. A reminder, as Condi Rice said to Fox yesterday, that while we are much safer since 9/11, we are not safe yet. I'm joined now live by Governor George Pataki of New York. Governor, clearly these tapes that come out from Al-Qaeda are meant to demoralize us. Do you ever get demoralized?
No, this is America, and we know that we're facing barbarians that are prepared to take as many innocent civilian lives as possible simply to damage the greatest country the world has ever seen. But we're going to stand together. We're going to have the resolve, I believe, to go after them wherever it takes us, and we are going to win this war on terror.
Talk about the rebuilding here. You know, when you look back 5 years ago at what was here, I mean, magnificent structures, obviously. And now it doesn't seem like much is happening, but I guess the rebuilding is underway.
John, a great deal has happened. Lower Manhattan is stronger now than it's been in years. We have over 10,000 new residents in Lower Manhattan. It's the fastest growing neighborhood in New York City. And where the site is itself, this is sacred ground. And one of the most important things we decided early on was not to build a building, but to have a master site plan that respects the hallowedness of this ground. And the centerpiece will be a memorial. We're going to have a 21st century transportation structure, and we're going to have the Freedom Tower as a symbol of our confidence in our future. They're all under construction. They weren't supposed to be finished until 2009, and the memorial, the transportation hub, will be done by 2009, and the Freedom Tower is going to take a little longer, but we're confident that it will pay homage to the heroes we lost and to the greatness of this country and soar to new heights we haven't seen in this country before.
Speaking about the heroes, and there were thousands of them that day, the president has been having a breakfast this morning with some of the first responders who were there and who survived the 9/11 attacks. I know that, Governor, you have just signed legislation to help care for some of these people because it has only recently come to light. Some of the health concerns, some of the health problems that they face.
Well, John, absolutely right. And in the hours after the towers came back, in the days and weeks that followed, not just New York, I think the whole country were inspired by the firefighters, the EMTs, the police officers, the construction workers who were at that site 24 hours a day, first trying to save lives and then trying to get us back on our feet. And while they were there, they were breathing toxic fumes, and it's not shocking to me that 5 years later they're developing health problems, respiratory diseases. And under this legislation, we're going to make sure that the heroes who inspired us through their courage have the health care and the support they need from the people of New York.
Did you ever think, I mean, once the planes had hit the towers, did you think that those towers would fall?
No. You knew right away with the second plane that we were under attack by terrorists, and I know the initial concerns were the people who were above where the planes hit, but I don't think anyone anticipated that the tragedy of both towers actually coming down.
Despite the horrors of that day, and they are too numerous to count, but there are also some very good things that have come out of this. I mean, just the spirit of the American people, the resilience, really, of this country.
This is an incredible country, and you were talking about the American flags and how after September 11th they sprouted up everywhere, and you still see them down here today. And if there's one thing we have to do, we have to recapture that sense of patriotism, that sense of unity, that common purpose, that we were attacked because of the greatness of this country, because of our freedoms, because of our ability to worship as we see fit. And let's all, regardless of politics or anything else, stand together with that commitment and that resolve to make sure that those freedoms are protected, whatever it takes.
Again, just a reminder of the footage that's on the screen there. President Bush having breakfast with some of the first responders who survived the 9/11 attacks. Yeah, it struck me today. I mean, there has been so much division, really, in this country of late as to, are we going after the right people? Are we prosecuting the war on terror in the most effective way? It is useful, it's valuable to take a moment on a day like this and remember what started all of this, and maybe try to get everybody back on the same page.
Remember what started it? The fact that New York was, I believe, attacked because we're a symbol of America, a symbol of our freedoms, a symbol of our diversity and tolerance, and remember what got us through it, and that was the unity and the tremendous sense that there were no Republicans or Democrats, Christian or Jew, black or white. We were all Americans on that day and in the weeks thereafter, and we have to recapture that. We have to again realize that our freedoms are under attack, and when that happens, we have to stand shoulder to shoulder, and when we do, we can overcome any challenge.
The terrorists are obviously still out there, still releasing videos. What's your message to them today?
They're not going to win. We are coming back stronger than ever 5 years later. We still have tremendous belief in our freedom, and freedom ultimately will triumph over barbarism. It always does, and we're going to win this war.
New York Governor George Pataki, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
So in just a few minutes at 8:46 a.m., the president and folks across the nation will observe a moment of silence marking the exact time that Flight 11 struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The president, of course, has visited Ground Zero before. No visit more famous than the one he made just 3 days after the attacks on our country, when he stood in the rubble atop a crushed fire truck, lifted a bullhorn to his mouth, and rallied America.
I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love and compassion. God bless America! To everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America. USA! USA!
So much has happened in 5 years. Greg Kelly is with the president this morning. Greg?
Hi there, John. We are about a half-mile north of Ground Zero. Several thousand people there. Here, it's fairly low-key. Just a couple hundred folks, mostly uniformed police and fire personnel. The president right now is inside this downtown firehouse having breakfast with some of the first responders from that day. Regular firefighters, although there's really nothing regular about the Fire Department of New York or the Police Department of New York. These agencies, their firehouses, the precinct houses, emptied on September 11th. So many of them went directly to the scene. The cost, devastating. They were able, however, to rescue thousands, but many died. 343 firefighters alone in just that one day. The president will observe, as you mentioned, the moment of silence at 0846, the exact moment that American Flight 11 impacted the North Tower. There will be a moment of silence, then a ceremony that will last for 17 minutes, and then that second moment of silence at 0903 when the second plane impacted the South Tower. From then, President Bush hightails it out of here quite quickly, over to the heliport to JFK, and then he flies to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 impacted, and then later to the other terrorist target of September 11th, the Pentagon. We are not expecting to hear from the president. He may surprise us, but we're not expecting to hear from him until tonight, a primetime Oval Office address, almost at the exact moment that he delivered an address from that same spot 5 years ago. John?
All day Monday, and then got a train back to Monday night.
Greg, thanks very much. We will continue to monitor the ceremonies. There's New Jersey Governor John Corzine. Continue to monitor the ceremonies taking place here as America marks the 5th anniversary of 9/11, the day America changed. The moments of silence begin shortly. We will continue our coverage on Fox straight ahead. It won't be long now until the first moment of silence, 8:46 Eastern Time. That's the time that American Airlines Flight 11 slammed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The president is going to be here. At that point, we will also hear bells tolling across the city of New York as all of the houses of worship mark that moment. Following the moment of silence, there will begin a reading of the names at the Ground Zero site. And at 9:03, everyone will pause once again to mark the moment that United Airlines Flight 175 hit the South Tower. One of the first reporters live on camera from the bottom of the World Trade Center site that morning was Rick Leventhal. Here is a look now at what was happening after the plane hit and before the South Tower fell.
This is Church Street. It looks like a snowstorm hit. There's thick ash on the ground, lots of it. Pandemonium here a short time ago. When the building did collapse, or whatever it was that happened, it was a huge explosion, a huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came across Church Street and then started billowing this way. And all we saw was people running in this direction. Everyone, law enforcement, people, a woman pushing a baby carriage. This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center. The FBI is here, as you can see. They had roped this area off. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt.
Rick Leventhal joining us now live from Ground Zero. Rick, good morning.
Good morning, John. Still get chills whenever I see that.
I'm sure and you know, it's eerie the way that today feels like the same morning. I mean, it was just a bright blue sky kind of day, just like this, the day the terrorists struck. It
was a crystal clear, beautiful September morning. and it was a day that none of us will ever forget. And you know, being down here that morning and being on that street 4 blocks from Ground Zero after that first tower fell and everything was covered with that dust and ash, and I'll never forget just feeling so unsettled, you know, wondering what had happened. We still didn't know exactly what was going on, but feeling that sick dread, that realization that we were under attack. Very unsettling, John, as you know, and then of course the range of emotions from fear to rage, realizing that people had targeted us and wanting to strike back and having to shelve all that and report on what was happening. And the other thing that I'll never forget is not wanting to approach these people who were walking out of that cloud of smoke and ash and debris, not wanting to try and talk to them, seeing how much in shock they were, but at the same time trying to do my job and trying to at least get some sense of what had happened in there and trying to get these people to share their stories with me. And those stories that they told me, John, were just so shocking and so unbelievable and so awful, and yet throughout the day also inspirational as we saw the courage and strength of the people who responded to this attack on America.
I remember thinking at the time that, well, they had put out the call for maybe 10,000 body bags that day, and I remember expecting casualties perhaps in that number. The fact that these people were able to walk out, that there were so many survivors, I guess, despite the high number of casualties, that's something of a miracle.
It really was. You know, there was a lot of rumor flying that day and a lot of obvious chaos and confusion, and we were hearing reports of perhaps 25,000 people had been killed, and trying to sort through all that rumor and keep things accurate and report facts was very difficult because people were coming out of Ground Zero and telling us all sorts of things, and we were trying to sift through it all and remain objective, but I guess, you know, you can't say that we were fortunate when almost 3,000 people were killed, but certainly the death toll could have been much higher.
Well, I know that that day launched you on a worldwide bit of reporting, having taken you to Baghdad and Afghanistan, places like that. We'll be talking with you more about that a little bit later on. Rick Leventhal, well, thank you.
Okay, will do.
It was not long after reporting directly from the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, that Rick and a number of other Fox reporters found themselves covering from the mountains of Afghanistan. The war on terror in that country has flared again in recent weeks. U.S. troops and NATO forces shelling Taliban positions just yesterday in the Kunar province. The NATO commander last week asking for more troops and equipment in this fight. But the troops he has are doing the job. NATO says its soldiers have killed more than 90 Taliban fighters in the past 24 hours and more than 500 Taliban fighters in the past 10 days. Joining us now to talk about how far we have come in the war on terror and what might be ahead, Fox News foreign affairs analyst and former ambassador to Morocco, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg. Ambassador Ginsburg, we have seen these new tapes coming out from Al-Qaeda. One just released last night. Clearly, they're trying to twist the knife as we get ready to mark this anniversary.
What it does, John, is it confirms to me that we have a lot of unfinished business, and for the American public watching us today, these tapes don't taunt me, and they don't, I'm sure, taunt Americans. It just reminds us that we have some unfinished business to do and adds a better degree of resolution to the unfinished task at hand of getting Ayman al-Zawahiri and the leadership of Al-Qaeda. This is an effort by Al-Qaeda to continue its efforts to show that after 5 years it's still on a recruiting spree in the Middle East. But I have serious doubts about, in the end, whether or not Al-Qaeda will achieve its objectives, because we have made a lot of progress. We have a lot more to go, but remember what we've achieved. We've achieved so much in Afghanistan, even though the war has flared up again. There's a new democratic government in there, and tactically there's problems, but strategically the government is secure. There's a lot more intelligence cooperation among agencies from Indonesia across to Morocco to the United States and Europe. And we've interdicted a lot of plots that Al-Qaeda and its franchise organizations may have engaged in.
it's good to hear you say that, because you do hear a lot of criticism that we have only created more terrorists. We have only inflamed the Muslim world by some of the actions that we've undertaken.
Well, there was going to be inevitably a fallout from Al-Qaeda's training of tens of thousands of Al-Qaeda operatives. Remember, out of the 20,000 that went through the Al-Qaeda Afghanistan camps, we've only interdicted 5,000 of them. And of course, there's been an inflamed attitudes in the Arab world, and that's where our really next 5 years we've got to devote a lot of attention. We're devoting a lot of attention to the end of the pipeline, that is to interdict terrorists, but we've got to do more to get to the roots of what causes these people to convert to radical Islam, and there's a lot more that we can do that we haven't done there yet.
I know that there is a personal score that you have to settle with Ayman al-Zawahiri. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But first, take a look at the tattered Old Glory that hangs on the fence there. Let's listen in as the ceremonies are getting underway. The home of the brave, the closing words of the national anthem being performed here at the Ground Zero site in Lower Manhattan. We should note that there are ceremonies taking place at all of the major sites that were impacted by 9/11. Vice President Dick Cheney is going to be going to the Pentagon to lead a moment of silence there at the White House. President Bush also part of the ceremonies here. He met with first responders in New York, had breakfast with them. And there will be ceremonies as well at the Pentagon and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the heroes of Flight 93 brought down a plane that was intended to slam into the U.S. Capitol. Here comes the Vice President emerging now from the White House along with Mrs. Cheney. Oh, and with the Vice President, Margaret Thatcher, the former Prime Minister of Britain, well along in years now, not in good health. But clearly this was a moment important enough that Margaret Thatcher felt compelled to be a part of it. It is to be a moment of silence at the White House. We will mark that moment of silence now.
With us. This year, we have asked their spouses, partners, and significant others to lead these ceremonies, not in the first flush of despair, but with the saving grace of memory. At this time, please join us and all New Yorkers in a moment of silence. It surely cannot be easy to come to this site and speak out loud the name of the person that you had always thought would be next to you, the one with whom you had hoped to face the world, to stand by your side. Yet who can know what is in your hearts?
My name is Susan Sliwak. My husband, Robert, worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. We had been married for only 9 years, though it felt as if we had shared a lifetime together because of all that we had been through. The light of his life were our 3 children, Ryan and our twins, Kyle and Nicole. Of all the many things I wish I could still tell him, there's one thing my heart wants to say above all the rest, feelings best expressed in the words of an American song. How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with dew? How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky?
This year, the names of all who died will be read by the men and women with whom they shared their lives and themselves. Today, as they help us remember those we lost, the words of the New York poet Mark Van Doren remind us, "Nothing is dead or different. Tell him and make sure. For he must understand that I, and not my wounds, endure."
Gordon M. Ameth Jr.
Edelmiro Abad.
Maria Rose Abad.
Andrew Anthony Abate.
Vincent Abate.
Lawrence Christopher Abel.
Alona Abraham.
William F. Abrahamson.
Richard Anthony Aceto.
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman.
Paul Aquaviva.
Donald Leroy Adams.
How sweet.
Patrick Adams.
How sweet the sound.
Stephen
that
George
saved
Ignatius
a wretch like me.
Terrence E. Adderley Jr.
Sophia B. Addo.
What was
Lee
lost,
Daniel
but
Thomas
now am found.
Alok
Was blind,
Agarwal.
but
And to my
now
husband, Richard Anthony Aceto. Our daughter Christina and I love you and miss you very, very much.
And my boyfriend, firefighter Paul John Gill. My love for you is eternal, and we miss you very much.
This lesson is taken from the book of the prophet Isaiah
Agnello.
in the 40th chapter.
David Scott Agnes.
The prophet says,
Hawala
Did you not know? Had you not heard? Was it not told to you from the beginning?
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern.
To whom could you liken me? To whom could be my equal, says the Holy One?
Terence Andre
So mighty
Akil,
is his power, so great his strength,
Gertrude
that not
M.
one
Agona,
fails to answer.
Andrew Alamino.
How can you say,
Margaret
Jacob?
Ann Alera,
How can you insist, Israel?
Barry M.
My
Albero.
destiny is hidden
John
from Yahweh.
Leslie
My
Albert,
rights are ignored by
Peter
God.
Craig Alderman.
Did you not
Jacqueline
know?
Delane
Had
Aldrich,
you not heard? Yahweh is an everlasting
David
God.
D. Alger.
He created the
Ernest
boundaries of the earth.
Alekakos,
He does not grow
Edward L.
tired
Allegretto.
or weary. His
Eric
understanding
Allen,
is beyond fathoming.
Joseph Ryan
He gives
Allen.
strength to the
Dennis,
wearied.
Richard
He
Dennis
strengthens the
Allen,
powerless.
Richard L. Allen.
Young men
Christopher
may
E.
grow
Arlingham,
tired and weary.
And my husband Paul
Youths
Activa.
may
Paul,
stumble,
your wife, your children,
but
Sarah
those who
and
hope
Paul,
in
our
Yahweh,
family and friends,
they
love
renew
you.
their
You
strength.
are in my heart always, and I will
They
always
put
love
out wings like
and
eagles.
my husband Patrick Adams.
They run,
You're gone, but we'll
and they
never
do
be
not
forgotten.
grow
We
weary.
love you. God bless
They
you. So,
walk, and they
Anna
never tire.
Allison.
Janet M. Alonso.
This
Anthony
is the
Alvarado.
word of the Lord.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Brito.
Telmo E. Alvier.
Cesar Amaranto Alviar.
God bless
Amanula.
America,
Angelo Amaranto.
land that
James M.
I
Amato.
love.
Joseph
Stand
Amatucci.
beside her
Christopher
and
Charles
guide
Amoroso.
her through the
Kazuhiro
night with the
Anai.
light from
Calixto
above,
Anaya Jr.
from the
Joseph
mountains
and Chundia.
to the prairie,
Kermit Charles
to
Anderson.
the ocean,
Yvette
white with
Constance
foam.
John
God bless
Michael
America,
Andrews.
my home,
Ann
sweet home.
Joseph
God
John Angelini Jr.
bless
Joseph
America,
David Lawrence Angel.
my home,
And my husband, John Albert.
sweet
Cesar Alonso Alvier. We all love and miss you so much, especially your new grandchildren, Riley James, Riley Teresa, and James. Cesar, I love you. For always and forever.
Laura Angeletta. Marie J. Andrusani. Maureen Antigua. Selma P. A. Awayoma. Peter Paul Apawa.
Ordefred.
A reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew.
Ezra Aviles.
Blessed
Sandy
are the poor in spirit, for theirs
T.
is the kingdom of heaven.
Eustace
Blessed
P. Bacchus.
are they who mourn,
John J.
for they
Batakliaka.
will be comforted.
Jane Ellen Baisler.
Blessed
Robert
are the meek,
J. Bearwater.
for they
Andrew
will
J.
inherit the
Bailey.
land.
Brett T. Bailey.
Blessed are
Garnet
they
Edward
who hunger
Bailey.
and thirst
Tatiana
for righteousness,
Bakalinskia.
Michael
for
S.
they
Bosch.
will be satisfied.
Sharon M. Balcom.
Blessed
Michael
are the
Andrew
merciful,
Bain.
Catherine Bantis.
for they will be shown mercy.
Gerard Baptiste.
Walter Barron.
Blessed are the
Gerard
clean of heart,
A. Barbara.
for they
And my husband,
will see God.
James Ordefred. MP, you'll always be alive in our hearts forever.
Blessed
We miss you and we love you.
are the peacemakers,
And my fiance.
for they
Love, my best friend.
will be called children
And my
of
guardian
God.
angel. Firefighter Thomas
Blessed
Joseph Kavakis.
are they who are
I love
persecuted
you, and I miss you.
for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Vincent Barbero.
Rejoice
James William
and be
Barbero.
glad,
Ivan
for your reward will be great
Victor
in
Daniel
heaven.
Barbosa.
Christine Barbudo.
Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord,
David
and let the perpetual light shine upon them.
Matthew
May they all rest in peace.
Sheila Patricia
Amen.
Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Arthur Thaddeus Barry.
Diane G. Barry.
Maurice Vincent Barry.
Scott D. Bart.
Carlton W. Bartels.
Guy Barjubi.
Ina B. Basina.
Alicia Barzmajan.
Kenneth William Baznicki.
Stephen Joseph Bates.
Paul James Battaglia.
Walter David Bauer Jr.
Marilyn Capido Bautista.
And my husband, Sandy Ayala. We love you. We missed you.
And my beloved husband, Eustace Woody Bacchus. We love you, we miss you, and we'll never forget you. God bless you.
My husband, Kenneth William Baznicki. Ken, our children, Erica and Brennan. Your parents, Bill and Jean. Your brothers, Bob and Chris. All your family and friends in Canada. Miss you terribly.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for our second moment of silence.
I am the husband of New York City police officer Moira Smith, who 5 years ago ran into the South Tower because she believed that a life lived in the service of others was the only one worth living. She never hesitated when there was work to be done, and that is how she would want our daughter Patricia to remember her. I've been thinking about what Moira would be doing today if she were here with us. I know she'd be concerned for her fellow officers, for their health and their safety. She'd be still protecting the people of the city she loved, defending the nation she loved, keeping it from harm. And she would be raising the child she loved more than anything on earth. But most importantly, Moira would be about the business of living.
It's 9:05 in the east. We just marked the moment of silence at 9:03 when United Airlines Flight 175 slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. The president at a firehouse in Fort Pitt in Manhattan, the Fort Pitt Firehouse, marking this moment with some of the first responders who were there on that terrible day 5 years ago. When our children's children read about 9/11 in the history books, much will be written about the impact of this event on the presidency. At this moment 5 years ago, you might remember President Bush was just arriving at a Florida elementary school. It was a reading event. As the president greeted school officials, Andy Card took him aside to tell him about the crash of the first plane. Few have followed the challenges for this presidency in recent years as closely as Fox News Sunday host Chris Wallace. He joins us now live from our Washington newsroom. And Chris, so much has changed in 5 years.
Yeah, it has, John, but I must say one thing that hasn't changed as I watched this event is the capacity of these sights and these sounds to break our heart all over again. Just so heart-wrenching as those people read the names. You know, it almost becomes a litany, but every one of those names was a father or a mother, a son or a daughter, a brother or a sister, a fiance. And what pain for the people reading those names and all the people listening to those names. 5 years later, the sense of hurt and of loss is as indelible as it was that day. I also was thinking, John, of those 17 minutes that we saw there between 8:46 and 9:03, and that in a sense, it's when we lost our innocence as a nation. I remember watching the TV myself, and when the first plane went in, like a lot of Americans, I thought, what a terrible accident. What a terrible, how could this have happened, that a plane could fly into the World Trade Center? And then, of course, as the second plane went in at 9:03, 17 minutes later, we realized it wasn't an accident. It was an attack, a planned attack by twisted minds who meant terrible harm to us, to our way of life, to freedom around the world. And the other thought I had as I was watching the ceremony, they unfurled that flag at Ground Zero, and I thought, what a perfect symbol of where we are today. The flag with tears in it, with holes in it. Damage was done to us, terrible damage was done to us that day, and yet the flag is still there. The fabric still holds, the flag can still wave and can still unite us and still stand for what this country means, its purpose, its resolve. and for all of the political bickering, it's fundamental unity.
Yeah, Francis Scott Key had it so right when he wrote about, wrote the song that became the Star Spangled Banner, wrote the lyrics. It's the same kind of feeling that's evoked when you see Old Glory unfurled in the way you just mentioned.
And my husband, Carlton William Bartell. We miss you and love you very, very much, Father.
You know, John, I know that there is a tremendous political division, and that this is going to be a subject of political debate, and should be, where we are in the war on terror. What could be more important for us as a democracy than to discuss this? But to watch these sites, to see, to listen, we realize that for what separates us, so much more unites us, combines us, and that, of course, is our purpose as a nation, to stand up to these terrorists, to not let them defeat us. All that we stand for, the songs, America the Beautiful, God Bless America, the sense of resolve, and to make sure that these 3,000 souls on the plains at Ground Zero, in that field in Pennsylvania, the 184 who lost their lives at the Pentagon, that they shall not have died in vain.
We just saw New York senatorial delegation, Chuck Schumer and Hillary Clinton there taking part in these ceremonies, observing. Obviously, we won't hear from the president today, really. We have seen him at that Fort Pitt firehouse, and he breakfasted with some of the first responders. But tonight, Chris, he will be giving that primetime address to the nation. Any inkling about what he is going to say?
No, we have not gotten advance word, but I think we know in our hearts what he's going to say, and to talk about the fact that one, a terrible deed was done, and that there was a terrible loss. There was an astonishing figure I saw that something like a quarter of the people in the country know someone who died that day. I knew people. I'm sure you, John, knew people. Obviously, everyone there at Ground Zero knew someone. I'm sure he'll talk about the sense of loss and that their memories live on. Then he'll talk about the continued sense of purpose, that we as a nation must stand up, that there is a war that we are in. It is a war, every bit as much as World War II or the Cold War against the communists was, and that we cannot lose our resolve. The White House says it's not political, and my guess is it won't be. Some people may try to read that into it, but that it will basically be a renewed sense of dedication and of purpose. The lessons we've learned from 9/11, how it's changed our country, and that we are not going to lose our way or lose our will.
The president, again, will be speaking about the events of 9/11 on this 5th anniversary of that terrible day. He will address the nation tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, and 8 p.m. Central Time. Again, you'll want to watch the president. We will have that presidential address for you here on Fox News Channel. You don't have to go anywhere else. Just 7 minutes after President Bush announced the destruction in New York was the apparent work of terrorists, came another attack. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 crashing into the Pentagon, killing 184 innocent people. Our Kelly Wright is in Arlington, Virginia this morning, where the Vice President is scheduled to speak about 20 minutes from now. Kelly?
Yeah, John, good morning to you. I couldn't help but hear your conversation, of course, with Chris Wallace, and I have to agree with both of you that while this indeed is a solemn occasion, reflective of the pain and grief we all share and still share, even 5 years after the 9/11 attacks, if you look over my shoulder, you see a Pentagon that is still standing. If you walk through the streets of Washington, D.C., you see a White House, a United States Capitol that are still standing. Reflective, of course, of the resolve that this nation has, and certainly the U.S. military, in filling that gaping hole with a new structure. Resolve to show the terrorists that they will not be able to derail us or stop us in pursuing our pursuit of happiness and our freedom and our democracy. Having said all of that, there is still a lingering memory here, John, precious memories of the 184 people who perished that day during the 9/11 attacks. In honor of those who died, 184 beams of light illuminated the nighttime sky last evening over the Pentagon, each beam representing those who perished here at the Pentagon 5 years ago today. Others paid tribute by marching in a freedom walk on Sunday from the National Mall to the Pentagon. Among the thousands, students from Leckie Elementary School. One of their classmates, Bernard Curtis Brown II of Southeast Washington, D.C., a sixth grader who died along with 5 other students aboard Flight 77. They were bound for a field trip to California when the terrorists attacked their plane, taking it over and taking it into the Pentagon. The school's principal fondly remembers the 11-year-old.
Bernard is now the star that he really, really wanted to be. That's what he wanted to be, you know. He wanted to be a big star, and he is really among the stars.
Others remember 9/11 2001 when the plane crashed into the Pentagon as well. James Lachek heard the explosions from his home in nearby Alexandria. His younger brother, Dave, a civilian employee who worked here at the Pentagon, died in the attack. In honor of his brother and the others who perished, Lachek is leading a campaign to build a Pentagon memorial.
It'll remind people of those we lost and how special those lives were, but I think it will also be a place where people can go and visit and reflect how we came together as a country on 9/11.
And we come together as a country again 5 years after that attack that took place here, as well as in New York City, as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. One thing that will take place here, that memorial, the ground has already been broken on it. They expect to have it completed in 2008. And then moments from now, at least about 20 minutes from now, we will have a moment of silence at 9:37 as we pay homage to those who perished in this attack. The 9:37 is the exact time that Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. After that, we will hear from the Vice President of the United States, as well as the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Peter Pace. That will be followed, John, by a flyover. If you've ever seen those flyovers, they can be emotionally moving. That's the latest. John, back to you.
Kelly Wright, thank you very much. Yeah, the emotions so raw, the memories still so real of what happened. The chaos and the horror of that day 5 years ago, captured in thousands of hours of video and pictures. Fox News correspondents were all across New York, all across the country.
It's been horrific. One of the 2 towers literally collapsed. I was making my way to the foot of the World Trade Center. Suddenly, while talking to an officer who was questioning me about my press credentials, we heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us. There was debris falling, I'd say, at least 3/4 the height of the building. People within the entire perimeter began literally, including myself, which is why I'm out of breath, to run for our lives.
Pandemonium here a short time ago. When the building did collapse, or whatever it was that happened, it was a huge explosion, a huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came across Church Street and then started billowing this way, and all we saw was people running.
These are firefighters who responded to a search call right after the second explosion.
We felt like we had been through hell. These guys had literally been there. They were bloodied and they were covered from head to toe in soot.
It was horrible inside, I tell you.
Just to give you a sense of how busy it is here right now, in the last few minutes, we've had about a dozen ambulances. And as you can probably see behind me, we have some large truck here now, and there is some concern that the hospital could run out of water, so they have brought more water to the area.
Joining us now, as they did 5 years ago, Rick Leventhal, David Lee Miller, Rick Folbaum, and Catherine Herridge. Rick Leventhal, let's begin with you. You were talking about the eerie feeling that you get, and I'm suffering from it too. I mean, I just can't watch some of these pictures without tearing up.
You know, there are a lot of moments that I'll never forget, and one of them was when I first got down to the scene. You know, I raced down there thinking that a small plane had hit the first tower. We didn't know that it was a terror attack at the time, and when I reached the scene, police officers were stopping us. I couldn't get any closer than about a block away, and I looked up and saw both towers on fire. And I asked one of the police officers, what happened to the second tower? And she said, well, that's where the second plane hit. And that's when it struck me immediately that we were under attack, and I just had that awful feeling of dread and confusion and shock and anger. You know, from there it just got worse as the towers fell and everyone became covered in the dust and ash, and people responded and searched for survivors, and of course there were none, but in the towers. But John, it was an awful day, and it was a day of strength as well, and it's a day that none of us should ever forget. And I think that's one of the reasons we're all here today, to remind people of what happened, because it's so easy to look forward and not remember. But clearly, this is a day that no one should ever forget, John.
Yeah, David Lee Miller, we're looking at some of the pictures that your camera crew shot. Take us back to what you were doing on that day and how things have changed.
I was preparing to go to work, John, just like any other day. Suddenly we got a news report that a small plane had hit one of the towers, and then, of course, everything changed. And what makes this tragedy perhaps so different from other tragedies, such as perhaps an assassination and other terrible days in our country's past, is that reporters like myself and Rick and others who were down there, we have in our own minds, if you will, a timeline of events. This wasn't just a single event. It was a series of events culminating in a terrible, terrible tragedy. We first heard about one tower being hit, then another tower, then one of the towers collapsing. At first, John, many of us, myself included, thought that it was only perhaps even a partial collapse. If you listen to the sound clip, I talk about 3/4 of the debris falling. Our vision was obscured. It wasn't entirely clear at the moment what was taking place. Then in the timeline in my mind, there's another tower. The second tower also collapsed. And a series of events that ultimately led many of us to continue this timeline all the way across the ocean to Afghanistan, where I remember talking to many Afghans and trying to explain to them what had in fact happened. People in the street in Kabul, as we're there to cover the war and its aftermath. And many of them who we showed the pictures to looked at them with complete disbelief, John. They had no knowledge of what had happened, and they almost refused to believe that in any way people connected with their government had anything to do with this. And lastly, the timeline, if you will, for me, and I guess everyone, really continues, especially if you live in New York City, every day, especially if you live in Lower Manhattan, you look at the city's skyline and you see, John, it is not the same. It's never going to be the same again. And this is one of those tragedies that for many of us, especially, again, those of us who live here, every day we'll be reminded of that terrible day. It's a day that more Americans in an act of war died than since the Civil War. And the healing is going to take a great deal more before we are really ready to cope with this. Back to you, John.
Rick Folbaum, I know that we didn't know what was happening that day entirely, but we knew that everything was going to change.
And you knew that really immediately, as soon as the second plane hit, and it started to click in everybody's minds that this was not an accident, but rather a terrorist attack. Then you started to wonder exactly what was going to happen as the minutes and seconds unfolded right in front of you. And I remember arriving with my cameraman Adam Petlin and my sound engineer John Casala, and we were a block north on the West Side Highway watching these two towers burning. And the only thing that we were thinking of, how are they going to put the fires out? That was really what we were thinking of. No, it didn't even occur to anybody that these towers were going to come down, but rather how are the firefighters who we were talking to as they were walking down the West Side Highway towards the World Trade Center, how were they going to be able to do this job? And I interviewed a lot of those firefighters as they were marching towards, unfortunately, their deaths. They didn't know. I was asking them, who's in charge? What's the game plan? No one had any idea what they were going to do once they got there, but they were ready to go, and we just watched in disbelief. And of course, the one thing that I will never forget is the sight of the people who were in the towers who were faced with no other choice but to jump to their deaths rather than burn inside of those buildings. And that is the thing that haunts me, John, to this day.
As bad as those attacks were, they were intended to be worse. Of course, the heroes of Flight 93 brought that plane down before it could strike its intended target, believed to have been the Capitol building. Imagine what we would be looking at, talking about as a nation, probably still today, if the dome of the Capitol had been sheared off. And clearly that was the intention of the hijackers. They wanted to kill as many of our legislators as possible. And there's one of them, Senator Hillary Clinton. A great number of our elected representatives could have been killed in that attack. Catherine Herridge is on the phone with us from Pittsburgh. Catherine, now our national security correspondent. Catherine?
Yeah, I remember that day being in New York City and being at the hospital, and they had set up multiple triage centers out on the sidewalk expecting hundreds of wounded to arrive. And as the day wore on, we all had this very uneasy sense because, of course, the wounded were not arriving. And as I waited, I saw a firefighter who was walking north from the Trade Center site. And I remember his expression because of the look of shock in his eyes and also a sense that the life had just been sucked out of him. And I asked him, what is going on? And he said, I don't know, but 40 of my men are missing. And that was really the first sign I had personally that so many of the firefighters and the police officers and the Port Authority officers had been lost in the collapse. And I think my other abiding memory from that day is the gray ash that had spread over lower Manhattan like a light snow. And I remember when we woke up that morning, it was a crisp autumn day, but as you got near the Trade Center, it became dark, and the sun was blocked out by the ash and the smoke. It was like twilight. And in the days following the attack, I met a woman who had come in from Chicago. Her sister had been on the top of the World Trade Center for a breakfast meeting. And I asked her what she was doing as she was sweeping the ash off the cars in lower Manhattan into a shoebox. And she said to me, my sister was in the top of the Trade Center, and I know that she's dead, and I know we will never have a body because it was incinerated in the inferno, so I'm collecting the ash to take it back to my family. And it was those very personal stories that have always stayed with me. Love you.
Catherine Herridge, Rick Folbaum, Rick Leventhal, and David Lee Miller. Thank you.
Martin John Coughlin.
John Gerard Coughlin.
Timothy J.
Of course, terrorists also struck at the financial heart of our nation that day. Wall Street was shut down, costing some $400 million in losses. And the financial community took a heavy toll in lives lost as well. 2 investment firms lost nearly 1,000 employees when the towers collapsed. Today, the NASDAQ won't hold its normal opening bell ceremony. Instead, the MarketSide Tower in New York's Times Square will broadcast the entire ceremony taking place right now at Ground Zero. The New York Stock Exchange also remembering the day, holding a moment of silence from 9:29 a.m. until the ringing of the opening bell at 9:30. You can hear more about the impact and where we are today in a special presentation of Your World with Neil Cavuto live from Ground Zero. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today. The host of that program, Neil Cavuto, joins us now live. Neil?
Hey, John. I think it's interesting to point out as we remember what obviously emotionally was going through our minds at that time. The financial world was also shaken to its core, as you indicated. So many firms that were directly affected by what happened then. As you know, the market never opened up on Tuesday, September 11th. It would not open up until the 17th. And soon after that, it would fall off significantly, lose about 1,500 points. At its low, it got down to 8,200. Just in retrospect, keep in mind that the Dow is close to 11,400 today. So if you had to think about what was possible then and all the doom and gloom talk that we would enter not only a very long recession, if not depression, but that people would stop shopping, people would stop hoping, the economy itself would just stop, period. You really have to look back and find utterly remarkable the comeback we experienced since then. Now, the Federal Reserve, as you know, John, at the time did a great deal to make sure what was a slowdown wouldn't turn into an outright outright depression. Interest rates went to an unheard of low of 1%. That created what ultimately became a housing boom, something that's in a bit of question today. The stock market's still waiting to get a sense of how wide and far that housing slowdown in recent times will go. But keep in mind, had it not been for very vigilant federal officials, some say had it not been for those interest rate cuts, had it not been for tax cuts that were in the system already, what certainly could have been a devastating reaction to the events of 9/11 were very, very, very different. We're waiting to hear a moment of silence here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and something NASDAQ's honoring as well. All right, the opening bell for trading now. Very different world, of course, 5 years ago. They never got to this point. The stock exchange was shut down, didn't open up that day, and didn't open up until the 17th. And when it did, as you know, it went into a near free fall over a couple of days, losing about 1,700 points, as I indicated, but then came roaring back later in the year amid signs that the economy was not so adversely affected. You know, there are a lot of people, John, who argue that there's a terror premium built into oil prices today, that they wouldn't be so high today if it were not for the constant fear that terrorists will strike again. Some have even said it could be as much as $20 a barrel. I'm not smart enough to know whether that's right, but that the terror premium is probably out there. Similarly, we should point out that many argue the stock market would even be higher today if not for the constant threat of terror today, that the multiples for stocks today in the market are much more conservative than they were back on 9/11, yet the market is not really poised to reflect that. In other words, companies do well, they're making a lot of money, they're doing very well collectively, but it's not quite reflected in their stock prices, which is why some market bulls say, even at these levels, this market is undervalued. Again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. Bears will disagree with that, but the fact of the matter is that the valuation of this market is fairly cheap by historical standards. So when you look back at something that occurred 5 years ago, which was meant to certainly hit us financially, it did initially. What surprises me so much, John, is that hit was so short-lived. I mean, I can distinctly remember reporting at the time some of the analysts and the like who were saying, well, we were going to go into this multi-year funk, that people wouldn't be shopping, and that it would be a bad period for everyone considered. As you can see, Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney at ground zero right now. But we had very different reactions. The American people were a lot more resilient than anyone had considered, and the economy came back roaringly. Back to you, John.
It is a great country. Neil Cavuto, thank you, and we will look for that special 4 p.m. Eastern time today as you look back on the effect on the markets and really our entire financial system of the 9/11 attacks. There's the Vice President and the Defense Secretary who recently underwent a round of shoulder surgery. They are marking at the Pentagon the moment that Flight 77, American Airlines Flight 77, crashed, slamming into the Pentagon, killing 184. Rick Leventhal, our correspondent, has a special guest for us now. Rick?
John, it would be difficult to imagine any agency that sacrificed more on 9/11 than the New York City Fire Department, which lost 343 firefighters in a single day. Kevin O'Brien survived 9/11, but you lost so many. How do you cope?
Well, we Firemen are a unique group of people. We kind of help ourselves. We talk about it. We bond together. I mean, right down below here, we have firemen from all over the world. I just spoke to firemen from France. We have friends with us from Chicago, L.A., all over the country. That's what we are. We're a brotherhood now, and I kind of think that 9/11 brought that on and brought us more together than ever before.
I'm guessing that you live with this every single day. You can't ever forget. But how difficult is this day in particular for you?
This is a very somber day for us, but we try and reflect on our brotherhood with our other firemen, and we tend to take care of them and give them information that they're looking for. And it's become very important to all of us to never forget, and that's our goal. I mean, not just today, but every day.
You were there, arriving on scene just as the tower was falling. I believe the second tower.
I arrived into the rubble of the South Tower, and just as I got into it, the North Tower fell, and everybody talks about the dust and everything that was going on there, but it wasn't really dust. It was like a cloud. It was a wall, and it made listening very difficult, like walking in a snowstorm. And I did hear the building coming down. I couldn't run. I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere if I ran, and it just missed me. It just didn't come on me, didn't come in my direction. Right after it stopped, I wanted to get out of there, trying to breathe, trying to get some clean air, and I passed by a fireman. I saw it struggling to get up. He was fine, but he was just struggling to get up, and I stopped, and I walked over and grabbed him and helped him up. It was my best friend, another fireman. He's a lieutenant in 217, Tom McGough. In fact, I'm godfather of his daughter, and he's godfather of mine, and it was just ironic. I happened to pick him, and he just looked up at me and said, "Are we in hell?" And Tommy lost 2 members of his company because he was a lieutenant, so he was just hell-bent on finding these 2.
But we weren't in hell. We were in New York City, and it was unthinkable, Kevin. That day was unthinkable, that not just that the towers would be hit, but that they would collapse. How were you able to maintain your composure, and you and your fellow firefighters do your job that day?
It was more of we're doing our job. I mean, we were just hell-bent on finding people.
Kevin, thank you so much for being with us. John, we're going to toss back to you.
As we continue to look at the situation at Ground Zero, where the memorial services are underway, we also want to take you back to the Pentagon, where the Vice President and the Defense Secretary are preparing to mark a moment of silence, the moment when American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon.
At 9:37 a.m. on September 11th, 2001, the Pentagon was attacked. Please join me in observing a moment of silence to remember those who perished. You may be seated. Find rest, O my soul, in God alone. My hope comes from him. He alone is my rock and my salvation. He is my fortress. I will not be shaken. Trust in him at all times. O people, pour out your hearts to him, for God is our refuge.
Please stand and join in singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword.
be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Peter Pace.
It's a very distinct honor for my wife Lynn and I to be part of this observance this morning. To Vice President Mrs. Cheney, to Secretary and Mrs. Rumsfeld, to Secretary and Mrs. England, Secretary Mrs. Harvey, Secretary Mrs. Winter, Secretary Mrs. Wynne, General Myers, Mrs. Myers. Thank you each individually and collectively for giving us a mission that is worthy of our armed forces and for giving us a leadership and steadfast support that makes it possible to carry it out. Today is a day of remembrance and recommitment. We certainly remember the 184 citizens of our country who died on this ground today, and their families, many of whom are with us today. There are no words that can soothe your pain, and no way that we can truly understand all the sacrifice that you have made. We hope in some way that this remembrance today and the ceremonies like it all over our country will tell you that we are with you, we will never forget. Since that day, some 5 years ago, over 1.3 million Americans have served our country in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in the Gulf region. None of them wanted to die for their country, but all have been willing to do so. Today, on this 5th anniversary of the attack, the number of U.S. servicemen and women who have willingly sacrificed their lives for our freedom is approaching the number of our fellow citizens who were murdered that day here at the Pentagon, in New York, in the sky over Pennsylvania. We will never forget them. It is my privilege as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, joined today by the Vice Chairman, Admiral Jim Bastiani, the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Mike Mullen, the Chief of Staff of the Army, General Pete Schoonmaker, and several of our combatant commanders, to recommit to each of you and to the American people that the 2.4 million Americans, active guard and reserve, who wear the cloth of this nation today, recommit and promise you that we have one very simple message for our terrorists, those who would seek to prevent this kind of a gathering, those who seek to change our way of life. And that simple message is this: not on our watch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Jonathan Frusti, Executive Director, Armed Forces Chaplains Board.
As we mark that moment at the Pentagon where American Airlines Flight 77 slammed into the headquarters of our nation's defense, A little bit of breaking news. There is word that out of United Airlines that a United Airlines jet flight 351 from Atlanta to San Francisco has been diverted to land in Dallas right now. We don't know any more information about why that plane was diverted, why the pilot decided to land at Dallas, but United Airlines flight 351, it's an Airbus 319, has been diverted to the Dallas International Airport after taking off from Hartsfield in Atlanta. When we get more information about that Atlanta to San Francisco flight and what's going on there, we'll bring it to you. Now back to the ceremonies at the Pentagon, where the Vice President and the Chief and the Defense Chief are marking again the crash of American Airlines Flight 177, the flight that hit the Pentagon.
What will our children say? Let them say of me, I was one who believed in sharing the blessings I received. Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, I gave my best to you. Each generation, from the plains to distant shores, with the gifts they were given, were determined to leave more. Valiant battles fought together, acts of conscience fought alone. These are the seeds from which America has grown. Let them say of me, I was one who believed in sharing the blessings I received. Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
We have a little bit more information now on what's going on in Dallas, where United Airlines Flight 351 has made an unscheduled landing. The FAA is calling it a security incident. One guesses that there had to be a passenger or perhaps a group of passengers on board that flight, originally scheduled from Atlanta to San Francisco. A passenger or passengers who must have been acting up or acting suspiciously on the flight. Certainly if there had been any kind of suspicions when the plane was still on the ground, they never would have let it take off from Hartsfield. So once again, a United Airlines flight, an Airbus 319, flight 351 from Atlanta to San Francisco, is on the ground right now in Dallas because of what the FAA is calling a security incident. Of course, everybody's nerves get a little more on edge every year when the anniversary of 9/11 rolls around. This could be just a case of nerves, or it could be something more. But of course, everything changed in this country on that day 5 years ago. The way we fly, the way we subject ourselves to security screenings, and even the attention that gets paid to incidents that otherwise might have gone unnoticed. So once again, a United Airlines flight has been diverted to land in Dallas after taking off from Hartsfield International in Atlanta. It was intended for San Francisco. When we get more information, we will take you back there live. Now let's return to the Pentagon, where they are marking the terrible crash of American Airlines Flight 177 and the 184 souls who perished in that event.
Mr. Vice President and Lynn, thank you so much for being here on this important day. Members of the Congress, Chairman Pace and Lynn, members of the Joint Chief and Service Secretaries and senior department officials. Dick Myers, I see you there today. I remember working, working our way through that, that long, tragic day. Chaplains, thank you for your thoughts and remarks. I believe all the families and friends have lapel patches. Sort of in a double American flag, and we certainly welcome all of you and thank you for being here, and know that you are always in our thoughts and prayers. Five years have passed since our country was drawn into a war not of our making. And we all remember where we were that day, what we were doing. And we, of course, recall our president who stood in the rubble in lower Manhattan with a bullhorn vowing justice. And we recall members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats and independents, joined together on the steps of the Capitol, singing defiantly, God Bless America. And we remember the grief that we all felt for our countrymen, grief that soon hardened into resolve. 5 years ago, while much of the nation and the world mourned, our enemies celebrated. They sought to change the way we live and to undermine the trust that we have in one another, which is really the essence of a free society. On this 5th anniversary and on the anniversaries to come, we must ask ourselves, are they succeeding? Well, in many ways, the enemy's failing. Americans are not an intimidated people. Americans have not stopped flying on airplanes. We can see that this morning. And Americans have not stopped working in skyscrapers or here at the Pentagon. Many of the terrorists who have not been killed or captured are on the run. They have lost their sanctuary in Afghanistan. They've lost a supporter in Iraq that was paying the families of suicide bombers $25,000 each. But they still try every day to convince us to doubt our prospects, to distrust one another, and to believe that the battle against them cannot be won or is not worth the cost. Americans have shown throughout our history that we can meet any challenge if we have the will to persevere, and if we understand with clarity exactly what would be at risk were we to fail. Today we remember all of those who lost their lives, not only on September 11th, but in the struggle we've faced against extremists now for more than 2 decades. The 241 Marines killed in Beirut, the sailors on the USS Cole, the airline passengers flying over Lockerbie, Scotland, subway riders in Madrid and London, and the children going to school in Beslan, Russia. And we remember each of those who came to work here at the Pentagon on that bright September morning, but did not come home. And we remember the men and women in uniform who have stepped forward to serve our country and have lost their lives in our defense in the 5 years since. The highest tribute we can pay to them is to commit ourselves to doing everything possible to fight the extremists wherever they are, to making every effort to stay united as a country, and to give our truly outstanding men and women in uniform all that they need to succeed. And I must add, to always give our troops the benefit of the doubt. They deserve it. Today, let us pledge to do just that, and let us be grateful to be led by a president who recognizes clearly the challenges before us, and a courageous vice president who has stood with him in this time of testing for our country. I've known Vice President Cheney since so many years ago. I know how much he cares about the men and women in uniform, who he led so ably as Secretary of Defense, and I know how deeply he felt the wound that was inflicted on our country 5 years ago today. And I value greatly his resolve and indeed his fierce determination to bring our enemies to justice and to keep the American people safe. It's an honor to present the Vice President of the United States, Richard B. Cheney.
Mr. Secretary, General Pace, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. 5 years ago, September 11th, forever ceased to be an ordinary date on the calendar. So we gather once again to recall events that still have the power to move us, and always will. And we honor the men, women, and children whose lives were taken so suddenly and so coldly here at the Pentagon, at the World Trade Center, and on a field in Pennsylvania. We remember all that we saw and heard and felt on that Tuesday morning, and also how much the world changed on the 11th of September, 2001. 9/11 is a day of national unity. The memories stay with all of us because the attack was directed at all of us. We were meant to take it personally, and we still do take it personally. The ones who were lost had begun that day just as you and I did, as free citizens of a peaceful country. They were busy with life. They had people who cared about them, people who depended on them, people who loved the sight of their face and the sound of their voice. They were unsuspecting of danger and undeserving of their fate. Each one of them had hopes and plans for the future. All of that was taken away by the wicked plans of a few men. I will always remember leaving the White House after nightfall on September 11th. From a helicopter along the Potomac, we saw the scene of the crash, the lights pointed at the Pentagon and the smoke that had been rising since early that morning. What happened here at 9:37 a.m. on September 11th challenges anyone's powers of description. Perhaps no one expressed it better than an Army lieutenant colonel who was here that morning, attempting to rescue others. It was all, as he put it, so cheap, dirty, and senseless. When the alert was sounded at the Pentagon, this space was filled with emergency vehicles and a combat air patrol circled overhead. Inside, civilian and military personnel were helping each other through the smoke and the darkness. On Route 27, a priest hurried from his car to give comfort to the wounded and to pray with them. From 2 miles away, an Army Chief Warrant Officer, whose wife worked in this building, saw the fire and ran to the rescue. He joined in the rescue effort and stayed in the work, even after learning that his wife could not possibly have survived. We know of these and so many similar acts of courage and kindness on that terrible morning. Other stories we will never know. Surely men and women here and aboard Flight 77 were in their last moments holding and comforting one another. And when we think of them, it will always be with a special feeling of empathy and sorrow. We will always understand the pain of their families, and our nation will forever look with reverence upon their place, this place where their lives ended. On September 11th, Americans also had a glimpse of the culture of the Pentagon, and we saw a great deal to make us proud. Suddenly, our nation was at war, and the switch to a war footing here was immediate. A witness said, "My most vivid memory of that day is the sea of khaki Navy uniforms, doing what we were trained to do.
5 years from the date
Fight the fire,
of the attack that
find your
changed our
shipmates."
world.
Everyone seemed to rush forward to help. Minutes after the attack, Marines had organized a watch outside. The Secretary of Defense himself helped carry out the wounded. Within hours, the first meeting was held to review military options. When that giant flag was unfurled here, it rallied the country. And everyone was reminded how fortunate we are every day to have the men and women of the Pentagon on duty for the United States of America. In these 5 years, we have needed you as much as we ever have. And since that day, there's a lot we've learned. We have learned that oceans do not protect us, and threats that gather thousands of miles away can now find us here at home. We have learned that there is a certain kind of enemy whose ambitions have no limits and whose cruelty is only fed by the grief of others. And in these years, we also found our mission: to defend America against a present danger and to offer a democracy and hope as the alternative to extremism and terror. As President Bush has said, this nation has defeated tyrants and liberated death camps, raised the lamp of liberty to every captive land. We have no intention of ignoring or appeasing history's latest gang of fanatics trying to murder their way to power. The war on terror has placed hard duties on our military and on the Department of Defense. You have done all our country has asked of you and more. And you know better than most that much hard work and sacrifice still lay ahead. Yet in the conduct of this war, the world has seen the best that is in our country. We have shown that Americans are a resolute people, clear in our purposes, steady in difficult tasks. We have answered violence with patient justice. We have liberated whole nations from dictatorship, stayed beside them on the path to democracy, and lifted the sights of millions to a future beyond tyranny and terror. This struggle is fierce, and it will be lengthy, but it is not endless. Our cause is right. Our will is strong. This great nation will prevail. At every turn in this battle for our freedom and security, Americans will persevere with courage and with honor. We will never forget the day the war began, or the way the war began. Our thoughts remain with the victims of 9/11. Our prayers remain with the families left behind. May they find comfort in the deep respect and compassion of their fellow citizens, and may God watch over the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and direct your attention towards the Pentagon for the District of Columbia Fire Department Emerald Society Pipes and Drums.
Lauren Catuzzi Grancolas. Wanda Anita Green. Donald Freeman Green. Linda Gronland. Kristen White Gould. Richard Guadagno. Leroy Homer. Toshiwa Kuge. Cece Lyles. Hilda Marson. Waleska Martinez. Nicole Carol Miller. Louis J. Nackey II. Donald Peterson. Jean Hoadley Peterson. Mark Rothenberg. Christine Snyder. John Telogny. Honor Elizabeth Wainio. Deborah Welsh.
Dreams, too, inspired by our heroes' liberating strife. Bless, O Lord, bless us with hearts and wisdom and courage capable of loving others and country more than self, and mercy more than life. Stir us to know your will, and assist us in overcoming evil with a goodness that finds its beginning and end in you. Watch over us as we face the challenges associated with our days, and arouse in us a dedication to maintain faith with those who stood the watch before us. Enwrap us in your consolation, and grant your protection to those who on our behalf enter this day into harm's way. And now, gracious Lord, lift your countenance upon us, bless us with your favor, and grant us your peace. Amen.
Please join in the singing of America the Beautiful.
This is John Scott back with you live from Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. You've been watching the ceremonies at the Pentagon with the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense marking the moment when American Airlines Flight 177 slammed into the Pentagon. You also heard some of the reading of the names at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the heroes of Flight 93 brought that United aircraft down into that empty field, preventing it from slamming into its intended target, believed to have been the Capitol building. Joining us now, Britt Hume, the Fox News Washington managing editor and the host of Special Report. Britt, we've been playing some clips of our coverage from that terrible day 5 years ago, and when you said something to the effect that everything in this country was going to change as a result of that day, you were absolutely correct, but I don't imagine even you knew how much things were going to change. 2 wars launched, and so on.
Remarkable change, John, and the striking thing about it is that as we sit here and watch these observances and experience, I think most of us anew the emotions we felt on that day 5 years ago, the striking thing is how, for all that has happened, and for all that has changed, how successfully this country has gotten itself back to a normal life. You know, a great many people have been expressing disappointment on this day that the sense of national unity and purpose that and political unity that emerged after 9/11 has gone and has been replaced by the poisonous partisan rancor that was so prevalent beforehand. But I think there's another way to look at that. That would not have been possible if America had not recovered so remarkably. Think of it, John. Think of what we've been through. not just the two wars, but we had an economy sliding toward recession when this happened. This further hurt it seriously, and yet the economy has come back. Unemployment is low once again, despite the advent of Hurricane Katrina and other storms that have taken together tremendous damage to the country. This country has been amazing in its response and remarkably able, despite all the disagreement over how it should be done, to fight this war on terror and these wars that have come out of that. It has been a remarkable performance, and one which in many ways is a reflection of what you heard some leaders today talking about, which is the strength and resolve of this country. People have just picked themselves up, the country has picked itself up and gotten on with it.
I think that certainly bears repeating, and it was also interesting to hear the Vice President in his remarks talking about the war against the people who did this to us being lengthy but not endless. He said, you know, holding that light out at the end of the tunnel that there will come an end to this battle against Al-Qaeda and the like.
Well, no doubt he believes that, and I guess most people do. Some people think that the only war that is being fought here is a war against Al-Qaeda, but as we've seen, of course, Al-Qaeda greatly diminished in terms of Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda, has other branches, and the worldwide terror movement has other units. Hezbollah comes to mind, and others. And this is probably going to be a long struggle to try to keep those forces at bay and eventually to defeat them or undermine them to the point where they simply collapse. But we're a long way from that. You know, the Vice President said in his remarks, John, that the war that began that day, meaning 5 years ago today, but of course that was when we decided we were at war with the terrorists around the world, but they had decided long before that that they were at war with us and had said so. And I think that this controversy over who was most to blame for not responding is kind of moot at this point, because neither the Clinton administration nor the Bush administration gave this the priority that it has since come to have. So I think that all of that is in our minds today as we look back and re-experience to some extent the extraordinary well of emotion that we all felt on that day, of horror and of grief and of pain and of love of our country, which I think spawned the American flags that suddenly were flying everywhere, on every car, from every building, and on every lapel. There's still some of that, but it's subsided.
And it certainly has. The events of that day certainly have changed the direction of the Bush presidency. We'll be hearing from the president tonight in that Oval Office address. What would you expect to hear?
Well, no doubt he will reflect on how far we've come and what we've accomplished. He will attempt, I'm sure, to get people to understand and believe, as he does, that the conflict in Iraq, which is now so unpopular, is a necessary part of the struggle to defeat terrorism. Whether he can successfully make that case, of course, remains to be seen, but that is the argument that he has been making, and one would certainly anticipate he would make it again. So, you know, John, it's interesting to be talking to you now, and I just wanted to say a word to you about what a steady voice you were 5 years ago on the air, and how deftly and capably you handled those duties. I was talking to you from this very chair when you and I were on the air, and I did my small part in that 5 years ago. And I remember thinking, what a good job you did it. I thought I might mention something to you might not have known, which was, at one point on that day, I had the program in one ear, and I had our news briefing line in my other ear. And Brian Wilson, who was over on Capitol Hill, called in at one point and said that they were evacuating the Capitol building because the reports from the Capitol Police were getting was that there was an unidentified airplane coming up the Potomac River at warp speed, and they thought it might be headed for the Capitol building. And he reported that, and I'm sitting here across the Capitol building just out the window behind me. And I remember thinking, oh boy, this is a little awkward, isn't it? And then I thought, you know, I'm a journalist. This is the kind of thing I've signed up for, and when the time comes, I need to be on my post here. And so I decided I would sit here anyway. And a little while later, my wife, who's the bureau chief here, Kim, came in the studio, and she said, we're moving you to another studio. And I made the same little speech I had just made to myself about staying here. And she said, no. We're moving you because if that plane hits the Capitol, we're going to need to have the shot. Oh. And so I moved.
It was a day that changed everything. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, thank you.
Thank you, John.
So once again, we will be hearing from the president tonight. He'll be making an address from the Oval Office, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Fox News Channel will, of course, carry that speech in its entirety live, and then we'll have Britt and some of the others talking about what the president has to say afterwards. Keep it here on Fox News Channel for that. Of course, it's difficult to forget the heroism of that day. Think about the heroes of the fire department of the city of New York who went marching up to those burning towers, you know, wearing their bunker gear, carrying hoses, intending to put out the fires. But of course, the buildings collapsed before they ever got a chance to do that. And at that moment, 343 members of the fire department died. The National Fallen Firefighters Foundation is giving support to the families of the victims of that day. Joining us now, the foundation's executive director, Ron Sarnicki. Ron, more than 400 children who lost parents on that day, just among the city of New York firefighters.
That's correct. Over 400 children lost a dad who was a firefighter in the World Trade Center that day. And that's created some significant impacts for their long-term care and support. And that's what the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation is doing, providing activities and group events that will let them kind of recover from that. We're working with the Counseling Services Unit, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of New York, and the American Red Cross to provide them long-term support and care to deal with that tragedy.
We think about, you know, the 5 years that have passed and events that have been marked in our own personal lives, but I mean, you have children there, for instance, who are going to college now, who don't have a parent to pay for that kind of thing. There are an awful lot of needs out there.
It is, and we provide scholarships to help them along with other foundations that do that support. The toughest part for them is those life experiences that they don't have their dad to share with. Just recently at our memorial in Emmitsburg, there was a note left by a young girl who was getting ready to be married. And it was a note to her dad just saying that, I know you'll be with me in spirit, I wish you could be there in person. But that's what the foundation tries to strive to do, to give all of our survivors, not only from 9/11, but across the country, all firefighters that died in the line of duty, an avenue to deal with the rebuilding of their lives.
We are looking at before and after photos right now on screen, photos taken from the spots where there was so much carnage on 9/11, and then, you know, as Britt mentioned, this country went about rebuilding, repairing some of the damage, and trying to repair lives. And I guess really that's what the National Fallen Firefighters Association, or Foundation, I'm sorry, is all about. What can people do if they are still inclined to make a donation or to help out your foundation? What's the best thing they can do?
The easiest thing to do is to go ahead and find out all about us on our website at www.firehero.org. And our foundation honors every firefighter across the country that's died in the line of duty. Long-term support to their family members. And the other piece is we have a new program that we initiated since 9/11 to help reduce firefighter fatalities across the country, called Everyone Goes Home.
That's going to be powerful work. Ron Sarnicki, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me here, John.
It was 1 minute before 10 a.m. 5 years ago that the World Trade Center South Tower came crashing down. Let's check in once again with Rick Leventhal. He is live here at Ground Zero. Rick?
And John, I was one of the many people who were in that cloud of smoke as that tower crashed down, and I remember the feeling of bewilderment, wondering what had happened, had the tower really collapsed, and how many people had been killed and how many people might be trapped. And one of the people who responded that morning was Ilya Zarakto, a New York City firefighter from Engine 36 up in Inwood, correct?
Ladder 36.
Ladder 36. And I'm guessing you, like many others, were greatly disappointed that you couldn't rescue more people.
It was terribly frustrating, yeah. We had actually, the group of firefighters I was with actually showed up about an hour after the last tower had went down, and there was really not much we can do, and that was terribly frustrating for us, walking around in this dust, trying to support each other through that time, but it was extremely frustrating, yeah.
The word that keeps coming to my mind is unthinkable. No one ever dreamed that not only would planes be hijacked and hit the towers, but that the towers would collapse.
Yes, it was horrific. You've heard it 1,000 times. it looked like a complete war zone. Everything in complete destruction, mayhem, smoke, fires. It was really difficult.
It was also difficult to get accurate information that morning. We kept hearing that there were people trapped, and that you were hearing, the firefighters and police were hearing cries for help, and were struggling to reach those people. Were you hearing the rumors, and were you hearing any potential sounds and signs of life in that rubble?
Yeah, we were hearing the rumors also that there are people trapped, and well, it was a safe assumption also. I mean, that's what we do, and we figured that there's got to be with the size of this disaster, we assumed and had to safely assume that there were people that needed help and that were trapped, and that's why the efforts, obviously until the day that we were here, until May and June, but those efforts the first few weeks were very intense.
People deal with grief in different ways. Are a lot of firefighters avoiding Ground Zero today?
Yes, everybody, September 11th has become, everybody deals with it in their own way. There are masses going on in different firehouses throughout the city. There's also a big service going on right now on 100th Street and Riverside Drive, which is the fire department memorial. And I personally wanted to come down to the Trade Center today. I haven't been here in 3 years, and I just wanted to come down for my personal reasons.
And Ilya, quickly, is there anything that you want people at home to think about and remember today?
In the weeks and the months following September 11th, the country was really had gotten very close. There were flags everywhere. People were holding hands and respecting each other and being very friendly. We've got to keep that going as Americans and patriots of this country.
Ilya Zarokto, New York City firefighter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John, it's a message we're hearing a lot of today, is that not only should we never forget, but we should, think about what happened that day and how best to respond and continue to respond, John.
Rick Leventhal at Ground Zero. Thank you, Rick, very much. Yeah, it is easy to get caught up in remembering the horror of that day, and there was plenty of it to go around, but there was an awful lot of heroism, perhaps best exemplified by the New York City firefighters who went trudging up those stairs, hoses thrown over their shoulder, bringing people down, helping people get rescued. And so many of those firefighters, 343 just from the New York City Fire Department, lost their lives. Dennis Smith is a former New York City firefighter and a board member of the 9/11 Tribute Center. Dennis, it's good to have you here.
Thank you, John. It's great to be here.
Again, people might look behind us and say, well, there really isn't much going on. There's widely publicized remarks about the pace of reconstruction at Ground Zero. But there is change coming, and there will be a memorial here.
I think so. I wrote a book recently about the San Francisco earthquake and fire in 1906. 28,000 buildings were destroyed in that fire, and they rebuilt the city in 4.5 years. So I would say that here, progress is being made. The people talk about this as just being a hole in the ground, but it is a pretty complicated hole, actually. And I wish they would have gone a little faster. They haven't, but they are still continuing, and I hold out great hope. One of the reasons I've been on the board of the Tribute Center over here on Liberty Street, sort of an interim memorial, is because I felt, rather than curse the darkness, that maybe we could light a candle, and that's what we did, for a little bit of money, less than $6 million. We built that very beautiful Tribute Center over there.
silence marking the time when the South Tower fell. The South Tower was the first one that was hit. Perhaps a sign that, well, there are brighter days ahead, obviously. Wynton Marsalis ending the moment of silence, marking the time when the North Tower collapsed. The North Tower, the first one hit. I may have said the South Tower a moment ago, but it was the North Tower that was the first one hit, but the last to collapse. The moment of silence now ended. Wynton Marsalis providing some music and a moment of joy for those who have come here on what's still a very raw and sad occasion. Taking a look at the images of so much grief, so much pain still etched onto the faces of those family members who have made their way down into what's called the pit, for lack of a better name. The pit where they have built a small reflecting pool. Family members have been invited down there to leave flowers and other mementos, reminders of the 2,749 people who lost their lives here at Ground Zero that day.
Hundreds of citizens from over 90 countries. The flags of those countries are located behind me today to represent our shared grief. And I know that there are members of the diplomatic corps who represent those countries are joining us this morning, including members of the diplomatic corps from very many nations whose citizens lost their lives on that day. The attacks of September 11th were the worst assault on the American homeland in our country's history. But they were more than that. They were an attack on the universal ideals of peace and liberty and human rights that civilized nations like ours embody and strive to uphold. The September 11th attacks were not only an attack on our people, but also on the noblest aspirations of all people. Indeed, the entire world grieved together with us. In cities and towns across the world, we saw an outpouring of compassion and solidarity. Governments called and pledged their support. Their citizens gathered supplies and sent relief to those in need. And where American travelers were stranded far from home, people across the globe embraced them as good neighbors and offered comfort and a kind word.
Condoleezza Rice, the
world
Secretary of
recognized
State, making remarks on this, the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, the attacks that changed so much in this country. They showed the worst of some of our enemies, and they showed the best in Americans. We thank you for joining us for our coverage today. Please remember that Neil Cavuto will be taking a look at the financial impact of all of this at 4 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon on a special edition of Your World. And tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the President will be addressing the nation once again on this, the 5th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. It's been an honor to be with you today. I'm John Scott. Thank you for joining us.
The clear lessons of 9/11. The fight against terrorism is global.
Natalie Janice Laston.
Gary Edward Lesko.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lesinski.
Jeffrey G. Latouche.
Charles A. Lorenzen.
Stephen James Laria.
Maria Lavash.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Laverty.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Long.
Robert Lawrence.
And welcome back, everybody, and good morning. I'm Jane Skinner here in New York. We're going to take a look at a live picture of what was once a soaring symbol, of course, of American economic power, rebuilding the World Trade Center site while also honoring the thousands who lost their lives there. As you probably know, has not been an easy process, because for everybody involved and for all Americans, it's obviously much more than a building that will be going up or a series of buildings. Charles Gargano knows all about the project. He has been intimately involved as Vice Chairman of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and he joins us this morning. Chairman, thank you for being here. We've been mentioning this morning that on the surface there isn't much to see there at the site, though we do know that progress has been made, though as we mentioned, not all of it has been easy progress. Update us, if you will.
Well, let me just say that you say easy progress, and I understand what you're saying, but Governor Pataki insisted that it be an open process. The first 2 years following September 11, 2001, the site had to be cleaned up. We had to repair the destroyed and many damaged subway lines. And then we had to go into planning. And the planning is not for today, not for next year, but for the next 100+ years. We have the greatest architect designing a terminal, train terminal. We have the greatest architects designing buildings. And we have a memorial that will be tremendous importance and to honor those who lost their lives.
And tell us, the highlight of it will be this Freedom Tower. We've seen pictures of it over the past 5 years. What is the expected date for that tower to be finished and for the series of towers around it?
Well, the Freedom Tower will be topped off in steel by 2010 and completed by 2011. The remaining buildings will be completed by 2012. The memorial should be completed by 2009. Of course, all of this design is all to focus on the memorial. The buildings will surround the memorial, but the memorial will be the focal point.
And you wrote over the weekend, Chairman Gargano, that this project, as you said, is not just building something. It was really important, as you mentioned, to get it right. When all is said and done, do you think you will feel as if we got it right?
There's no question about it. I think the open processing did bring about the best ideas and consensus about what we're doing. When you put it in proper perspective, this site right now is as large, just as small, 16 acres, is equivalent to downtown Baltimore. That's a large order of magnitude of a project. And it will be done right, and that's what everyone was working for. And we can see some of the things that are happening already in terms of rebuilding infrastructure, rebuilding parks around Lower Manhattan, and making it a 24/7 community. That's our mission, that's our goal, and that's what's going to happen.
And you, as you have mentioned, it's a huge space in terms, it's a very compact space, but in terms of office space, several million square feet, how about the commitments from businesses to locate there? How have they been coming in?
Oh, the commitments will be there. Look, World Trade Center 7, it was completed less than a year ago. There was a lot of pessimism about occupancy of that building. Right now, Silverstein Properties, the owner, tells us that it's 60% committed for already, and by the first anniversary of the building's completion, it will be 100% occupied. We have commitments for the Freedom Tower. We have commitments for Towers 4 already, and because of the rebuilding, because of the new infrastructure in Lower Manhattan, believe me, the market will be strong enough by the time these buildings are completed.
All right, Charles Gargano, who is Vice Chairman of the Port Authority, thank you very much. And as the nation today is pausing to reflect on 9/11, there is a stark reminder that the terror threat unleashed that day is, of course, still very real. A new tape from Ayman al-Zawahiri with more threats against Americans just released today. Molly Henneberg is live on the North Lawn of the White House to tell us what this tape contains. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Jane. The Commander-in-Chief, President Bush, is headed to Shanksville, Pennsylvania for a wreath-laying ceremony to honor those who went down fighting the terrorists on United Flight 93. This as Osama bin Laden's deputy releases a new tape saying that Al-Qaeda is looking to strike in the Persian Gulf and Israel. Ayman al-Zawahiri, the Egyptian-born doctor, is seen in the new tape sitting down, dressed in white. Of course, he goes after the U.S., saying America should be worried about its presence in the Gulf region, and says there will be, quote, new events in future days, quote, with Allah's permission and guidance. Zawahiri also blames 3 Arab states, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, for supporting Israel, he says, in its war against Hezbollah. He calls UN peacekeepers in Lebanon, quote, hostile to Islam, and urges Muslims worldwide to rush to aid their, quote, brothers in Lebanon and Gaza. Meanwhile, President Bush is paying tribute today to those who died in the terror attacks 5 years ago, and to those who heroically performed police, fire, and rescue duties. Mr. and Mrs. Bush spoke to first responders this morning at a firehouse in Manhattan. The group bowed in silence twice during the visit, at 8:46 and 9:03 Eastern Time, the precise times when the hijacked jets hit the World Trade Center towers. Here at the White House, also a moment of silence at 8:46. Vice President Cheney, Mrs. Cheney, and former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher walked out on the South Lawn and paid tribute to those who died in the attacks. Mrs. Thatcher had released a statement, according to British media, saying she was honored to be in America for this anniversary, and she said, quote, the heinous attack upon America was an attack upon us all. We'll hear from President Bush tonight. He's going to give an address from the Oval Office at 9 o'clock Eastern Time tonight. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Jane, back to you.
Molly, thank you. And of course, we'll be carrying that address live here on Fox. Joining us now this morning is Ambassador Stuart Eisenstadt. He is former ambassador to the European Union during the Clinton administration and chief domestic policy advisor to President Carter. Good morning, Ambassador.
Good morning.
You know, I think we're struck again today in watching all these events at different parts about just in how many areas we really have been feeling our way since 9/11. Diplomatically, where are we and where do you see us going from here? What kind of changes will be made? What have we learned, I guess, in the last 5 years, diplomatically?
Well, diplomatically, the major change since 9/11 has been making the focal point of all diplomacy worldwide the fight against Islamic terrorism, and that's taken at least 3 dimensions. The first has been unparalleled intelligence sharing, and this has allowed the interdiction of major terrorist cells throughout Europe and other places in the world. Second has been diplomatic efforts to freeze assets, and that's been very successful. The interdiction of terrorist financing has been done through diplomatic means. We've gotten a great deal of cooperation from banks, central banks, and others in Europe. And third is a more robust economic sanctions regime against terrorist groups like the Taliban, Hezbollah, and Hamas. All of these have been accomplished by making the fight against terrorism a focal point of our diplomacy in a post-9/11 world.
Have there been lessons? Those are successes, which I think people tend to forget those. I think there's so much criticism these days of our policy and where it's going, but it's important to remember those successes. When we look back, though, the last 5 years, have there been tough lessons, I guess, that we have learned from and will force our diplomacy to change in the coming years?
Yes, I think the toughest lesson we've learned is that in the first term, the Bush administration tended to focus its efforts on military action in a more unilateral fashion in Iraq and Afghanistan. In the second term, there's a recognition that diplomacy has to take a major centerpiece as well, so that in Lebanon, in Iran, in North Korea, in all of these areas, you're finding a much greater emphasis on multilateral diplomacy, building alliances, and the Europeans have responded. Iran is a good example where now a united European Union, U.S. diplomatic effort may produce a suspension of uranium enrichment in Iran. So I think one of the lessons learned is that we need allies in this fight. We need to build those allies across the board in terrorist financing, in interdiction, in intelligence, in economic sanctions, and yes, in military action as well. We cannot do it alone. And I think the world is responding. Europe is responding, and we have a much more united front than we did even a couple of years ago in combating terrorism in a multifaceted way.
So you feel, real quickly, that the will really is there on behalf of other nations?
I do. I think they still need to be pushed. They still need American leadership. They still need reminders. But the Madrid bombing, the London bombings have brought home to Europe the fact that it also is a target. And so I think we have much more cooperation now than we did even a few years ago, and that diplomacy, multilateral diplomacy, is much more effective, obviously with U.S. leadership, and that there is a concerted diplomatic, military, economic, financial effort by the West to combat Islamic terrorism.
Ambassador Stuart Eisenstadt, Ambassador, thank you so much.
Thank you.
President Bush is set to arrive in Pittsburgh at any minute now on his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The president will take part in a ceremony honoring the passengers and crew on United Flight 93. Keep it right here. We'll have more after the break. President Bush will be addressing the nation live tonight from the White House, 5 years after the 9/11 attacks. Will the speech be personal, political, some of both? Joining us now is the editor of the Weekly Standard and Fox News political analyst Bill Kristol. Bill, good morning.
Good morning, Jane.
The goal tonight, is it just pure reflection or something more?
I hope it's something more, Jane. I hope it's also a rededication to the cause of defeating the jihadists who attacked us on 9/11 and killed 3,000 Americans. You know, the mourning for the victims is appropriate, but we also have to remember that 9/11 was a day of heroism in New York and here in Washington, and especially perhaps on Flight 93, which crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, which the president's about to visit. I always think of Flight 93 as the kind of the event of 9/11. I mean, with all due respect, obviously, to everything that was done in New York and Washington, a bunch of Americans organizing themselves and fighting back against the jihadists who were attacking us. And I very much hope the president tonight, in addition to the appropriate mourning and sort of reflection, rededicates us to the cause of winning this war.
You know, it is a day that serves really to focus on, you know, I hate to use this term of a simpler time right after 9/11, but sometimes these days it does seem simpler. There was the bipartisan will really to fight back. The president, frankly, was quite popular. You know, some have suggested that there are politics all tied up in these remembrances and that it's impossible to avoid that.
Well, that's true, but I think he needs to make this the simple. All Americans should agree on the simple fact that we need to win this war. We need to not allow the terrorists who attacked us to have a victory in any manner, way, shape, or form. And we should go get bin Laden and kill him and get rid of Zawahiri and all of their allies. And we need to defeat and repel the jihadists elsewhere in the world who have killed Americans and others since that. And I don't think it's hard, actually, to unite the country on that. We can differ on tactics. We can differ on judgment calls. But this country believes that we need to win this war.
I wanted to point out to our viewers, you can see on your screen there before and after pictures from some photographs from the day of 9/11 and also just in the immediate aftermath. Bill, I wanted to ask you too, Vice President Cheney on Meet the Press yesterday for a full hour, you know, made a case that we often forget, the case for remaining positive, saying, you know, we haven't been perfect, but man, oh man, have we done plenty of things right in the last 5 years. Obviously, the most important symbol of that is that we haven't been attacked, but give credit where credit's due.
Well, not being attacked is important, but also winning the war is important. And to the degree there's been some loss of confidence in the president and his administration, it's not because we've made particular tactical mistakes. That always happens. People are worried that we're not winning the war against jihadism, that we're not doing everything we need to do in Iraq to defeat the horrible, bloodthirsty terrorists there, that we're not doing everything we need to do to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. So those are practical questions that we can debate and should debate, but the president, I think, really needs to remind the nation what we're fighting here. Utterly bloodthirsty jihadists who want to kill us. They killed us on 9/11. They continue to want to kill us. And we need to dedicate ourselves to a long war. We need to be patient. We need to be thoughtful. All of that. But above all, we need to win.
And Vice President, too, real quickly, Bill said this morning that he didn't see this battle as one of being endless, though at times it can feel like that.
I very much agree with that. It is going to be a long war. On the other hand, we shouldn't keep saying that over and over, because it's got to be a winning war. And the faster we can win it, the better. And we shouldn't resign ourselves to the notion that this is going on forever. We need to kill the jihadists before they kill us.
All right, Bill Kristol, Fox News political analyst. Bill, as always, we thank you very much. A reminder that President Bush will be addressing the nation tonight. Gets underway at 9 p.m. Eastern. Of course, you can see it here on Fox News Channel. And throughout the day today, our continuing live coverage, the 5-year anniversary of 9/11, we will have live pictures from all the different memorial sites. The President is expected in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a little bit later on this morning. We'll bring you more information from there when we come back.
Martin E. McWilliams. Rocco A. Medaglia. Abigail Cowles Medina. And my husband, Walter A. Matuza Jr., whom I love and adore.
I'm Rick Leventhal, live at Ground Zero, where the official 9/11 commemoration continues. President Bush is on his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania at this hour, where he will honor the heroes of Flight 93 who lost their lives back on 9/11. He will lay a wreath at that scene. And below us here at the edge of the pit in Lower Manhattan, more than 200 wives and husbands and loved ones of the victims are reading the names of those 2,749 people who lost their lives when the Twin Towers collapsed. It is a somber ceremony and a lengthy one. It will take several hours. 4 moments of silence have also been observed, marked also by church bells ringing across the city. Those moments of silence at 8:46 and 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time when the planes hit the buildings, and at 9:59 and 10:29 when each of the towers fell. The President and First Lady laid wreaths and reflecting pools here at Ground Zero yesterday morning. This morning they had breakfast at a firehouse on the Lower East Side with firefighters and police officers, where the President and First Lady also observed the first 2 moments of silence. We've heard remarks this morning as well from New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and New York Governor George Pataki and former Mayor Rudy Giuliani and New Jersey Governor John Corzine. If there was a theme marking the 5 years since 9/11, it's never forget. Never forget the lives lost that awful day. Never forget the heroism of the firefighters and police officers and first responders who risked their lives trying to save others. Never forget the courage, pride, and patriotism of all who volunteered and fought to defend our freedom and way of life and continue to do so. And never forget that there are enemies of this country still determined to hurt and kill Americans at home and abroad. If there's any group that this day may be particularly tough for, it's New York City firefighters who lost 343 of their own on 9/11. Many of New York's bravest who survived are here at the site, but many others decided not to come and are paying their respects privately. The ceremonies are expected to continue here at Ground Zero for roughly 90 minutes or so more this morning. Reporting live at Ground Zero, I'm Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
And certainly a solemn and sad day as we remember the events that changed America 5 years ago today. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jane Skinner. President Bush attended ceremonies throughout the day in New York City, as you heard there, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon, before he addresses the nation tonight from the Oval Office. We have Fox team coverage. It continues now with Kelly Wright, who is at the Pentagon. Molly Henneberg is at the White House. And we begin with Molly. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Jane. President Bush says he was approaching today with a heavy heart. Mr. Bush has landed in Pennsylvania now and now in Pittsburgh, and now he will make his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where he will attend a wreath-laying ceremony to honor those who went down fighting the terrorists on United Flight 93. But this morning, the President and First Lady were in New York City, and they observed a moment of silence at 8:46 and 9:03, the precise times when the jets hit the World Trade Center towers. They bowed their heads in that moment of silence, and the President and First Lady also listened to verses from the Bible and Amazing Grace. The President stood next to a door salvaged from a fire truck destroyed on 9/11. The president is paying tribute to those who died in the terror attacks 5 years ago and also those who heroically performed police, fire, and rescue duties. Mr. and Mrs. Bush greeted and thanked first responders this morning at a firehouse in Manhattan. Here at the White House, there was also a moment of silence at 8:46. Vice President Cheney, Mrs. Cheney, and former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher walked out on the South Lawn and paid tribute to those who died in the attacks. Mrs. Thatcher had released a statement, according to British media, saying she was honored to be in America for this anniversary, and she said, quote, "The heinous attack upon America was an attack upon us all." We will hear from President Bush tonight at 9 o'clock. He'll give an address from the Oval Office. The White House says it won't be a political speech, it won't be a call to action, but rather it will be a look at how 9/11, quote, reshaped the way we view the growing menace of the Islamist terrorist threat. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Jane, back to you.
Molly, thanks very much. And again, just a reminder, the president will be giving that speech from the Oval Office tonight at 9 Eastern. Of course, we will carry it live for you here on Fox. At 9:37 in the morning 5 years ago, it was American Airlines Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon, and that attack killed 184 people. This morning, the vice president spoke at a memorial service there. Kelly Wright is in Arlington, Virginia, with what the vice president had to say. Good morning, Kelly.
Jen, good morning to you as well. As we heard from our colleague Rick Leventhal there in New York, he talked about the theme of this 5-year commemoration of what took place on 9/11, how it struck us all. And the theme, as many of us have alluded to, is that never forget. Never forget the terrorists and never forget the pain that's inflicted on us. Here at the Pentagon today was the same type of theme, but also never forget our resolve. If you look over my shoulder, you see that the Pentagon is still standing. Everyone who came here today echoed that sentiment, that they have a resolve to stand against the tide of terrorism, to vanquish it wherever it exists, and to continue to be on a pursuit. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld saying that he remembers working his way through that long, tragic day 5 years ago. 5 years have passed since our country was drawn into a war, he says, not of our own making. We recall members of Congress joining on the steps of the Capitol, Democrats, Republicans, independents, standing together on those steps of the Capitol, all singing in unison, "God bless America." He went on to say the terrorists are seeking to divide us. Americans are not intimidated, not an intimidated people. He says we will still fly in airplanes, work in skyscrapers, and yes, even work at the Pentagon. Here's a sample of what Vice President Cheney and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld had to say to the people here today.
The highest tribute we can pay to them is to commit ourselves to doing everything possible to fight the extremists wherever they are, to making every effort to stay united as a country, and to give our truly outstanding men and women in uniform all that they need to succeed. And I must add, to always give our troops the benefit of the doubt. They deserve it.
We have no intention of ignoring or appeasing history's latest gang of fanatics trying to murder their way to power.
And something else that the vice president added to that, he mentioned that the war on terror is indeed a long one, but not an endless one. He says, quote, "Our cause is right, our will is right, and we will prevail." General Peter Pace, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, also said to the terrorists, "Not on our watch." Jane, that's the latest from the Pentagon. Back to you.
Kelly, thanks very much. United encouraged community and commitment. The family members of the heroes who died on United Flight 93 are remembering their loved ones today at the crash site in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. President Bush and the First Lady are on their way to Shanksville for some ceremonies today. They will be meeting privately with the victims' families at the crash site. The president is expected to arrive this hour in about 45 minutes or so from now. Flight 93, as you may know the story, was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco when the hijackers took over. That plane crashed after passengers on board rushed the cockpit. And in Afghanistan, American soldiers there have been remembering 9/11. The national anthem there you can hear playing while the flags were flying at half-staff. U.S. troops have been in Afghanistan for almost 5 years now, took the Taliban out of power. And that organization hosted Al-Qaeda leader and 9/11 mastermind Osama bin Laden. And as we're bringing you some pictures from that service, just some breaking news crossing the wires at this point, saying that in Kabul, in the capital of Afghanistan, an explosion has been heard in the last several minutes. It is not clear at this point what caused it, if there are any casualties, though you may remember hearing over the weekend the American military was pretty clear about warning that they had identified a suicide bombing cell that was operating in the city of Kabul, and actually 2 American service people were killed just a couple of days ago, they believe, by members of this cell. So again, it looks like no more information in terms of the bomb that was detonated. We're getting a little bit more now. If you'll hold with me here, I'm going to read this latest wire. Nope. Doesn't look like we're getting any more out of Kabul, but as soon as we get more on the explosion, exactly what caused it, if there are any casualties, we, of course, will bring it to you. And Tehran now, in other news, is attempting to head off international sanctions. It is offering now to temporarily suspend nuclear enrichment, but they say that would only happen after negotiations were to begin. Is that possible? Fox News correspondent Rudy Bakhtiar is live on the video phone in Tehran with what she's hearing from there. Good morning, Rudy.
Well, we have a little bit of a story here on our hands, Jane. Today we were in the middle of interviewing one of the heads of the leading opposition paper in Tehran. His name is Mohammad Atrianfar. When he got the call, basically telling him that his reformist paper was being shut down by the Press Supervisory Board of Iran. He hears it's due to this cartoon depicting 2 chess pieces, one in the form of a donkey, with a heading that states basically playing by different rules. That's the impetus for the shutdown. He believes that the government watchdogs have interpreted this cartoon as an insult to Iran's president, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. The official explanation, however, states for publishing articles insulting to religious, political, and national figures and fomenting discord in violation of the orders of the Supreme National Security Council. Now, the paper has been openly critical of the Ahmadinejad administration. Atrianfar says it is the people of Iran who are the main losers in this situation. Meanwhile, one of the largest banking organizations in Iran, Bank Saderat of Iran, is reacting to the latest move by the U.S., which shut down direct and indirect access to the U.S. financial systems for allegedly funding Hezbollah, Hamas, among other U.S.-designated terrorist organizations. According to a statement by Saderat Bank, all of its banking affairs, both its domestic and overseas branches, are fully conducted according to the international regulations. And though the U.S., they say, is eager to create problems in international transactions of Bank Saderat, given the extensive banking and information network of this bank, its international communication system, extensive banking exchanges with foreign banks, in particular, he mentions those in Europe, such a hostile attitude will not be effective. Back to you, Jane.
Rudy Bakhtiar in Tehran. Rudy, thank you. A new message today from Al-Qaeda's number 2, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He's urging Muslims on this tape to use every opportunity to take revenge on the United States. Also, new video of Osama bin Laden, possibly released by Al-Qaeda. It shows bin Laden meeting with men who could have been some of the 9/11 hijackers. Our Mike Emanuel is live at the Pentagon to kind of break all this down. Sounds like we're talking about 2 different tapes, Mike, and any areas of concern?
Jane, good question. U.S. intelligence officials say it is never surprising when Al-Qaeda releases a message close to a 9/11 anniversary. As you mentioned today, a newly released message from Al-Qaeda number 2, Ayman al-Zawahiri, calling on Muslims around the world to step up their resistance against the United States. Zawahiri also says the U.S. should not waste time sending in reinforcements to Iraq and Afghanistan, saying, quote, their fate is doomed. The video is 1 hour, 16 minutes in length and is dated September 2006. This is the 12th video message from Ayman al-Zawahiri this year, so videos from him are a pretty regular thing. U.S. intelligence officials call this a reminder from Al-Qaeda they are still out there, and they continue putting out their rhetoric. A U.S. counterterrorism official calls this part of a media blitz Al-Qaeda promised. The video makes reference to the recent conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. That suggests to U.S. intelligence it is fairly recent. Zawahiri also refers to the capture of Israeli soldiers. This comes after Al-Qaeda released more previously unseen footage of Osama bin Laden and other top leaders on Sunday. The tape was 91 minutes, consisting of 2 segments, with the first one being 55 minutes in length. Excerpts of this tape shown on Al Jazeera on Thursday, and Al-Qaeda promised to release the entire video on the internet. It's not clear when this tape was made or how soon before September 11th, 2001, the video of bin Laden was shot. Now, every time one of these tapes comes out, U.S. intelligence officials take a close look at them to see what may be learned, also to see if there are any particular threats to the United States or its interests around the world. Jane?
Mike Emanuel at the Pentagon. Mike, thank you. Well, obviously, U.S. security priorities have drastically changed since 9/11. We're going to take a look at that and also look at how global politics have evolved since that day. And somber ceremonies in New York City, Washington, D.C., Shanksville, Pennsylvania, all to mark the events of 9/11. The President and First Lady are on their way right now to Shanksville. We'll have their arrival coming up in about the next 35 minutes or so keep it here.
People want to kill us. Whether called Al-Qaeda, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, they're terrorists who want to kill all those who don't submit to their extreme ideology. Submit to a system where women have no rights, where innocent civilians are political pawns. Many seem to have forgotten the evil that happened only 5 years ago. They would cut and run in the Middle East, leaving Al-Qaeda to attack us again. Many times before 9/11, Al-Qaeda attacked America and we took little action. The first World Trade Center bombing, our embassies, the USS Cole. But after 9/11, we destroyed Al-Qaeda terrorists in Afghanistan and Iraq. Terrorists like Zarqawi, who want to kill us. Now we have narrowly escaped another 9/11, using proven surveillance that some would stop. The war on terror is a war for our country's freedom, security, and survival.
And welcome back. We are awaiting the president's arrival at the crash site in Shanksville, Pennsylvania this morning. He'll be attending some ceremonies there, honoring, of course, that heroism aboard United Airlines Flight 93 5 years ago today. President and First Lady will participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the site of the crash. That's coming up in just about a half hour from now. We'll bring it to you live. Well, 5 years after 9/11, our view, of course, of the world has changed. That's not an understatement. International relations have been shifting, sometimes quite dramatically. Where once America fought a Cold War, some of our old enemies are now our allies in this war on terror. Al-Qaeda's #2 made that quite clear in a new videotape. We have seen this just today, warning the United States that new terror attacks are in the works. So has the U.S. won any credibility, I guess you could say, from the Muslim world since 9/11? Joining us now is former Secretary of State Dr. Henry Kissinger. Doctor, thank you so much for being here. You know, we were speaking about in the break, we now know intimate details of countries, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the list goes on, that most of us couldn't have found probably on a map if you had paid us 5 years ago. How does that change the job of an American administration in this day and age and going forward, the job of a Secretary of State, the job of a president?
Well, when I was Secretary of State, we had one major enemy, and we could see everything, analyze everything in relation to Soviet nuclear power, and the threat we were worried about were units marching across borders. Now we have a multiplicity of centers from which attacks can come, and these attacks are not military forces, but they're small units that often live in our societies. And so you have a totally different nature of the threat and a different diplomacy that has to go with it.
What is the main difference in diplomacy?
Well, the main difference in diplomacy is that you have to act in a way preemptively. So you cannot actually prove these units that attack us are fairly fungible, and they can move around the world. So you need a diplomacy that ties a number of countries to your effort, and it isn't enough simply to build your own military forces. And sometimes these groups are on the territory of states that are basically friendly.
Mm-hmm.
You take Lebanon, what we consider a terrorist group there, the Hezbollah, actually has military forces larger than the Lebanese army.
It is amazing. You know, Donald Rumsfeld this morning in the Wall Street Journal wrote a piece that he talks about this battle for the hearts and minds in the Arab world, and he calls it a very public battle. Are we making progress in that battle? And is that battle even winnable?
The battle is not winnable in a very short term because it has also a religious aspect on the Arab side, not on our side. But I agree with Rumsfeld in the sense that on the one hand we have to stop the terrorists, and that's not a very neat operation. On the other, we have to be engaged in a long-term program to get on the same page with each other on philosophical and conceptual things. And that's a big challenge.
Dr. Kissinger, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought right there because we do need to get to one segment, but if you would stay with us, be kind enough to stay with us. We do have a couple more questions for you on this 5th anniversary. We do want to get to this story, though. Representatives from dozens of third world countries are ready to meet in Havana, Cuba. Many of them are wondering if the ailing Fidel Castro might actually show up. I'm going to go to Steve Harrigan now, who is available right now to us from Havana. Hi, Steve.
Jane, there could be as many as 50 world leaders on the island of Cuba this week. Among the 50, the entire lineup from whom President Bush called the axis of evil, the president of Syria, the president of Iran, as well as a high-level delegation from North Korea. Now, the real question here might not be who's here, but who's not here. All eyes watching the man who has ruled Cuba for the past 4 decades, Fidel Castro, to see if he's strong enough to take the stage during this week-long summit. Of course, last month, because of an undisclosed ailment, he had intestinal surgery. He shed 40 pounds and temporarily turned over control to his brother. Now there's been a real debate whether or not he will show, whether or not he will meet with any of these delegates. There is likely to be a lot of U.S. bashing this week. The delegates also likely to back Iran's nuclear program. Jane, back to you in New York.
Steve Harrigan live from Havana, Cuba for us this morning. Steve, thank you very much. And as we've been telling you this morning, President Bush is heading for ceremonies in Shanksville, Pennsylvania to honor those heroes of United Flight 93. We will take you there live when we come back. Also, we'll continue our discussion with Dr. Henry Kissinger. We'll be right back. Shanksville, Pennsylvania, you're looking at a live picture there where, of course, United Airlines Flight 93 crashed, killing everybody on board. The passengers, as you know the story by now, prevented an even more deadly attack in Washington, D.C. President Bush is due to arrive there just a little bit later on in this hour. We will bring his arrival to you live. And here are some of the stories we're following for you in real time this morning. A number of Latin American countries are issuing a united statement today. The 34 members of the Organization of American States are declaring their solidarity with the United States as people in the Americas remember 9/11. Astronauts are rolling up their sleeves. They're getting ready to start building onto the outpost in space. Construction there resuming after almost 4 years. The astronauts will be installing a truss and more solar panels. The panels will double the amount of power that the station can generate. And Bermuda is on the watch because here comes Hurricane Florence. The 65,000 people there are preparing for the worst. Hurricane Fabian killed 4 people in Bermuda back in 2003. Those are the stories we're watching for you right now. And on this 5th anniversary of 9/11, we continue our discussion with Dr. Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State, of course. Dr. Kissinger, I wanted to ask you what you thought, looking back the past 5 years, what the toughest diplomatic lesson we have learned is and how that'll affect the next 5 years.
I think we've learned that it's in our own interest to collect as many countries as we can to back us when we engage in a significant military operation, because the key to the military operation is not just what we do on the ground, but the diplomacy that follows afterwards. And also because so many of these countries are directly affected by the terrorist threat, so that they ought to be ready internally to face the consequences. They are no longer isolated actions that can be taken. I think that's an important lesson, and I think we've learned it.
Dr. Henry Kissinger, we thank you so much for your time this morning. Nice to see you. Well, the day America changed, of course, moments of silence today, remembering those killed on 9/11 at Ground Zero this morning. Each day, thousands of New Jersey commuters make the trip into New York City, and more than 700 people from New Jersey lost their lives on September 11th. Our next guest is the former governor, I should say, of New Jersey. She was governor for 8 years. Also, the former EPA administrator during 9/11, and she joins us now live. Christine Todd Whitman is here. Governor, thank you.
Good morning.
I want to ask you this first. You have come under fire as head of the EPA during 9/11 for not making it clear enough that the air at Ground Zero was a concern for the workers there. And some of the workers who are now sick say that they really had the impression that the federal government said the air was okay for them. And in fact, this morning on Fox, former Mayor Giuliani was here and said he recalls your statements about the air being safe. So we wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that this morning.
Certainly. Well, I always did say the ambient air in lower Manhattan was safe, because all the readings that we were getting from our monitors and what the scientists were saying was that the air quality in general in lower Manhattan was safe. But we never said on the pile was safe. In fact, every time we talked about it, I would always say, however, for the workers, they must wear respirators. EPA is the one that set up the wash stations. We were very concerned about the air quality on the pile where they were getting releases. But everything the scientists told us was what we communicated to the public. It was the most open communication. Within 6 days, there was a website giving readings from the monitors we had all around, tens of monitors around the city, in Staten Island, over in New Jersey. And fortunately for most people, those releases went up and then dissipated fairly quickly. But for those workers, there was never a question but that was bad stuff, and they needed to wear respirators.
Did you consider at the time at all making it even more clear than you felt you were making it, that you should make more of a push when you saw videotape of workers not wearing those respirators or hearing stories of them?
I would call our people every night when I looked at the news clips and say, what can we do? Unfortunately, EPA was not in charge of the site. EPA had responsibility for communicating what was happening. We provided as many masks as we had available, even though that wasn't our responsibility, but you have to do that when you see there's a need. But we didn't have the ability to enforce. And you can see the difference down at the Pentagon, where it was under the control of the Department of Defense. Somebody was in control. If anyone showed up at that site to work without a respirator, they were escorted off. Nobody took that responsibility at Ground Zero on that pile, unfortunately. We communicated with the people who we thought could do that. We certainly made our concerns known, but we at EPA did not have the authority to go in and force workers to use them. And they were cumbersome, they were hot. Those men and women were doing a job. They were trying to get to people. They were trying to save lives, and I can understand why they felt they didn't want anything that would slow them down. But on the other hand, they're paying a terrible price now.
Local officials have responded to your comments by saying, we were looking to the federal government for guidance. Was there perhaps a communication glitch there from your perspective, that it was that distinction between saying lower Manhattan seems to be okay, but if you're standing on that pile and working on that pile, that is not okay? Was that the message that just didn't get through?
It didn't. For some reason, I don't know whether people hear what they want to hear, but also in meetings, in private meetings, when EPA would be there with people who were going over what was going to be done on the pile that day, where they were going to be, they reiterated that message. And it's enormously frustrating, because I don't know how we could have done it better. Clearly, not everyone got the distinction, and yet it would have been wrong to have said that all of lower Manhattan was at the same risk as people on the pile, because that just wasn't what the monitors were telling us. It wasn't what the scientists were telling us. And even those who have looked back afterwards have not found long-term health implications from just lower Manhattan in general. On the pile, we're seeing what we feared might occur, and that's why we kept trying to say to people, you've got to wear these monitors.
Right. Christine Todd Whitman, former governor of New Jersey, also former EPA administrator. We thank you so much for your time this morning.
A pleasure.
Well, a live look again at Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The president and the first lady will be visiting the site shortly. 40 people were killed when United Flight 93 crashed there back on 9/11. We'll take you back there live when the president arrives. Should be in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Hundreds of family members of those aboard Flight 93 are gathered in Shanksville, Pennsylvania this morning. You're looking at a live picture there. After a moment of silence at 9:59 a.m., the names of the 40 passengers and crew were read aloud and bells tolled 5 years after that doomed flight slammed into the ground there in Shanksville. We are awaiting the president's arrival with the First Lady at the crash site. That's coming up in the next few minutes. We will bring that to you live.
Talks are proposed on North Korea. I'm Patty Ann Brown. The U.S. is proposing a meeting of North Korea's neighbors and other countries at the upcoming meeting of the UN General Assembly. South Korea's top nuclear diplomat says the group would discuss North Korea's missile and nuclear programs. He made the announcement after talks with the chief U.S. nuclear negotiator, Assistant Secretary of State Christopher Hill. A meeting of concerned nations could increase pressure on North Korea to rejoin six-party talks aimed at ending the communist country's pursuit of nuclear weapons. A United Airlines jet was diverted to Dallas this morning after an unclaimed BlackBerry was found on board. The Transportation Security Administration says there's no indication the handheld computer was being used as an explosive device or trigger. The TSA says the San Francisco-bound jet was diverted as a precaution. The agency also says an unidentified backpack was removed from the jet before it left Atlanta. The space shuttle Atlantis has successfully docked with the International Space Station. The Atlantis astronauts will be installing a 17.5-ton truss segment for the space station. It includes 2 expandable solar power wings. They'll start the installation work tomorrow with 3 spacewalks. And Pope Benedict XVI travels to Bavaria to visit a city known for its religious shrines. The Pope flew by helicopter from Munich. Thousands of people lined the route of the Pope-mobile as church bells pealed, welcoming the 79-year-old pontiff. Later in the day, Pope Benedict plans to visit his nearby birthplace. And those are some of the stories Fox is following. I'm Patty Ann Brown.
Just about 4 minutes past the bottom of the hour. Time to say good morning to Bill Hammer. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Jane. Good morning to you. And what a day it is already today. A day to remember the events that changed America. President Bush right now on his way to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. United Flight 93 hijack crashing there, killing 33 passengers and 7 crew members on board. The president expected in less than 30 minutes, and we'll get you live there in Shanksville when he arrives. A bit earlier today, making a visit to a firehouse near Ground Zero. As you watch the live picture continue to stream in here, thousands going to the place the towers once stood. The day of the attacks, Fox correspondents all over New York, all over the country that day. Rick Leventhal was at Ground Zero reporting there as it all unfolded. And Rick, we welcome you back to our coverage here. I keep going back to the sheer numbers of family members who turn out in Lower Manhattan. Every day for this year, for the past 5 years going. I remember year one specifically when the city expected maybe 7,000 family members, and well over 25,000 turned out. I don't know what kind of numbers you're seeing again today, but clearly it's a moment of magnitude and great deep feeling for these family members to come back to that place that once held their loved ones.
There's no question about it, Bill, but I got to tell you, in that first year and the second year, the crowds were a lot larger, I think, than they were today. I have not heard a crowd estimate, but I can tell you just from looking down there, and I've discussed this with some of my colleagues, it doesn't seem as if as many people showed up this year, and there's no question that everyone is observing this day in their own way, and there's no question that every single family member will never forget what happened on 9/11. And I spoke to a couple of firefighters, and they told me that, in fact, many of their brothers have not come down to Ground Zero today and didn't want to go to some of these memorial events that were scheduled today, but were observing in their own fashion. And I think anyone could understand that. There are very deep wounds that were inflicted on 9/11, and those wounds still exist, and people choose to deal with their grief in different ways, Bill. And there's certainly a significant crowd here, but not nearly as large as in years past.
You know, Rick, while you're talking there, we're looking at some videotape from 5 years ago that was with you, featuring you and some of our other Fox correspondents on that day. You literally went running down to Lower Manhattan that day, and you were soon engulfed in smoke and ash. And, you know, we talk so much about the health problems. Do you have any?
Not that I know of, which I'm very grateful for, but I wasn't in the pit like so many of these construction workers and firefighters and police officers were day after day. They kept the journalists back quite a ways. Certainly in the first few hours after the incident, we began getting pushed back block after block. We moved several times that day. And if I could, I want to show a piece of tape. You know, we raced down to the scene. I met up with one of our Fox engineers, Pat Butler, who set up the satellite truck just 4 blocks from Ground Zero. And he had strung out cable and plugged in a camera. And then we stood there and saw this 400-foot cloud of smoke coming right at us. And if we had that tape, I just would like to refer to that and show that and remind viewers what it was like as we saw that first tower come down.
We see this big jet, like a 737 or a 720.
It was a 757?
About that. It was a big jet.
Yeah.
We saw it come just looking like it's sideways. At first, we thought it was just going to try to miss it. Bang! Right into the middle of it, like around the 70th floor. And then a half hour later, we see the second one bang into it. We're on the roof of it. We're a block away. I mean,
what's going through your mind when you see this happen?
You see bodies flying out of the sky, and you can't do nothing about it. You tell me. You tell me what you think. I mean, my heart's in my mouth. I mean, I pray for these people. There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean.
Well, that was Artie Foreman, a construction worker, a different piece of video, but obviously equally compelling. It was very difficult, Bill, to stop and talk to people that day because, you know, I didn't want to ask the questions, and a lot of people didn't want to talk for obvious reasons, but a lot of people did, and they had the most gripping, most awful stories to tell of what they witnessed, and you know, I had very few follow-up questions because the things they were telling me were so incredible and so awful that I was left speechless.
Next, I want to ask you about the impressions you're gathering down there about a memorial site, about reconstruction under that 16-acre site in Lower Manhattan, too. So we'll tap into that next time we talk. Thank you, Rick. Rick Leventhal at Ground Zero.
Well, there's a moment of silence at the opening of the markets this morning after the attacks. You may remember the markets closed for the rest of the week. They reopened on September 17th, down about 700 points. Today, trading is down, but we are also close to a record high on Wall Street. Fox News business correspondent Dagan McDowell is live in New York. Talk about resilience, I guess, Dagan, looking back 5 years.
That's right. We can't say that word enough, Jane. Wall Street, along with the rest of the country, remembering all the lives lost 5 years ago today. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange starting the trading day with a moment of silence, both just blocks away from where the Twin Towers once stood. The Nasdaq stock market doing the same 1 hour later at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, marking the fall of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Terrorists tried to take down the world's financial superpower, striking our financial center and the heart of American capitalism. And the markets were shut down for 4 trading days after the attacks, the longest stretch since the Great Depression. Wall Street bravely went back to work the following Monday, but panic selling did set in once the markets reopened, the Dow diving almost 1,400 points in 5 days. But Wall Street came fighting back, rallying back. The blue chips today more than 3,000 points higher than the low hit right after the attacks, despite wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and continuing terror threats. Al-Qaeda did want to cripple our economy, but failed. This country came out of a recession just 2 months after the terror attacks. The U.S. since then has created 3.7 million new jobs since 9/11 and added $3 trillion to our economy. Today also a day to remember our strength and resilience. And Neil will be doing just that with a special Your World at Ground Zero today. One extraordinary guest, John Duffy, a financial executive who not only lost his son in the World Trade Center, but 2/3 of his firm's employees. That amazing story and many others. Jane, back to you.
Dagan, I want to ask you a quick question before we let you go. Just crossing the wires today, out of OPEC, they deciding to leave the current production targets unchanged. Is that a surprise at all?
Not a surprise. That was expected, but OPEC also saying that it will vigilantly monitor falling prices. Oil is down more than $10 a barrel. It's down more than $1 today. It's at about $65 a barrel. Just in July, we were at more than $78 a barrel. That's the all-time high. So OPEC doesn't want oil to fall too far too fast because that's how it makes all its money. But it is falling indeed.
Dagan, thanks very much. Bill?
In a moment here, have a look at ceremonies at the Pentagon earlier today, where Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld were there today, remembering the lives lost 5 years ago on this date.
And certainly one big change since 9/11. Airport security is much tighter than it was 5 years ago, but is enough being done to prevent another airline terror attack? We're going to take a look at that.
Also, another reminder live in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. A few moments away now, the President and the First Lady will arrive there. And we will take you there live to a wreath-laying ceremony moments away, and we will not miss a minute of that either. Back in a moment here, September 11th, 2006. Live picture from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's Senator Rick Santorum there on the far screen. At this time, 5 years ago, you had a smoking crater nearby, burned trees on the horizon, a silence throughout the area of that field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, just east of Pittsburgh. The President, the First Lady, set to arrive any moment now. That wreath-laying ceremony will get underway, most likely within the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes of the outside shot. So we will be there and waiting, and we'll bring it to you live in a moment. Shanksville, Pennsylvania, our next stop live today on September 11th.
Well, some weather news for you now. Florence at this time. The hurricane is barreling toward Bermuda at this hour. It's packing winds about 80 miles an hour. Let's check in with Foxcaster Chris Knowles, who is in the Weather Center with the details. Chris?
Hi, Jane. Here's what the storm looks like now on the satellite picture. It has gained a little bit of strength. Winds are at 90 miles an hour. We don't expect it to get any stronger as now it's making its way around Bermuda. You know, Bermuda lucked out a little bit from the storm. Believe it or not, the eye of the storm passing just to the west, about 50 or 60 miles within the island chain. That is the good news. The bad news is it's such a large storm. They've been pounded since last night by first the tropical storm winds and then hurricane force winds. We have had reports of gust on the island, 79, 80 miles an hour and above. So you've really gotten hit hard. Now, Bermuda has a very strong building code there. A lot of the buildings are very well built. Most of the power lines underground, not nearly as bad as the storm that hit them a few years ago. But again, the storm now passing just around this side of Bermuda won't impact the United States except for the immediate eastern seaboard, where we're talking about some high winds, rip currents, and some pretty big waves and beach erosion as well. Let's track this storm now. It won't get above Category 1 status. It's making that right turn now, moving in a northeasterly direction at around 13 miles an hour. And now it is actually past Bermuda, about 60 miles to the northwest of Bermuda. Now, here's the interesting scenario. Got tropical depression number 7 way down this way, but it will track near Bermuda, we think, this weekend and passing on this side of the island chain. It will not affect the United States. If that storm becomes any stronger, it'll be called Gordon. Now, here's a look at the rest of the United States, the lower 48 today. Again, the eastern seaboard on the lookout for those high winds from Florence. Temperatures are on the cool side today. Very clear, though, for most areas as high pressure is in control. We do have some severe storms popping up around Chicagoland, the Gulf Coast today. Out west, we're looking at more hot conditions in the deserts and warming up a little bit from the weekend. Plenty of sunshine on the west coast. Back to you.
Chris Knowles. Chris, thanks very much. And a live look at Ground Zero. People there, of course, going to remember those killed loved ones, friends, etc. on September 11th. Keep it here on Fox. We're covering all of today's events.
Including from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, Jane. In a moment, President Bush en route there to Shanksville. United Flight 93 going down in a field. 9/11 changed the way we travel by air. In a moment, a look at some of the improvements to air travel to try and keep us safe. And a measure of the American patience, too. Back in a moment.
And welcome back. You were taking a look at a live picture from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 crashed on 9/11, rural Somerset County there. All 40 passengers and crew on board were killed. Today, about 300 family members attended a ceremony earlier. Also, we're waiting for the president and first lady to arrive. They'll be meeting privately with some of the families there at the site. And interestingly, the families there are trying to privately raise $30 million to build a permanent memorial to those heroes of Flight 93.
There was news earlier today, scary moments too. United Airlines flight this morning, a plane headed from Atlanta to San Francisco. It was diverted to Dallas, Texas. An unclaimed BlackBerry and a backpack found on board after a security sweep. United Flight 351 cleared then to continue its trip bound for California. That from earlier today. Situation averted now. Travel changed forever after 9/11. We all know that at the airport. Screening much more thorough. An intense focus on finding terrorists before they reach the airport. So how are we doing 5 years later? Captain Steve Lucky's here, security advisor for the Airlines Pilots Association. Captain, good morning to you.
Good morning, Bill. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure of mine. Thank you for saying that. I think what we're finding is that Americans are showing a certain patience that we might not know we actually had. If you look at the people who are in line and the fact that they're taking the time to allow the screeners to do the job they need to do, am I onto something there or not?
Yeah, you are, Bill. We've made a lot of progress since 9/11. We're very much interested in getting better. We're trying to be more threat-driven. We're trying to get proactive instead of reactive.
Yeah. Even though the inconvenience has come, people are showing that they've got a willingness to do it. The cockpits, are they more secure today now that you can lock them and keep them that way for the flight?
Yeah, they are. You know, we've made a lot of improvements in the cockpit, both in our strategy and reactive strategy. We've got a lethal force capability with armed pilots in the cockpit now. We also have much better doors. We're looking at getting something called a secondary barrier that's like the Israelis use on their aircraft.
Sorry, what's a secondary barrier? Is that a second door, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's very much like the submarine concept, where you have two doors protecting a particular area, and only one of them is open at any one time. So,
you think it's necessary, Captain?
Well, I certainly do. I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I think it's something that isn't all that expensive. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Just a secondary barrier of some type.
Yeah. What do you think the London plot showed us?
Well, I think the London flight showed us that these guys, their strategy is in multiple targets. I think that when our people go to work and they strap that aircraft on, they actually wear the target. And if you look at Bojinka, the PAL 434 incident that this was all based on, I think they repeat successes, even though that one was foiled as well as the London
And they
event.
continue to probe until they get it right sometimes, too,
They
don't
do. They do.
You're a big believer in that. The Patriot Act needs to be improved. In what way?
Well, I think it does. I think the Patriot Act is a good opportunity for people to invest in a level of return of the security that they need and that we desperately would like to have to protect the industry.
One more quick thing here, and I got to run here. You mentioned the second door. What else would airline passengers soon see to add to security, do you believe?
Well, I believe we're going to start looking at the individual in addition to looking for threat objects, and I think that's going to allow us to be proactive. Pardon?
Profiling, is that what that is?
Yeah, profiling, that's true.
All right. Captain, thank you. Stephen Lucky here in New York. Thank you, sir.
Bill. Appreciate it.
Okay, a live look now from the Pentagon, 9:37 a.m. 5 years ago today, American Airlines Flight 77 crashed there. The attack killing 184 people who showed up for work that day. This morning, the Vice President speaking at that memorial, and we'll tell you what he had to say in a moment here. Very emotional.
Also, some pictures here from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Excuse me, Bill. The president will visit this field shortly in the next couple of minutes. 40 people, of course, killed on United Flight 93. We will take you there when the president arrives. Some interesting news out of the Mideast today. Could it be the breakthrough that the isolated and cash-strapped Palestinian government has been looking for? Hamas's prime minister and the Palestinian president have now made a deal to form a unity government. Our Adam Housley has the latest from the Mideast. Adam, will this work?
Well, Jane, who knows? That's the big question, really. A coalition government has been formed. The big question is, will it be able to control the armed factions in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip? The move today is really just a first step, and it's aimed at easing those crippling sanctions that have been imposed by the West since the Palestinians elected Hamas back in January. Now, the announcement came this afternoon as Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, whose power really has been reduced to mostly symbolic, and the leader of Hamas, Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh, agreed to dissolve the current government within the next 48 hours. Details are still being learned, but both sides are saying the coalition is based on a proposal that may only imply the recognition of Israel, and that definitely will not satisfy the West. Now, hundreds of millions of dollars is being withheld by the West because the Hamas-led government refuses to disarm, refuses to recognize Israel, and refuses to accept existing peace agreements. An Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesman says he hoped any future Palestinian government would accept the 3 international demands and facilitate the release of an Israeli soldier captured more than 2 months ago. In Lebanon, Tony Blair welcomed the news. He was just here, but he isn't getting goodwill there that he received here in Israel. An angry protester screamed at Blair during a press conference because of his support of Israel, and thousands more demonstrated on the streets of Beirut. Blair said he understood the anger in Lebanon and also pledged to the Prime Minister Faoud Siniora that Britain would help rebuild the country. The British contingent was also snubbed by various elected Hezbollah officials during that trip. Now, back here in Israel, whether it be in English, Hebrew, or Arabic, newspapers over the last couple of days have also been commemorating the 9/11 anniversary. This newspaper here shows in graphic detail the Twin Towers. Also, we did hear from Tony Blair when he was here a couple of days ago. At one point he said, Jane, quote, "I don't think it's ever been a mistake to stand shoulder to shoulder with America in the aftermath of 9/11. Jane?
Adam Housley. Adam, thank you. That does it for me in this hour of Fox News Live, but stay with us for more coverage on the 5th anniversary of 9/11 with Bill Hemmer.
Jane, thank you. And as our coverage continues, welcome to Fox Online. It is noon here in New York. It is noon in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That wreath you see there in the picture from Western Pennsylvania is what the president will be greeted with in moments from now. The president and the first lady en route now to participate in this ceremony. 5 years ago to the day, those heroic passengers on board United Flight 93 saving countless lives and also either saving the White House or the Capitol building in Washington. Passengers fighting back in a plane going down in a field near the town of Shanksville, killing 40 passengers and crew members on board. A bit earlier today, the names of the victims read aloud in Pennsylvania during a mourning ceremony. President Bush in New York at the time. Now he is nearly in Shanksville, and once there, he plans to meet privately with the families of some of the victims there. And our live coverage will continue at that ceremony when it begins right here live on Fox. If you have had the opportunity to visit Western Pennsylvania, it is a stark area in the middle of this field where so many pictures from that day were literally at ground level across a green grassy field and just smoke smoldering there with some trees burned in the area and an eerie silence that filled the air as well. And for the locals who reported on the scene there first, they found very few fragments of anything that would resemble any sort of human life or even an airplane. They said so many parts of that plane just going deep into the ground there in Shanksville. And there is the first family, the first couple appearing now for the first time in Shanksville. And the wreath-laying ceremony will happen in a matter of moments, and we'll continue our coverage here live as well. And such a stunning time, too, for the people in Pennsylvania to try and work on their own memorial to remember those on board Flight 93, hoping to raise $30 million in private funding to build a permanent memorial on a 1,700-acre site there. Total cost said to be right near $60 million. Some members of the press corps now getting positioned there as the First Lady and the President arrive there. Congress has passed a memorial act there, Flight 93 Memorial Act, which established a new national park to honor the victims of the hijacked plane. Searchers say they recovered only about 8% of the potential human remains, but were able to identify everyone on board from the fragments they did find. That's 33 passengers and 7 crew members. If you have had the opportunity also to view Flight 93 that was in theaters a short time ago, it was a stunning tribute to the heroics that were carried out on board United 93. eventually leading to that field in western Pennsylvania. Some of the local police officers who responded that day said, my first thought was, where's the plane crash? Because they showed up and only found a hole in the ground with some fragments from an airplane, but nothing else of great evidence to suggest what had happened there. But there was a thunderous roar and a huge explosion, too, in that field, as you can imagine, as the plane went down there. Governor Ed Rendell is there today, Secretary Tom Ridge, the former Secretary of Homeland Security, also former governor of Pennsylvania. They will join the President and the First Lady in a moment here. As we watch now in Shanksville, the President has arrived. Flight 93, bound for San Francisco, California, after leaving Newark, New Jersey. Hijackers taking off minutes after the plane was up in the air. The goal, some believe, was to crash that plane into the White House or the Capitol building in Washington. Nope. "45 volunteers now take turns working 2-hour shifts every day, 7 days a week at this Flight 93 memorial. Some months they guide more than 25,000 visitors who make their way through that field in western Pennsylvania.
Let us pray. Holy God, for those of us gathered here in this field, there is no more sacred ground on this your earth than this very place. We come here with heavy hearts, yet with joyful spirits. We come here to honor them and to respect them by commitment to holy life. Holy God, allow what occurred here to shadow this world and bring it peace. Allow what happened here to be the birth of freedom in the lives of all your children. Allow what happened here to enable us all to live lives greatly. Holy God, bless this place and bless your children here gathered in your most holy and precious name. Amen. Life.
It is such a humble place when in contrast to the city of New York. Such a small town, too, just north of the interstate, Interstate 70, cutting west to east of the state of Pennsylvania. The rolling fields, you have to imagine in mid-September 2001, just how green and lush those fields were. Corn growing taller, about a month away from harvest. Today, there stands a wall of tribute with countless thousands of visitors who have come to pay their respects and to place pictures and teddy bears and prayers and flowers. At some point, there will be a permanent memorial, but today it is a strong tribute to those on board and the families they left behind. I mentioned the movie a short time ago. That movie was put together based largely on the phone calls that were placed on board Flight 93 to their family members waiting on the ground below. Sometimes this was recorded messages on voicemail. Sometimes it was just the memory of the family members relaying the stories of the conversations that they had in the final moments of their loved ones' lives on board Flight 93. The president will continue his tour there. We expect him later tonight back in Washington, D.C. He'll make a national address that you'll see live here on the Fox News Channel, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 on the West Coast. His tribute 5 years later about where we are today in the war on terror and also the memory of the lives lost, nearly 3,000 on this date 5 years ago. Senator John McCain is my guest now. Senator, welcome here.
Hello, Bill.
5 years to the day. Are we on track, do you believe, Senator?
Are we what, Bill?
Are we on track in the war on terror, do you believe?
I think we've made significant improvements since September 11th. I think that the country is safer. I think we've got a ways to go, and I think everybody acknowledges that. But I do believe that all of our brave men and women who serve and the Department of Homeland Security and the President, they deserve credit for the fact that we did not have another attack in the last 5 years, and yet we also recognize we've got a long way to go, particularly in port and rail security, Bill.
Yeah, you say port and rail security. Is that the area that needs the most attention, Senator?
I think so. I think we need that. I think that our ports are still vulnerable according to the assessment of the 9/11 Commission, and our rails. In New York City, we have 50,000 people that go through Penn Station every day. We have to be aware of that, but I also think that we are safer, and we should be pleased about that, but I hope we don't relax.
You know, Senator, as I watch this split screen here from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, watching the president greet some of these family members, you have talked to him about this day and what it means to him. He has made it his life's work to carry on the memory of those who were killed that day. If you get a chance to talk to them later today, perhaps later in the week, what will your discussion be, Senator?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank him for his dedication. I think he rallied the nation on September 11, 2001. I want to thank him for the effort of all the people that work for him and for Americans. But most of all, at this moment, our sympathy and our love goes out to those who were the relatives of the victims of this terrible attack.
Senator, I wonder, too, the Americans that you have contact with, do they believe there is an end in sight? Do they believe that defeating this enemy is plausible?
I think defeating the enemy is possible, but I think I think most Americans realize this is a long, titanic struggle between people who have taken an honorable religion and perverted it into an evil threat to everything we and in the West stand for and believe in, and I think we should never forget that.
Senator, as we continue to watch this picture from Shanksville, there's a new message out from Al-Qaeda and Zawahiri. He says the next target is Israel and the Persian Gulf. How do you interpret this latest message, Senator?
I think you can't dismiss it. They've always hated Israel. They've always been for the eradication of Israel, and they realize that disruption of the oil supply in the Persian Gulf could have serious consequences in the West. So it's not too surprising, and I would take it seriously, but I also think they continue to threaten the United States of America as well.
Yeah, we also heard earlier today the head of the CIA saying 5,000 terrorists have either been captured or killed in the past 5 years. Are those numbers synchronized with what you know?
Yes, from what little I know, Bill. But listen, I believe that we have made significant progress, and we should be proud of the incredible efforts, not only those men and women who wear uniform, but those who don't. And we should be proud as Americans the way we've reacted to that terrible, terrible evil that was inflicted on the American people. And it still remains a threat to everything we stand for and believe in.
Senator, on the topic of Iraq, Condoleezza Rice earlier today said the war in Iraq is a down payment on a different type of Middle East. Do you concur?
I think that if we can bring about a free and democratic society in Iraq, it will spread throughout the region. I think we have grave difficulties in Iraq now, Bill, and I think we shouldn't underestimate them. But I also think the president is appropriate reminding the American people that if we lose there, chaos will ensue in the Middle East. There's not a doubt in my mind.
And so much of this is tied together with the same common thread. Just stay on Iraq for a moment. There's a headline about a report that was released some weeks ago by one of the head Marines on the ground in Anbar province. This covers Ramadi and Fallujah, that tough area, the Sunni area in the western part of the country, that politically it cannot be won there, or militarily that's in question too. Is he onto something?
I think we should be very concerned about a report like that. I've been concerned for years about not having enough troops on the ground to control this very large country. I think we're paying a price for the mistakes we've made. But again, we cannot afford to lose, and we must prevail in Iraq, in my view. Otherwise, the consequences will reach America's shores. I sincerely believe that, Bill, and I think we can win.
You know, Senator, I hear what you're saying in your voice there in your comments is vigilance and the importance of it. How do you measure or gauge the vigilance that the American people have to make sure that this war continues to be prosecuted?
Well, I think it's up to us in programs like these and commemorations such as we're observing today to remind the American people of the threat. I think they're aware of it. I think whenever they are asked, they will respond. That's a great thing about the American people. But I think it's up to us to keep reminding them, and that's why today is not only remembrance, but it's also a reminder.
You know, I think you touched on something there, just about, I guess it's the bounce-back nature of the American people and the bounce-back nature of this country. When you think about where the stock market was in the week after the attacks of 9/11, when you think about how low and humble the American people were back then, and just how it took all of us back and really made us make a gut check of where we are as a people and where we want to be in the future. And if you just reflect for a moment here on the past 5 years, this nation is just as strong as it was on September 11th. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, and we have magnificent men and women who are serving our country in a variety of ways, and it's well to remember today that we've still got people in Afghanistan and Iraq who are putting it on the line for somebody else's freedom as we speak, as well as our own.
Yeah, we also are touching into some of the Sunday morning talk show topics as well about the price that is being paid in Iraq today, be it in lives or in money or in military necessity. Do you believe in the end it's going to be worth it, Senator?
I do. As I said, I think we made serious mistakes. Mistakes are made in every war we've been involved in, and I think that we need to correct some of those errors, which we haven't yet. But I do believe with all my heart that the consequences of success there are enormous, and the consequences of failure are devastating. And if we think September 11, 2001 was bad, just think what Iraq would be like in the hands of terrorists.
Senator, if we're looking at a campaign for the White House for you, let's say in a year from now, what is your message in the war on terror, and maybe how would you alter the U.S. strategy as it stands today?
I'm not sure how much I would alter the strategy, Bill, but my point would be they are an evil influence in the world. We are stronger. They will fail. We will win. That's my message, and I think that all Americans believe that.
Thank you, Senator. John McCain,
Thanks,
my
Bill.
guest from Capitol Hill. We will speak again. A pleasure always. Back to Shanksville, Pennsylvania right now. The president continues to meet there with family members of the victims and also some locals who have come out as well today. Our coverage on this day started well before the day broke here in New York City, and since then we've been taking our viewers on a tour of the three major sites in Eastern America where the events of 9/11 unfolded on that day. Shanksville, Pennsylvania is one area, New York City is another, and the Pentagon outside Washington, D.C. is a third. And we have followed the trail of the president on Sunday relaying a wreath with the First Lady at Ground Zero. Earlier today he was at a firehouse in Lower Manhattan, paying tribute to the first responders who were there on that day 5 years ago this morning. Later tonight in prime time, there's an address to the nation. You'll see it live here on the Fox News Channel. The president then back in Washington, set to deliver that speech, said to be about 20 minutes in length, beginning just to tick past 9 o'clock in the evening. About 20 minutes ago, the president and the First Lady arriving in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. There are said to be dozens, if not hundreds, of family members of the victims on board United Flight 93 who crashed in that field that day and saved perhaps that plane from going into one of America's great monuments in Washington, maybe the Capitol building, maybe the White House. Whatever the case, the end of that flight went down in a field near Shanksville, and that town has made it its mission to serve as a lasting and living memorial to the people on board who performed so heroically to take that plane down. There will be a memorial set up at some point. There is not one today, although there is a makeshift memorial there where, as I mentioned earlier, so many thousands pay their respects every year, leaving prayers and thoughts and teddy bears and flowers and pictures to those who lost their lives. I want to try and tap in the microphone here real quick. See if we can do something. I thought I might be able to hear something there. Every year we have watched the president mingle with these family members. He takes his time, and I think about 2 years ago when he showed up at Ground Zero and he literally loitered down there on the sacred site, those 16 acres, for an hour and a half, close to an hour and 45 minutes of time, and making sure that he spent time with everyone who cared to spend time with him on that day. It seems to be a familiar scene for him today in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, as he repeats that habit today. Frank Donatelli's Republican strategist, White House political director during the Reagan years. Frank, welcome here.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And Debbie Dingell's a Democratic strategist. Debbie, you there? Good afternoon to you as well. Debbie, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. And soon they'll all hear us, right? Reverting back to 5 years ago. Frank, there's a feeling of unity today in the country. Does that dissolve by this time tomorrow, do you think?
Bill, first off, I think we all want to express our sympathy and honor our comrades who were victims of September 11th. This is a very solemn day, and we honor their memories. You know what? I think that it is unnatural that we won't have differences of opinion. We had elections and vigorous disagreements during World War II, during the Cold War, but my hope is that as Americans we'll all focus on the same mission. There are important voices in the world that really seek to define our mission as way too narrow, in my judgment. We're not just striking back at the perpetrators of September 11th, but we're at war with an ideology that really has a quarrel with civilization for the last 1,000 years. And so I hope that both Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, will keep that same shared sense of mission as we move forward.
The same sense of shared mission. Debbie, what are your thoughts on that?
I think today is a day that we really have to remember. We're Americans. We're not Republicans and Democrats and conservatives and liberals. And 5 years ago, we came together as Americans. And I think it was one of the worst days of our lives, and it was one of the best times. I remember those community celebrations. I come from an area which has one of the most significant Arab American populations outside of the Mideast, and I went to community gathering upon community gathering where the Jewish community and the Arab community and people of all different cultural backgrounds came together to make sure that the Arab American community did not suffer a backlash from that day, where people wanted to understand more. I think people for too long in this country don't take take freedom. They take freedom for granted. They don't take their liberty. And this is a time for all of us to remember what we have and what some want to take it about. And quite frankly, even the freedom of speech that we have as we go into tomorrow is something we cannot take for granted.
Well, very well stated. Frank, how does Washington better work for the country and the American people as opposed to a political party?
Well, again, it's on certain things, hopefully the Congress can come together and enact legislation that's necessary to prosecute this war on terror. And you know, Bill, they have done that. We do have a Department of Homeland Security. I know Senator McCain was saying earlier that he thinks we're safer. The 9/11 Commission have said that we are safer. I think the President has asked Congress to come up with legislation to help him identify terrorists before they strike. So I think we're capable of doing that. There's going to be a lot of partisan wrangling about that, but hopefully in the final analysis we can move forward and pass things that are necessary for the good of our country.
I've mentioned a couple of times now the President's in prime time tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Debbie, what is the message from the White House this evening?
Well, I haven't been let in on what the message is going to be. I hope he's going to pull. I hope he's going to pull us together. I think that we all want a very tough, smart security program. I quite frankly think that one of the things, as I just said, that we need to celebrate is freedom of speech. We need to not demonize people because they are concerned about protecting those liberties that we have in this country. At the same time, we have to do whatever to keep ourselves safe. But as Benjamin Franklin said at the founding of this country, those that would give up liberty for their freedom deserve neither. And we need to, what he says tonight, I hope will pull us together as a nation and keep us working towards being safe, and at the same time not demonize those who raise concerns about the freedoms and liberties we have in this country.
Frank, what would you like him to say tonight?
Well, I think this is a time for remembering our fallen comrades from 9/11, and I think he's going to talk about that. I think he's also going to talk about some things that our country collectively has done since 9/11 that have made us safer, and he's probably going to ask the Congress and the American people for help in making even more progress as we go forward.
You know, I think about the families of the victims here in New York City, and there's Ronald Fazio was killed on September 11th. He was leaving the South Tower when he was last seen holding the door for other people trying to get out of that tower before it collapsed moments later. And his family has started a program. It's called Hold the Door. And his son, Robert Fazio, and I have been in touch over the past 5 years or so. And his son, too, is a doctor, so he is very much into the mental aspects and the emotional aspects of the family's victims who are trying to push on with their lives. And they went out and did quite an extensive survey with a number of people, and they wanted to know what helps them the most with the loss that they are forced to live with. And 55% of the responses include a reference to social support, meaning families and friends. And they also include in there a reference to having a support network of people who have experienced loss to be the most helpful, almost as if it's a shared experience, one that two people can relate to on common ground. But when asked also about the most challenging aspect of the loss to date, 5 years later, 2/3 of those responded included a reference to the fact that the suddenness of the loss was the most challenging aspect. And if you think about, you know, the morning of 9/11, Debbie and Frank, if you think about how sudden and how shocking these images were, not just to people here in this country, but to people around the world, that shock is so penetrating and so revealing again today. I think when we wake up in the morning and we look at our watch or we look at our calendar or look at the clock on the wall, it's 9/11 again. And somehow, Debbie, all those memories come flooding back.
The world changed that day, and it'll never be the same. People no longer felt safe. I think we in America did take our freedom for granted too long, and too much of the violence was happening in other countries, and we realized that we were vulnerable. And I think Americans lost the sense of security that they had that day forever. But we also saw the best in people. I mean, think of the heroes that we had that day.
That's
and we
fact.
just, we thanked them for all that they did.
Also,
Bill,
for those families.
Go ahead, Frank, sorry.
I was going to say, Bill, our vacation from history ended that day. But in addition to honoring the memory of those that died that day, We have to be true to their memory, and I think what the President may say tonight is, in order to be true to their memory, we have to vigorously prosecute the war on terror so that we make our country even safer and that we ultimately win the war against terror.
Yeah, on September 10th that evening, I was working an evening shift, and our lead story is whether or not Michael Jordan was going to come out of retirement and return to the NBA. And the next morning, we woke up to a completely different world. I mentioned this survey from the Fazio family, Hold the Door program. And in fact, you can get more information on this at holdthedoor.com. This family is truly so impressive to me. Half of the respondents that they got during the survey included a reference to personal growth as a good thing that came from their loss. And just to quote a few of these people, I'm doing things I never thought I'd be capable of doing before. I never saw myself doing it before. I have a better sense of perspective now. I can better see the big picture. I try not to get hung up on the little things. That's what some of their surveys turn out here. I remember back on the first anniversary, too, Frank and Debbie, I just want to keep you with me a moment here. I remember when the President went down to the site there at Ground Zero, there was this tremendous wind that came out of the east right around 8:30, 8:40 in the morning when the governor, George Pataki, read the first of some 2,800 names. I remember Gordon Amoth Jr., A-A-M-O-T-H, the first name on that list. And as soon as that name was read aloud, this enormous wind came from the east, and it did not stop blowing that entire day. And it blew in New York City, and it blew in Shanksville here, and it blew in the Pentagon as well. And literally, that wind was in excess of 30 miles an hour throughout the entire afternoon. And there are many people who believe the souls of the departed, including the Native Americans, who believe the souls of the departed speak to us through the wind, and it's their spirits that are flying in that atmosphere. Yeah. Debbie Dingell, I know we're going to lose you. I just want to get one quick thought from you before we say goodbye.
You know, I have so many thoughts about that day. I just landed at National Airport, so I was one of the safe ones, but my husband was in the Capitol that morning. I thank those brave men and women that were on the plane that landed in Pennsylvania, because so many of us spouses think it was headed for the Capitol. And he wouldn't leave the Capitol. He was not going to leave the greatest symbol of freedom and liberty in the world. Yeah. I don't think any of us realized that morning what really was at stake.
Yeah. Thank you. Debbie Dingell with me there, and Frank Donatelli's with me too. Frank, I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, just two things real quickly, Bill. Number one, the attack of 9/11 occurred in America, but it was really an attack on civilization because there were citizens of many countries that perished. The second thing is, that, and this is echoing something Debbie said, the tremendous generosity of the American public. I don't know that there's a people in the world that have ever been libeled more than Americans were accused of all sorts of crimes. But when something like this happened, the American people, as usual, stepped up, contributed millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to a variety of charities, and are continuing to do that. So out of the tragedy does come reaffirmation once again that America is a special country, and it's a very generous country.
A day to reflect, without question. Frank, hang with me a moment, too. Debbie Dingell, thanks for your time, and Frank Donatelli. And, you know, I think that as we watch these images, too, I think back to the first trip that he made to Ground Zero. That first day was so full of emotion. Not that it is not filled again today, but I thought it was interesting what Rick Leventhal was reporting last hour about the numbers of family members that have dwindled over the years now. That first year, I remarked that the city expected about 7,000 family members to come down to the west side of Ground Zero. And by 8:30 in the morning, more than 25,000 had turned out, and there was literally a human traffic jam as they walked down that giant ramp down to what was at the time a dust-filled crater, 16 acres in length, rectangular shaped in lower Manhattan. And as the winds picked up, so did the dust and the dirt blowing in the hair and the clothes of all the people and family members who had come back to pay their respects to the family member and friends that they had lost. And when the president arrived late that afternoon, he did not stop shaking hands and talking with people for, I mentioned earlier, an hour and 30 minutes, hour and 45 minutes. And it seems to be a similar pattern again today, where he meets the family members in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And we all know from watching this man for the past 6 years that he likes to be on time and likes to keep a tight schedule. But on a day like today, it seems like that schedule goes on a long, pregnant pause. as we see now live in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. There was a wreath-laying ceremony there a short time ago. We saw that wreath placed there, and now we start to remark on just what this means to the people of Pennsylvania, too. The former governor there, Tom Ridge, also former Secretary of Homeland Security, Governor Ed Rendell there as well, greeting the President and the First Lady. 33 passengers, 7 crew members on board Flight 93 when it crashed into that field. And when the locals showed up there and the fire department, the police arrived there, they could hardly find any remnants of a plane crash. It was only later where searchers recovered about 8% of the potential human remains, and they were able to identify everyone from on board from the fragments they found there. That's Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. Now today, get this, 45 volunteers take turns working 2-hour shifts every day at that flight memorial. In some months, they guide more than 25,000 visitors. This time of the year, western Pennsylvania is such a beautiful part of our country with the green rolling grass there in the fields with the corn growing higher and higher. Harvest is still about a month away, as I mentioned earlier. Such a beautiful place and such a solemn place now for so many thousands to come and pay their respects as well. Organizers say they hope to raise $30 million in private funding to build a permanent memorial on this 17-acre site. I hear a microphone in there. Let's listen. Okay, would you like to talk now? What did she say? She wants to talk to me. Thought maybe that microphone might be close enough there. Don't mean to eavesdrop on this sacred day here for the president and those family members there, but sometimes the moments are so touching, and it's so nice when you see a smile or a chuckle, too, after the handshakes and the hugs happen there also. Congress has passed a Flight 93 Memorial Act. Total cost of the new memorial set to be about $58 million. That act establishes a new national park there in Somerset County to honor the victims of that hijacked plane. I don't have an estimate, frankly, on when that memorial is expected to be completed or when construction will begin, but we do know there's this constant debate in Lower Manhattan here in New York City as to what they will create there, and there are diagrams drawn up. There's architecture that has been offered there for how they might construct new buildings in Lower Manhattan, and the argument continues too as to whether or not anything should be built at Ground Zero. Perhaps a memorial, a fitting memorial, 16 acres in size, is the more appropriate way to pay tribute to the 2,800 people killed in New York City alone that day. You think about Oklahoma City. When the bomb went off in the early part of the 1990s, it took 10 years from the moment the Murrah Federal Building was bombed to the day they opened that memorial. 168 precious lives lost that day in Oklahoma City. Here in New York City, the most dynamic city in the world, now left to wrestle and grapple with what will be constructed ultimately in that part of Lower Manhattan, if anything is to be added in addition to that planned memorial. Molly Hennenberg is live at the White House. Molly is there today, as she has been throughout the morning hours for us as well. We expect the president will address tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And Molly, I know you've been talking to people there. What's in that message tonight, 20 minutes in length, we expect?
Hi, Bill. It's not supposed to be a political speech. It's not going to be a call of action where the president's trying to gather support for one type of response or anything. The president, the White House is saying that this is going to be a speech that reminds Americans how we got to this point, that the lessons of 9/11, as the president says, he will not forget, and that the White House is saying that this speech is going to be a look at how 9/11 reshaped the way we looked at the global terror threat, the growing menace, the White House is saying. So that's sort of the tenor that you can expect from the speech tonight. It's interesting to watch the president right now in Shanksville because he is the commander-in-chief. He's the one who is responsible when we go to war in Afghanistan or Iraq. But here you see him as what he once described as the comforter-in-chief, the president who goes to these occasions and speaks to the family members. And if there's a way that a president's words can bring comfort when you've lost someone, that's what he's trying to do when you see him shaking hands and hugging people, even taking pictures and signing some autographs. And, you know, yesterday the president was in New York, and he said he was approaching today with a heavy heart. He said you can't go into 9/11 without thinking about people who have lost someone and who continue to grieve and hurt. And he said he wished there were some way he could make these people whole again, those who, you know, have a hole in their heart because they lost someone. And this is the way he's trying to make this day, this 5-year anniversary, just a little bit more bearable for these families by speaking to them in person and hearing about their loved ones. You know, a lot of times when you've lost someone that you love, you just want to tell people about your husband or your father or your mother or your sister. And so a lot of times the president just listens and lets these people tell him about a loved one. But there you see the commander-in-chief talking to people in Shanksville, and he's going to go on from Shanksville. He'll come back to Washington and then head to the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia for another wreath-laying ceremony there, and then he will wrap it up with that prime time address at 9 o'clock tonight, which is just what he did on September 11th as well. He was in Florida, and then he flew to a couple Air Force bases and then back to Washington to the Oval Office, and that's where he first addressed, or that's when he gave his main address on September 11th from the Oval Office, and that's what he'll do today. Again, it's not going to be a political speech. It's not going to be a Republicans versus Democrats speech. It's going to be a look at 9/11, where we are today, how we've gotten here, and how there's still a menace, as the White House says, a growing menace that we have to still tackle. Bill?
Thank you, Molly. Molly Henneberg of the White House there on the North Lawn. And back in Lower Manhattan and Ground Zero, there has been building construction taking place outside of what's considered the sacred 16-acre site there, 7 World Trade, which was the building, by the way, that fell down late in the afternoon due to fire inside, intense fire and heat. It has since been rebuilt. It was 48 stories prior to 9/11. It's now been rebuilt to 52 stories. There are some debates here and some stories written over the past several months as to tenant demand in that building, as to whether or not companies want to put their employees inside. And certainly that has given great consideration to what you build and rebuild there at Ground Zero in New York City. Governor Frank Keating's with me now from Oklahoma City. Governor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Bill. Hi.
You have extensive experience, the home people in Oklahoma City in your state, about I guess the tenderness that is required in reconstructing and rebuilding and establishing an appropriate and proper memorial. My hat's off to you. I've been to the memorial in Oklahoma City, and I would encourage every American in this country to stop by Oklahoma City and just see how much symbolism and the artwork and the architecture they've loaded up into that memorial. What do you do in Lower Manhattan? What do you do in New York City as in terms of a memorial, Governor?
Well, Bill, you're very kind to say what you did. I might mention that then Governor Bush and Laura Bush, the only governor and first lady who joined Kathy and me for our memorial service after the Oklahoma City tragedy in April of 1995. And what the president there in Shanksville is doing is precisely what a leader of the free world or a governor of a state needs to do in a time of tragedy. What we did after that, though, was made sure that every single victim, and we had thousands of people who were impacted directly or indirectly by the tragedy, that they had a say in what we were going to do at this site. And as you've noticed, and you've been here many times, as you've noticed, the memorial itself, the chairs representing the lives of children and adults who were killed needlessly, federal employees and civilians, those things are spiritual. They're a focus of love and tenderness and affection, community. And then we built a museum that is extremely popular. People want to come and see what, unfortunately for us, remains the largest criminal case in the history of the United States. But I think what New York needs to do, Bill, is to make sure that everybody has a vote, if you will, a role in the process. But they need to get moving, because that whole does need to have something there to represent renewal and restoration.
And Governor, I'm also, as you're talking there, I'm watching these live pictures. What a moment it must be for these family members that have the president mingle literally as long as he has, shaking every hand and taking pictures along the way. It's the same scene rather at the Pentagon, and it's the same scene too in New York City from earlier today.
And George Bush is a very spiritual person, Bill, as you know. And I think, though he cares about his schedule and he cares about timetables and timelines, he knows that as the leader of the free world, what happened in Shanksville and New York and the Pentagon, all of that was an attack on the country, an attack on the United States. And for the chief executive of the United States to be there holding hands and hugging and talking personally to those people, victims and family members, and yes, just visitors, is extremely important. It sends a message to you and me as citizens that we are a caring country, and in times of trial and tragedy, we come together, we hold hands, and we commit ourselves to the future. That's a very powerful metaphor for him to be there.
You know, Governor, too, this is videotape. We lost a live picture from Shanksville. We'll get it back in a moment to our viewers. We're bouncing back between Shanksville, New York City, and the Pentagon as well throughout our coverage today. How unusual is it, Governor, when you have the President of the United States spending this kind of time with ordinary people?
Well, it's very unusual. It just simply does not happen in my recollection. Of course, President Clinton was wonderful here in Oklahoma City. We had an anniversary last year, our 10th anniversary of the Oklahoma City tragedy. The former president, Bill Clinton, who of course was president during our agony, spent as much time as was necessary to hug and hold hands. And that is very, very important for him to do. I haven't seen something like this, obviously, since our own experience, but it's the right thing for the president to do, and he's absolutely right to be where he is.
Kind of makes him the consoler-in-chief, does it not, Governor?
Well, yeah, but that really is what he is. People remember, unfortunately, after Katrina, the president, forced by circumstances, perhaps, I don't know what his schedule was, to have to fly over to get back to Washington. Sure. That was a terrible image. It was a terrible metaphor. This is the right image and the right metaphor. It isn't staged. It is spontaneous because the people expect their chief executive to be there, to listen to them and care about them, and to assure them that things like this are aberrations. These evils don't recur over and over again, and that they've seen war and they've seen response. They want to know that the caring and the loving still remains.
Thank you, Governor. Frank Keating from Oklahoma City. Good to talk to you again. 5 years to the day, we all pause and remember the president's still making his way through Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We'll see him in Washington a bit later today and then again tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Live here on the Fox News Channel, a national address from the president at the White House. Our coverage continues today, September 11th, 2006. In a moment. I want to bring you a live picture now. KTTV, this is out of Los Angeles right now. Getting word that a hazmat situation, hazardous materials team is responding now to the, looks like the AT&T building in Van Nuys, California. The building's been evacuated along Van Nuys Boulevard, if you're in L.A. It's been shut down right now. L.A. City telling Fox News that 20 people are currently being treated. For what, difficult to say. I'm just checking the wires right now to see if I can get a bit more information right now. Clearly a number of firefighters on scene there, but what they're being treated for, unclear right now, and whatever the hazardous material might be is unclear either. Nonetheless, we're watching it. Van Nuys, California. Let you know if it becomes more urgent than we've heard already. 20 people now being treated out there in L.A. Let's move away from that right now. Online a bit earlier today at yahoo.com, we found a number of images from pre-9/11 to post-9/11. I just wanted to share a few shots of that we find so much beauty into in this picture here on the left where the World Trade Towers stood, and without question a clear night, most likely like you would find in mid-September here in the Northeast. Just beautiful blue skies. And this is the view from Rockefeller Center up near the Rainbow Room, looking south past the Empire State Building on the left. Clearly, that was the images we all watched that morning of 9/11, or at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, before the South Tower had fallen. On the left there is just outside the Millennium Hotel, the Millennium Hotel, I should say. That's the east side of Ground Zero. And as it looks today, rebuilt, refurbished to a degree, with so many thousands and thousands of visitors, literally, every day. From Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the focus of our coverage this hour. In the bottom of the screen on the picture on the left, you can see a little bit of the excavation work that was being done there. And then today, with the field and the grass grown back in there as well, as they wait their memorial someday, too. And from the Pentagon, such a striking image, too, with that helicopter in the foreground. And now it was rebuilt and reopened a year to the day. That was the target of the Pentagon, a target and a goal that was achieved. In other news right now, no one expected Al-Qaeda to come this day, go quietly. And so late last night, Islamist website posting a message from Ayman al-Zawahiri, Osama bin Laden's right-hand man. What did he have to say? Mike Emanuel's at the Pentagon. Message about an hour in length on tape. Mike, what's in it?
Yeah, hi, Bill. A newly released video message from Ayman al-Zawahiri. This was expected by U.S. intelligence. This is Zawahiri's 12th videotaped message of this year, the last one coming on September the 2nd, just 9 days ago, when Zawahiri invited Americans to convert to Islam. Zawahiri calling on Muslims worldwide to step up resistance against the United States. He also threatens that Israel and Persian Gulf countries will be al-Qaeda's next targets. In the video out today, Zawahiri makes reference to the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, suggesting to U.S. intelligence the tape is fairly recent. Al-Qaeda's number 2 is not happy with the United Nations either, saying the UN peacekeepers in Lebanon are, quote, hostile to Islam. Talking about recent events in the news is another standard for these al-Qaeda tapes, letting everybody know they know what is going on in world events and putting out their rhetoric. This comes just after another release of videotape from Osama bin Laden, not nude video, but stuff that was shot before the 9/11 attacks. Clips of it had been put out by Al Jazeera on Thursday. They promised they would release the rest of it on the internet, so that is out as well. And U.S. intelligence said all this was expected with the September 11th anniversary here. Bill?
Thank you, Mike. Mike Emanuel there. You mentioned the internet in a moment here. We're going to look at whether or not this is being used as a terror tool. Online, just about every organization that wants to wreak havoc has a website. What is the significance of that? And can you read any clues as to where these people may be originating from? We'll look at that in a moment here. And back to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, too, in a moment. The president is there on site, and you will hear from him live tonight in prime time at 9 o'clock Eastern here on the Fox News Channel. Moments ago, live in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, we watched it here on Fox News, and now some videotape too as the president makes his way through family members who have gathered today, paying their respects to those they lost on this day 5 years ago. During the 3 o'clock Eastern time hour, noon on the West Coast, we'll see the president of the Pentagon. There will be a ceremony there, and then again later tonight at 9 o'clock in prime time here on the channel, we'll have the president's address to the country 5 years after the day America changed forever. CIA Director Michael Hayden, meanwhile, addressing his troops today in a message to CIA employees, saying that more than 5,000 terrorists have been captured or killed since 9/11. He says every CIA agent should be proud of what's been accomplished so far, saying that Al-Qaeda is wandering, stateless, its leaders forced into hiding, and its terror plots foiled around the globe. The internet, though, may be becoming this new tool for terror. Overnight, yet another Al-Qaeda video posted online, and just last week an Al-Qaeda training tape was there. Many experts now see the internet as a virtual training camp for extremists, a way for jihadists to plan and control and launch attacks without ever being seen. And an unseen enemy is difficult to catch. James Castro knows that. Senior advisor to New York Governor George Pataki for counterterrorism. James, good to have you on the program today. It's been a while since we have talked here. The internet is a tool of terror. It's free, it's anonymous, and it's cheap.
It's fast and it changes rapidly, and absolutely, it's a way of communication. It's a way of signaling. It's voice over IP is changing hourly. It's a real test and a challenge for the FBI and for our intelligence agencies to keep up with it.
James, you're an investigator, right? Okay, you look at these websites. Can you trace people down that way? Can you track them down through the internet?
There has been some success, Bill, but it's not an exact science, and it moves so fast and changes so fast. It's very, very complicated.
The thing I'm wondering about, Sir Coway, some believe that the reason why we got the guy in the end north of Baghdad is because of that videotape he put out a week prior. That showed a landscape in the background that signified maybe in this part of Iraq he might be hiding out. And based on the reports we're getting, that's what led them to that safe house outside Baghdad.
You're not going to get me to confirm anything like that.
Not looking for you to confirm it, but I'm thinking about Zawahiri and this tape he put out last night, the bookshelf behind him.
Right.
Can you get anything off these tapes?
Well, the CIA guys are really good at it, and hopefully they are going to get some things off the tapes. But, the bottom line here is this whole thing is a wing of their war against us. It's the public relations wing, which, quite frankly, I don't think we're doing that great a job. And we're a very divided nation. We've got petty politics playing into a majority of the issues where we should be standing shoulder to shoulder on issues like winning this war.
What changes that, James?
We need to move on, and we need to, all of our people in Washington and others need to stand shoulder to shoulder on some of the basic things to protect this country. And certainly one of them is having a successful outcome in this war.
Do you see that happening?
I don't see it happening to the extent that I'd like to see it happening, and this political season certainly doesn't help that. If we did that, Bill, I was one of those that came back from Vietnam in 1968. and saw a totally different country than I left in 1966. And quite frankly, you know, we have brave young men and women going over there, risking their lives, volunteering for little or no money to protect us against this threat, this global threat that, regardless of what the CIA director said, still has global reach, still can conduct operations. So, you know, we need to do more reasonable things to protect this society. And one of those, the most important thing, is to show some unanimity and stand shoulder to shoulder, put petty politics aside,
Point well taken.
And win this war.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good to have you. James Kalmstrom here in New York.
Good to be with you.
All right, in a moment, back to the Pentagon, Alexandria, Virginia. We are live there. 5 years ago today, 184 lives lost. Also in a moment, back to Ground Zero as well. The scene from America's heartache that continues 5 years to this day. A scene we have not forgotten here at Fox. Back in a moment. Before we close out our hour, just want to split the screen here at Ground Zero. The building on your left is Merrill Lynch building as part of the World Financial Center in Lower Manhattan. Giant flag that's been flying there every year now, marking the events of 9/11. On the right there was the reflecting pool where the President and the First Lady laid that first wreath yesterday afternoon, and already it is just filled with flowers. You hardly see any water in that reflecting pool now. 3 o'clock Eastern Time, we'll see the President of the Pentagon. As we have remarked throughout the morning here into the afternoon, life goes on, and we have seen that so far, and the optimism of the victims' families. I'm Bill Hemmer. It's September 11th in America, and the news continues here on Fox.
Thanks very much, Bill. September 11th, 2001, the day that changed America and the world. Terrorists hit the United States and changed all of us forever.
Today you will meet some of the heroes of that day and reflect on the many acts of courage. It is 5 years later, of course. Are we safer? That's a question we'll ask today.
A very special edition of Dayside. Welcome, everybody, to Dayside. This obviously is a very important day for us. We have a very, very special audience. Many of the folks here have ties directly with what happened on that day, 9/11.
A lot of New Yorkers in the audience, and thank you all for being here.
Yep.
Let's just introduce some of our special guests. You're looking at the man on the left there is Gary Smiley, one of New York's great firefighters, still is to this day, works with the hazmat unit, EMT. Is that right? Go ahead and put your microphone up.
I'm a paramedic with the Hazardous Materials Unit of the EMS Bureau.
And so 5 years ago today, you were trapped under the North Tower, right?
Outside of the North Tower, underneath the North Pedestrian Bridge on West Street.
And you were called into the World Trade Center area, or were you already down there?
I was one of the first paramedic units to respond in on Church Street after the first plane struck.
Did you have any idea what was going on? What were people saying down there when you first arrived?
We had gotten reports that it was a small plane, and I remember coming over the Brooklyn Bridge and looking at my partner and saying that that wasn't a small plane and it was going to be a really bad day.
Is that what most people felt initially right off the bat? I remember I was in California getting ready to do a live shot for Fox News Channel, and the live shot, we had to cut it out, and they said there was a plane that crashed into the World Trade Center, and we thought it was just maybe, some pilot that who knows what would have happened.
What everybody had thought at that point, and that indications over the wires as I was on the air at the time, saying it was a small plane, and boy, what did we learn later on that day at 8:46. Next to you is David Blacksburg, and he is also with NEMT, with the hazmat unit here in New York City, and you were down there as well 5 years ago.
That's correct. Hazardous Materials EMT for the fire department.
Okay.
And I went with my partner and another ambulance paramedics, and we went over to the west side, right from Brooklyn, there within a couple of minutes, and we were part of the rescue and recovery like maybe 3 minutes after the first plane had hit.
Yeah.
And on our side, we were already discussing that it was a terrorist act.
Sure.
So
once
we had determined that it was a large plane, we knew it was no accident.
That's for sure.
How long were you down there dealing with what was happening? Were you there on site?
I was down there for the first 36 to 40 hours.
And how was your health? That's a big question, obviously. And we had Christy Todd Whitman on earlier today with Jane Skinner, and she was once again pressed about the health issues down there and the situation.
Right. Well, it was determined that I have asthma from September 11, and at this moment, I'm not working full duty. They have me working in the office because I'm not able to work and lift and walk or run if I need to run. So I was determined to have asthma from September 11.
Well, thank you for being here. We'll probably talk to you a little bit later on in the program. And next up here on the front row, man, you'll recognize, of course, right off the top, Bob Beckwith, of course, the firefighter who stood with President Bush on the rubble. There he is right there. And his wife is sitting next to him here in the audience, and his daughter as well. One of his 6 children has joined him today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
They had a special night last night at St. Paul. In Lower Manhattan, when the president visited St. Paul's, I noticed that he was on the front row, in the front pew with all of you for a nice moment last night. And thank you for being with us. And a little bit later on at 4 o'clock, right, this afternoon?
Yes, 4 o'clock. Bob will be talking with Neil Cavuto, so we will make sure you, well, you should make sure you watch the show coming up at 4 o'clock East Coast time today here on Fox News Channel.
Okay. Let's get you updated on what the president is up to right now. Of course, in New York City early this morning, President Bush will address the nation tonight after spending day honoring those who died on September 11, 2001, 5 years later. What will he tell the American people tonight?
Let's talk to Fox's Molly Henneberg. She's joining us now from Washington. Molly.
Hi, Juliet. Hi, Mike. President Bush has said that this is a day of sadness, a day of remembrance, and a day of renewed resolve in the war on terror. Today, Mr. Bush began in New York City, then he went to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and later this afternoon he'll return here to Washington and head over to the Pentagon, the 3 sites from the 9/11 attacks. Earlier this afternoon, we saw the President and First Lady just finish up a wreath-laying ceremony in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in honor of those who went down fighting the terrorists on United Flight 93. The President met with some of the families who died on that flight today. Spent some time with them. This morning, the President and First Lady was in New York City at a firehouse in Manhattan. He greeted a number of 9/11 first responders. And then they all observed a moment of silence at 8:46 and 9:03, the precise moments when the terrorists flew the hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers 5 years ago. During the ceremony, the President stood next to a door salvaged from a fire truck that was destroyed on 9/11. Here at the White House, there was also a moment of silence today at 8:46. Vice President Cheney, Mrs. Cheney, and former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher walked out on the South Lawn and paid tribute to those who died in the attacks. The Vice President apparently invited Mrs. Thatcher to attend today's ceremony at the White House, and she released a statement, according to British media, saying she was honored to be here. And she said the, quote, heinous attack upon America was an attack upon us all. And Mrs. Thatcher went on to say that in the war on terror, we, quote, must not falter, we must not fail. We will hear from the President tonight. He hasn't made any formal remarks today, just sort of speaking one-on-one with families and first responders. But we will hear from him formally tonight when he gives an address from the Oval Office at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. The White House says it's not going to be a political speech, but it's going to reflect on 9/11 and how it made Americans view the growing terrorist threat. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Back to you in New York.
Thanks very much, Molly.
Well, 5 years ago, Alberto Gonzales, serving as White House General Counsel, was with President Bush after the terror attacks, at least that night, when he began planning how to fight back and stop the terrorists. 5 years later, are we safer?
Well, let's ask him. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales joins us now from Washington. Thank you very much for being here today. Are we any safer?
I think we clearly are safer. We've done a lot to make America safer. We now have a Department of Homeland Security. We have a Department of National Intelligence. Both the FBI and Main Justice we're in the process. We have reorganized ourselves. We have additional tools like the Patriot Act. But the fact that we've been successful means that the enemy has changed, and so it's a changing threat. And for that reason, we must remain vigilant. I think the American people should feel comfort in the fact that we've done so much work in making America safer. But they, too, need to be vigilant and need to be aware that we still confront an enemy that's very patient and very determined. And so it's our #1 priority at the Department to protect America from another attack that we saw on September 11th.
Mr. Attorney General, we're going to roll some footage that we just saw a little bit of there 5 years ago, about 7 o'clock in the evening, as I remember. Marine One landed on the South Lawn, and the president walked off and headed toward the White House. And I think you were one of the first person that he saw. What was the conversation at that moment?
I don't recall him saying a word. Karen Hughes and I, she was a counselor to the president, I was the counselor to the president. We were waiting outside the Oval Office as he approached, and both of us, I think, basically said, "Mr. President." He sort of nodded in acknowledgement and simply walked past us and into the Oval Office, and obviously he had a lot on his mind, and we began that evening thinking about what had happened and thinking about what the appropriate response should be on behalf of the United States.
You know, and at that point, and you've said this before, we changed the way we look at the traditional equation of criminal justice. It's not somebody commits a crime, then we go on the investigation, then we arrest them and prosecute them. Now we have to anticipate, we have to catch people in the planning stages, and you know, you have a lot of folks out there who say this is starting to infringe on civil liberties. What do you have to say to Americans who say that their civil liberties are now threatened?
Well, we obviously are facing a new kind of enemy and a new kind of war, and it requires us to utilize all the tools that is allowed or permitted by the Constitution and by our laws, and the President expects us to do everything we can to protect America, but to do so in a way that is respectful of civil liberties and is respectful of the privacy rights of individuals. It is something that the Department of Justice, we're very much concerned about. In the advice that we give, we do so with keeping in mind the fact that we obviously need to protect America, but we need to do so in a way that's consistent with our Constitution and consistent with the protection of civil liberties. And we believe that both goals can be accomplished.
Yeah, Mr. Attorney General, just real quickly, I'll take you back. Take us back 5 years ago. Andy Card was at that meeting, probably about 8:30 that night. Condoleezza Rice was there. I think Art Fleischer was also there. He was still on duty at the White House. 5 years later, I mean, is it still right under the surface for you as well? The feelings that come up.
Oh, no question about it. It's something that I think about all the time. It is what as a father of 2 young sons at home, it's something that I worry about. Another terrorist attack against America. Again, we've done a lot as a government to make America safer, and the American people are more vigilant today, I believe. But again, we are facing a very determined enemy, and no one should be kidding ourselves that after 5 years that America is now completely safe. That's unfortunately is not the case. It is for that reason that we continue to go to Congress and ask for additional tools like the codification of the terrorist surveillance program, that we go to Congress for legislation that provides procedures for military commissions that we can bring these terrorists to justice.
Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, thanks very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, the heroes of Flight 93, the widow of Tom Burnett, one of the men who helped stop those people, monsters, many call them, bent on crashing a plane into the White House or the Capitol. She is going to be here as a special edition of Dayside continues.
After the president addresses the nation, sacrifice, courage, heroes, we remember Rudy Giuliani, Governor Pataki, and America's bravest. Join a special Hannity and Colmes.
United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear Cleveland? United 93, United 93, do you hear Cleveland?
They were united in courage, and they refused to go down without a fight. Flight 93 was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. When the hijackers took over the plane, they crashed it after passengers, and we all know this story. They rushed the cockpit, immortalizing the spirit of this country when they rolled to take over the plane.
In fact, if we have that footage from that Flight 93, why don't we roll it now, Vinny, in the control room, just to remind everybody of what happened on that plane.
They are not going to take us back to the airport. Is there any other option we have?
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. They're flying this into a building. We're gonna die.
You should not interfere. There's a lot of us, but we gotta do something. You see how low we are?
Is there a weapon? Is there something we can use? Go back. You go back. Stewardess, listen to me. Are you listening?
I'm listening.
Go back and you get everything. Get every weapon you can.
Yes, that was a clip from Flight 93. Tom Burnett was one of those brave men. Tom's widow, Dina, has had the courage to confront the pain of his loss and celebrate his spirit in her new book, Fighting Back, Living Life Beyond Ourselves, defining moments in the life of an American hero, Tom Burnett. And she joins us now. And Dina, thank you for being with us here.
You're welcome.
Those moments came from you and the conversation you had on a cell phone. What exactly did Tom say to you?
He called me 4 times that morning, and the first conversation, he simply said that he was on a plane that had been hijacked. It was Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. He said the hijackers had stabbed one of the passengers and that the hijackers were now trying to get into the cockpit, and he asked me to call the authorities. Later on, he told me he was putting a plan together to take back the airplane. And when I asked in the last conversation what I could do to help him, he said, "Pray, Dina, just pray." And his last words to me were, "Don't worry, we're going to do something."
Dina, I know I was having a conversation with my mother this weekend, and she was saying, how do these people do it? Every day there's a reminder of 9/11, whether it's, you know, the president talking about the war on terror, whether it's, you know, for some reason showing one of the movies, Flight 93, coming out. How do you do it? And does it help you move on, or does it inhibit you from moving on?
You know, I think it's a little of both. Having September 11th in the media and in the movies and in front of us all the time certainly extends the grieving process. But what I learned very early on is that you cannot control the circumstances in which you live, but you can choose the way you react to them. And I've really tried very hard to live by my faith and to turn Tom's death into something positive, something that I know he would be proud of for us to continue on in his legacy. Living life beyond yourselves, I found that that is the key. You have to find something in your life that's worth fighting for. For me, it was my 3 children. I had lost my dreams, my hopes, my future, my husband. And when I really took inventory in my own life, I thought, you know, this is what I've lost, but look what I have left. I have these 3 great children, and I have my home and my health and my life. And I felt like you really have to move forward by living life beyond yourselves and finding something to keep going that's worth fighting for.
Dina, a couple of questions. How old were the girls 5 years ago?
The twins, Hallie and Madison, were 5, and Anna Claire was 3.
And how did you ever explain to them what happened?
You know, it's very difficult because they really had not been around death before. They'd had a goldfish that had died, and that was it. I explained to them that their dad had a problem on the airplane that morning, and that there were bad people aboard the plane, and the bad people caused the plane to crash, killing everyone on board, including their father. And I remember when I said that, it was as if it registered that he was not coming home, that they didn't really understand where he was or why. I remember them screaming, "No, no, no," and you know, tears filling their eyes and their lips quivering, and it was without a doubt the most difficult thing I've ever done. But you know, having them rely on their faith and prayer and knowing that he was in heaven with Jesus helped tremendously.
Thank God for God. And we have a question from the audience, Tina.
The question is, when you were conversing with your husband by the telephone, did he give you information on how many people were involved and what you should do, call the FAA or whatever?
He only asked me to call the authorities in the first phone call. And of course, after that call, I didn't know who to call. I ended up calling 911, and they connected me to the FBI. He did not tell me how many people were on the plane, and he did not describe them, but he did say that they were trying to get into the cockpit. He said that they had stabbed one of the passengers, and later Tom told me the passenger had died, that he tried to help him, and he was already gone. He described to me where they were flying over. At one point, he said, "We're going back to New York. We're turning around. We're going back to the World Trade Center." And then he said, "No, no, we're going south." He really did not describe the hijackers themselves.
Dina, just very quickly, if you can, tell us just a little bit about Tom. What was he? What kind of guy was he? What did he like to do?
Tom was not an ordinary man. He was a man of faith, integrity, honor, and dignity long before September 11th. And yes, he was a hero on September 11th, but he lived the life of a hero through his character, his personality, and he really elevated and motivated all those around him to be better people.
Dina, thank you. I understand that maybe you're not going to have many more appearances on television after this.
Yes, I always said from the very beginning that I'd give it 5 years, that I'd give 5 years to establish the Tom Burnett Family Foundation, to write the book, and to go around the country promoting Tom and his character and his integrity. And I've done that, and I feel like it's enough.
And you've done it beautifully. Thank you for spending time today with us. All right. It's been 5 years.
Thank
we'll
you
talk
for
more about
remembering.
this. Are we safer? We'll have a little bit of a debate here on Dayside. 5 years after 9/11/2001. We'll debate it.
It's hard not to think about the people who lost their lives on September the 11th, 2001. You know, you see the relatives of those who still grieve, and just wish there was some way we could make them whole.
Welcome back. It's been 5 years on a day eerily similar to today here in New York City. Man, the weather is basically the exact same thing. It was cool, crisp, it was clear, skies were sunny. And it was a day that changed, obviously, all of our lives forever. But in the 5 years since this terrible, terrible tragedy, are we any safer than we were then? Joining us right now is Republican Congressman Ed Royce from California. He is the chairman of the Subcommittee on International Terrorism and Nonproliferation. Thanks very much, Congressman, for joining us today.
Good to be with you.
We have Congressman Peter King on, who's from New York, and he's on quite frequently. He says, he gets to see these top secret intelligence reports. He sees how dangerous it still is and how dangerous he thinks it's going to become, but he also says he does think that we are safer. Do you agree?
Well, I agree. One of the things Peter King was able to do was to assist us with the Real ID Act, a bill that we got past the Senate Democratic opposition, which now means that a future Mohammed Atta can't collect 60 phony IDs for 15 passengers. So we were able to get that into law. We also have the terrorist surveillance program and the ability to track the money. Where we're falling down is because of the lawsuit from the ACLU and the Senate Democratic opposition to the president's ability to monitor these phone conversations. Right. We may lose the ability to track in real time the terrorists as they make phone calls into the country to Al-Qaeda operatives.
Congressman, explain that a little bit more and why that is such an important issue.
Let me explain how important it is. In terms of the plot in Britain by terrorists who were connected through Pakistan and through Al-Qaeda operatives there, one of the assets that the West has is this ability to monitor phone conversations. Mm-hmm. This has helped us worldwide. But once the New York Times broke the story, I was told by Prime Minister Olmert in Israel that really hurt their ability to follow what Hezbollah was doing, because now Hezbollah knew that they were being listened to. And in the meantime, here in the United States, you now have a lawsuit by the ACLU, along with an effort by Senate Democrats to roll back, to attempt to take away the ability of the President of the United States to have a system where the NSA monitors the phone conversations of phone calls that come out of the Middle East or out of Pakistan into the United States. Well, we've been able, through monitoring these phone calls, to break up a number of terror plots.
Question from the audience, sir. Go ahead.
I am Mark Yassin. I'd like to say hello to my wife, Beatrice Yassin, my son, Mark, born in March. I have a question, Congressman. I was in the U.S. Navy at the time of the SACH tragedy with the Twin Towers. And is JFK and LaGuardia, are the airplanes, are they safer? Are steps being made or electrical systems being implanted?
Yeah, do you think that airports around...
Are the airports safer?
Or not only around New York, but across the country?
The airports are safer, the cockpits are safer with the new titanium cockpit doors. We've made those provisions where, frankly, air travel is much safer. Where we're falling down is on the border. Border security is national security. So if we were to focus for a minute on where we really need help, we passed out of the House of Representatives a border security bill which would give the Border Patrol what they need: longer fences along the border and the ability to have state and local law enforcement work with immigration officials to apprehend potential terrorists. That bill is stuck in the Senate also, opposed by Ted Kennedy and the Senate Democrats. They're trying to kill that bill. Frankly, for real security, border security is national security.
Yeah.
We need that bill to get out of the Senate.
Folks have short memories. Thank you,
Congressman Ed Royce, thanks very much for joining us today.
We are going back to Ground Zero next for some personal stories from that terrible day 5 years ago. And some of the people who rose above the rubble to be true American heroes, meet them next right here on Dayside. Welcome back to a special edition of Dayside, 9/11, the day America changed forever. We're joined by Fox News' Rick Leventhal, who is, of course, down at Ground Zero today and was there 5 years ago. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mike. I want to show our viewers a scene that that is pretty compelling. You know, the ceremony, the official ceremony at Ground Zero has ended. They've finished with the reading of the names of the nearly 2,800 victims in the World Trade Center. But there are two reflecting pools in what's known as the pit here at Ground Zero that were built in the footprints of the World Trade Center towers. And those pools were empty this morning except for a single wreath that was laid by the President and First Lady yesterday, a wreath of red, white, and blue flowers. I don't know if you can see it right now, but there are still some family members gathered around one of the both of those pools. And the pools are now filled with flowers. They've been dropping flowers and flags and balloons. I believe it's on remote 44 if you want to take that camera shot. You can't see the water anymore as the family members have been coming by those pools and dropping the flowers in the water. Pretty powerful sight.
Rick, I remember your reporting on that day. It was compelling, to say the least. You know, we've all done stories where we have to be essentially part of the story. You couldn't really help it. You really kept your composure there, and I remember you speaking to the guy in the truck as he was pulling away. What was it like for you to be down there, having to report on a story while you're also experiencing it yourself? And you're a guy who's covered wars before too, and this was a war zone.
Yeah, well, it was the single greatest challenge that I faced as a reporter, Juliet. Certainly, to be under attack in my hometown, you know, in this country, was something I never dreamed that I would have to face. And having to focus on the story and what was happening around me and not let my emotions take over was very, very difficult. And I'll never forget when we first ran into the satellite truck to escape when the first tower fell and the 400-foot cloud of smoke and debris was coming up Church Street right at us. We're only 4 blocks away. Me and the engineer, Pat Butler, jumped in the truck and we closed the door and everything went dark because it became so thick with smoke and ash that we couldn't see out the window. And we just looked at each other and said, are we going to die in this truck? We had no idea what was happening around us. Cell phones didn't work. It was a real void, and it was very unsettling. And when the smoke cleared and we went out into the street and everything had changed and had a layer of ash on it, and then we started hearing rumors that the Pentagon had been hit. There were 12 more planes in the sky, and no one knew where they were going. It just felt like the world was coming to an end. It was the first time I've ever felt unsafe at home.
We all remember you running into that, you know, try to get shelter, and it almost seemed like it was nighttime, as you remember. But 5 years later, Rick, when I was on that day, I thought we'll all never be happy again. There'll never be another moment of levity in our entire lives. And I thought about my children. How are you different? How is today for you now, 5 years later?
Well, it may sound trite, but I appreciate every single day, Mike. You know, and we all should. And that was a lesson that I learned on 9/11, a lesson I was reminded of when I went to Iraq to cover the war. You know, every day is so special and so important, and we can't lose sight of how great things are on a daily basis. I remember this city was so depressed after 9/11. The entire city was depressed for weeks and months after. It took several months, I think, for that cloud to lift. But we've come a long way since then, and I think people have recovered as much as we can recover.
Rick Leventhal, thank you very much, sir. Good to see you.
Sure.
All right, one of the true heroes of 9/11 was a former Marine sergeant. His name is Jason Thomas. He saved 2 Port Authority officers trapped in the rubble of the Twin Towers. His efforts were portrayed in the movie World Trade Center, although the producers didn't know who this person was. He was this sort of mysterious hero. Well, now we know who he is. He and his wife, Christy, join us now. Christy, hi.
Thank you both for being here. We're going to roll. I know that you don't want to see this film, World Trade Center, WTC, by Oliver Stone. Got pretty darn good reviews. Why don't you want to see it? We're going to show a clip, so if you want to turn your eyes, it's the scene that we're going to roll here. Maybe we just roll it as a VO. Is a scene. It's supposed to be you, but you never came forward, so they didn't know who you were. The story is basically about this saving of these two Port Authority officers who were trapped in the rubble for so many hours, and you came upon them. You see the flashlight, I think, at some point here where they're being recovered, where you noticed them. You saved their lives, no question about it. But you weren't supposed to be down there at ground zero. How did you get down there, and why did you go down there?
I got down there by driving. My days normally started out as my previous days. I was attending John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and my mother volunteered to babysit my 1-month-old daughter. And I get to her house, and she tells me a plane just flew into one of the towers.
So you change into your Marine uniform?
Correct.
Get down there.
Why did you change into your Marine uniform? Did you feel like it would give you better access than just being the regular guy on the street wearing, the jeans and sneakers?
Well, yes, it definitely did. If there was any checkpoints, I felt I'd have better access or better chance of getting to ground
worked.
zero.
You got all the way down there and got on the rubble, thank God, because you saved these two people's lives. Why didn't you ever come forward and say, hey, wait a minute, I've heard about this movie. I'm in the trailer, for goodness sake. Why didn't you come forward and say, that's me?
One, I did not know that that they were making a movie of 9/11. And two, why should I? I did accomplish the mission. That's how I looked at it, and I walked completely away from it. I wasn't expecting anything in return at all. So, and plus, New York needed their time to grieve. There was a grieving time for New York. There was a grieving time for America, and it's like, why should I? And there was great men and women that were down there that were helping out. So it's like, why should I go ahead and step out in the light and say, hey, this is me, this is my story? No.
Did you realize you were married to a hero?
I did. He's always been like that.
Always been this way.
How long have you guys been married?
10 years.
10 years. So on that day, you knew that he was headed into the city to John Jay. You didn't know?
I didn't. I worked in the city on 3rd near Grand Central Station, and I was making my way out. I actually walked across the 59th Street Bridge because we didn't know what was going on.
Sure.
We just wanted to get out of the city. By the time I got home, they had told me he left to go to the
Were you surprised? I'm trying to get out. Oh, my husband's trying to get in and go down.
I wasn't surprised at all.
Not at all. Why not?
I thought he was coming to look for me, though, but he wasn't. He wasn't. He went straight to the
His mission was to go down there and save two people's lives.
We have a question from the audience. Go ahead.
We talk about being at war, and I just wondered, how did that seem to you, being a military person, as far as a war zone that we're used to and fighting other military people, and here you are in an area with civilians and casualties. How did that compare as far as being at war and in a war zone? How did that seem to you?
It definitely stood up to being in a war zone. I saw the second tower collapse. I was about quarter of a mile in, and I just saw the tower come collapsing down. So it was devastating to me. It was very emotional because those buildings stood for something. But more than that, there was people that was trapped in those buildings, and I wanted to get to them as quickly as possible.
But again, you weren't on duty. You did this all voluntarily.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I felt compelled. One, it's my city. It's my city. I grew up here, trained by the best fighting force in America, the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And it's like, listen, I can definitely go down and help out.
When he not only helped out, saved two guys' lives, Port Authority officers. So great to meet you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Pleasure to you.
All righty. Some of the unsung heroes. Oh yeah, there you go.
I'll stand too.
All right, so have a seat because you're going to have to stand up in a second again for the folks sitting over here. Some of the unsung heroes of 9/11 were the rescue dogs, and there are the guys that walk around with them. They spent hours and hours searching for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center and also the Pentagon. And joining us right now, Sacramento Urban Search and Rescue Team's Captain Randy Gross and Captain Rick Lee. You're Captain Rick Lee?
over there.
I knew I'd
There's
mess
Rex.
that up.
Okay.
They told me before the show started. I never listen anyway. But they arrived to Ground Zero the night of September 11th, the night of, because you were out in California, and they brought their search dogs. And this one looks like, is that Anna?
Rick, is that Anna? Yeah.
This is Anna.
Anna's sleeping.
Well, she's, believe it or not, she's Tasmanian devil. But when she knows she's not going to work, they're very lax dogs.
We got Dusty over here.
It's Dusty.
And Randy, the four of you were down there as soon as possible. Got here the night of 9/11. And I remember that all the dogs, there were about 75, 80 dogs who were running all over the rubble there, trained certainly not on hot steel. Were you surprised they reacted so well?
Absolutely. I mean, the training that goes into these dogs is tremendous. There's a lot of time that's put into them because you don't, train a dog to do search work is very, very tough. You have to find a site that resembles a disaster to be able to train on it. But you obviously, the scene that we had there, you couldn't train for that.
Rick, same thing? I mean,
yeah, that's correct. I think the 5 years prior to us just training in case something happens, finding those sites like he's talking about played a huge role in the the agility capability of these dogs to do what we want them to do.
As you were flying there and imagining what you were going to find at Ground Zero, did it match up to anything in your head, the reality?
Never. You can't. You train for that. You can't imagine it. We had very little intel. En route, we heard that Building 7 did collapse.
Yeah.
So we knew that catastrophically we even have a bigger event on our hands, and whether anybody was still trapped.
Nona Kilgore-Bauer is also with us, and Nona, congratulations on your book, Dog Heroes of September 11th, a tribute to America's search and rescue dogs. A fantastic book.
Thank you.
And some wonderful images from that book as well. How many dogs were involved, do you think?
The book profiles 77 of the search and rescue dogs that worked at all 3 sites. It's estimated that 250 to 300 teams worked. I was able to reach about 77 of those.
I have somebody up here has a real quick question, so I'm going to borrow this. I'm sorry. I'm going to use my other hand because this one just attacked me.
What is the headline of their story, the dog story? What were they so perfect in doing down there?
We wrote the book to recognize the role the dogs played overall in searching for victims. Without these dogs, hundreds of families wouldn't have their loved ones to bury, and that contribution to the effort is priceless. Yeah. And to date, that contribution was relatively unknown.
Because these dogs were able to find the minuscule
Absolutely.
body
They're
parts
trained to that very, very high skill level.
Real quick question.
The health of so many people was affected by the ash and rubble. How about the dogs?
Yeah, with the dogs? They have asthma or anything?
The University of Pennsylvania has just completed a 5-year study of the health of the dogs using a control group and a group of working dogs, and they have found no connection, no health issues with the dogs that actually worked. Apparently their immune systems are so much different and so much stronger than ours that none of the dogs have developed any symptoms as the human beings have.
Anna, calm down, please.
And this one is just lovable.
Yes.
All right.
Sweet.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And once again, the book is called The Doctor of September 11th. All right. Up next, a new message from Osama bin Laden's #2 guy. It was broadcast today. It has warned of further terror attacks against America, among other things. The details ahead, coming up. Welcome back. 5 years ago, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan was driving to the Pentagon when the plane hit, and now he's joining us right now in studio. It's hard to believe it was 5 years.
Hard to believe, Juliet. There's so many things have happened in the last 5 years. It's just been an absolute continuum of things going on. It's hard to kind of grasp all the stuff.
Now, you were driving into the Pentagon. The 2 planes that hit the towers by then?
They had, Mike, and I was listening to the news all the way in. I was in rush hour traffic going like 5 miles an hour. Anybody who's driven up 395 towards Washington, D.C. knows that. I'm driving 5 miles an hour. I'm listening all the way to the events here in New York City. I hear it go from a report of a small light plane hitting the tower to suddenly it's a bigger plane, then it's a real plane, then there's another plane.
So by the
all
time
along,
your drive happened and you see the Pentagon in the distance there, all the planes have been grounded in America.
Everything's grounded. I know from listening to the news that no planes are flying, and yet I look out way beyond the Pentagon, and off in the distance I see a plane circling, heading off from east to west, going across my front like that, and I kind of wonder what that is. Maybe that's one plane that hasn't landed yet. And then I continue on slowly. I can't quite see the Pentagon. For those of you, again, who've driven up there, there's a little hill. You go over the right a hill by the Army-Navy Country Club, and then suddenly off to the left, I had my window down, suddenly off to the left, I can hear a plane coming very fast, very low, screaming in, and I look over, and I watch this plane for maybe the last 3 or 4 seconds of its flight as it crosses in front of me. I see it go right, no question it's going to the Pentagon, because I know exactly where the Pentagon is, and I see this horrific explosion. I didn't actually see the impact. I saw the explosion. I felt the shock wave. I could hear all the sound.
And 5 years later, yet another tape has come out, this one from the #2 guy, Ayman al-Zawahiri, basically calls on Muslims to step up and resist the United States. It says, your leaders are hiding from you the true extent of the disaster, and the days are pregnant and giving birth to new events. Now, when we get a tape like this on the 5th anniversary, call it what you will, of 9/11, does it cause any concern to you?
No, it makes me angry again. You know, I mean, I would say this. Here we are 5 years later. We know that they want to attack us again. If the best they can do right now is a tape, then we should feel pretty good about that. The government's doing the right things. And at some point, they will get to us. But it's a reminder of that horrific day. And it should make us all a little bit angry again. We're still looking for bin Laden. We're still looking for Zawahiri. We're doing other things. And we're pressing forward on the battle.
Colonel, always great to see you.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Juliet.
Thank you. Always love having you in the studio. All right. Up next, turning to God and your inner self to cope with a tragedy like 9/11 as Dayside continues.
Five years can be a long time. 5 years can go by in an instant. It has been 5 years of courage, of sorrow, of healing. Today, we remember the strength and compassion of our heroes, and we honor the memory of those we lost. Let us always remember. In 5 years.
Welcome back. For those who lost family and friends, the grief of a tragedy like 9/11 is overwhelming. Many people are still feeling the effects. Many people are still feeling the effects. So how do we handle it?
Joining us now from Los Angeles is the Reverend Dr. Robert Schuller, and with us in studio, psychiatrist Dr. Carol Lieberman, author of the book Coping with Terrorism. And Reverend Schuller, let's go to you first. I mean, so many people feel like we've lost our way now, and we could never recover from this. How do you counsel people and help them recover with the healing process?
Well, you know, many people are afraid to die. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we have to remember is that death is inevitable. And it's not how we die as much as how we live. And that when we lose something, and we all will lose something, and it'll be something of great value, it could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be a child, a parent, that these things happen. They happen to all of us. And it's not that they happen, it's how we deal with it that counts.
Doctor, what do we need to do when we find ourselves having to deal with a 9/11? It's particularly those like Dina Burnett, lost a husband, lost her best friend in the world, the father of her children. What can you do on a daily basis?
Well, you know,
she was with church with me
Doctor,
yesterday.
real quick, I'm sorry, the other doctor.
Obviously, people who have lost someone personally, you know, has a much more difficult time today and all through their life. And doing something like what she did, speaking out for what you think this country should be doing, is one way to deal with it. But what I'm concerned with, even more than the people who, or at least as much, since there are more of them, people who were concerned personally, I'm concerned about the many people in this country who, yes, for today, they feel very sad. They certainly are honoring the people who died or were injured and their families. But then tomorrow, they're going to want to forget about this. We are in such a state of denial in this country. We hear the news about, now we hear today, the new Al-Qaeda tape, for example, and yet people have a disconnect between what they hear as still threatening us and how they feel. They don't want to be in touch. And I talk about in my book what people can do, not just to go on with their lives the way it was before 9/11, but to make their lives better in order to appreciate every day and in order to recognize the depression, the anxiety, the physical illness, etc., that have been caused by 9/11.
Reverend, should we try to pray to make it go away, or is it what Carol is saying important? Maybe don't let it go away.
No, I think that what you need to do is embrace the past, embrace the challenges and frustrations you have, and allow those to enhance your life and make you a better person. I believe that God allows these things to happen to us, to strengthen us, and to prepare us for something that will equip us as well. In the Bible, they refer to us as saints, you know, to equip us as to be better people.
Reverend Schuler, so great to see you, and Carol, thank you as well. Okay, coming right back. Aaron Tippin is here to sing a song for us, patriotic song that you will enjoy here on Dayside in just a little bit. Before we leave you today, one of our favorite people is here, country music star Aaron Tippin. Hi, Aaron. And you got your buddy Dave with you again today from Knoxville, Tennessee. Dave, good to have you here. New CD is out?
Yeah, it's called Aaron Tippin Now and Then.
Now and Then.
And what are we going to be hearing today?
Oh, we're going to be hearing an old faithful song. I think it's a real special one to me. It's called With the Stars and the Stripes and the Eagles Fly.
All right,
Perfect for
Aaron
today.
Tippin and
Thank you,
Dave.
Aaron.
Stars and stripes and the eagle flies. It's a big old land with countless dreams, and happiness ain't out of reach. Hard work pays off the way it should. Seen enough to know that we've got it good. Stars and stripes and the eagle fly. There's a lady that stands in a harbor for what we believe. And there's a bell that still echoes the price that it costs to be free. I pledge allegiance to this flag. If that bothers you, well, that's too bad. If you got pride and you're proud you do, hey, we could use some more like me and you. With the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. There's a lady that stands in a harbor for what we believe. And there's a bell that still echoes the price that it costs to be free. No, it ain't the only place on earth. It's the only place that I prefer. Love my wife and raise my kids. Yeah, the same way that my daddy did. With the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. We're the stars and stripes and the eagle fly.
Aaron Tippin. The album is called Now and Then. It's actually out in stores right now. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. And we want to say thank you to all the firefighters, all the people who helped save thousands and thousands of people from the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001.
It's time for more coverage on this 5th anniversary with Martha McCallum.
You are looking at a live shot right outside our studios here, where we are honored to have the U.S. Marine Drum and Bugle Corps. They're part of an effort that is going on across New York City to bring the music back to New York City. So they're going to play some upbeat music to talk about, to make a comment on the inspiration and the doggedness and the resilience of this city 5 years after September 11th, 2001. Let's listen to them for a moment. All right, the U.S. Marine Drum and Bugle Corps, they look so stunning out there on our plaza here on 6th Avenue in New York City, and they're part of an effort to show the resilience of this city and to bring music back to New York 5 years after September 11th, 2001. We're honored to have them here, and we thank them for bringing us that beautiful music this afternoon from the U.S. Marines. Well, today is a day to pause and to remember and to look back and once again let what happened on that day just sink in a bit. There were moments of silence today at Ground Zero, at the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. President Bush made stops at all three of those sites today. He was with firefighters stationed near Ground Zero for the moments of silence. President Bush standing near a door from a fire truck that was destroyed in those attacks.
Larry Bowman.
And nearby, the tolling of the bells at Ground Zero as family members read the names of those who were lost on that day. Fox's Rick Leventhal joins us live now from Ground Zero. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Martha. The turnout seemed significantly smaller this year than in years past, but the mood was certainly equally somber. And while most of the people have now gone home or left here at Ground Zero, there are still some people left in what's known as the pit. And we want to give you a live look at one of the reflecting pools. There are two reflecting pools down here at Ground Zero that are built on the site of the footprint of the Twin Towers. And this morning before dawn when we arrived, there was a single wreath floating in each pool that was laid by the President and First Lady yesterday of red, white, and blue flowers. And now those pools are completely full of flowers and balloons and flags. A compelling sight as people continue to pay their respects to the people who lost their lives here 5 years ago today. There were more than 200 husbands, wives, or domestic partners of victims who were reading the names of the 2,749 people who died 5 years ago when those Twin Towers collapsed. It took about 3.5 hours to get through all the names. They also observed 4 moments of silence. They were marked by church bells ringing across the city, and then moments of silence at 8:46 and 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time when the planes hit the buildings, and again at 9:59 and 10:29 when each of the towers fell. The President and First Lady were in New York City this morning. They had breakfast at a firehouse on the Lower East Side with police officers and firefighters, and then headed to Shanksville. And we heard remarks from a number of other dignitaries, including New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, New York Governor George Pataki, former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and New Jersey Governor John Corzine. And the message clearly was one of never forgetting, Martha, never forgetting the sacrifices that were made, the lives that were lost, and the fact that we're still targets here in New York and around the world from people who don't like our way of life and are out to get us. So, you know, that was the message here, to never forget, and clearly people aren't forgetting. But again, you know, the crowd was smaller. We saw a lot of firefighters out here as well who have a lot, you know, to grieve. They lost 343 firefighters on 9/11 here in New York City. And I talked to a couple of them who said that many of their brothers did not show up here today, didn't go to some of the other memorial events that were planned, but decided to pay their respects in private. Martha?
And families I know doing the same thing today. Everybody sort of finds their own way to remember this day. And we're going to get back to Rick Leventhal a little bit later. Thank you very much, Rick. Well, as we all remember too well, at 9:37 in the morning, 5 years ago, American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. That attack took the lives of 184 people. And this morning, the Vice President and the Defense Secretary spoke at a memorial service there. Right now, we're waiting for President Bush, the last leg of his journey today. He will arrive at the Pentagon and take part in a wreath-laying ceremony there. Kelly Wright joins us now live from Arlington, Virginia. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Martha. And we understand that wreath-laying ceremony for President Bush will take place around 3:45 during an afternoon memorial ceremony. The president was in Shanksville before coming here, though. We understand that he is on his way back here to Washington. But we take you now to an earlier tape of him actually visiting with families there in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Now, who can forget what took place there? Flight 93, let's roll. You'll remember that, of course, was a battle cry for those 40 people on board that flight who were trying to stop hijackers from circling that plane back around and heading towards Washington. And the president visited with each of the family members there, family members of the victims of Flight 93, which crashed 5 years ago. He privately greeted family members who remembered the 40 passengers and crew in a ceremony marked by the reading of their names and the tolling of bells there as well, and a moment of silence there. Now, as you were mentioning, at 9:37 here at the Pentagon, there was also a moment of silence, marking, of course, the exact time that American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. During this moving ceremony, in the rain, in the chill of the air, and a very somber and solemn ceremony, yet at the same time, one of resolve. General Peter Pace thanking everyone for being here, and also thanking them for putting America on a mission. He went on to say, today is a day of remembrance and recommitment. Peter Pace, the general, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, saying, we have a message, the members of the military have a message to the terrorists, those who seek to change our way of life, not on our watch. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld also addressing the crowd, saying, I remember working our way through that day, that tragic day 5 years ago, and then pointing out how the terrorists are seeking to divide us. Americans are not an intimidated people, he went on to say. We still fly in airplanes, we still work in skyscrapers, and yes, we still work here at the Pentagon. And then he went on to tell everyone here, all of Americans, that Americans must persevere and not fail.
The highest tribute we can pay to them is to commit ourselves to doing everything possible to fight the extremists wherever they are, to making every effort to stay united as a country, and to give our truly outstanding men and women in uniform all that they need to succeed. And I must add, to always give our troops the benefit of the doubt. They deserve it.
We have no intention of ignoring or appeasing history's latest gang of fanatics trying to murder their way to power.
Vice President Cheney giving more of the resolve. As I said, it was a solemn ceremony here, but also one of resolve. The Vice President concluding with his remarks stating that the war on terror is not endless, and then stating, quote, "Our cause is right, our will is right, and we will prevail." Martha?
Kelly, thank you very much. Kelly Wright outside the Pentagon. And President Bush, as we've been showing you, had a very full day of events today, ending tonight with a primetime speech that he will make from the Oval Office. Now, the White House says the president will reflect on what September 11th means to him and to our country. With us live, Senator Trent Lott. Senator, welcome. It's always good to have you with us.
Glad to be back with you, Martha.
You know, we've all spent so much of today watching the images, and it struck me this morning just listening and to the recreation of all those events. It hits home so quickly. It doesn't take much to bring it all rushing back to you. And I'm curious what your thoughts were today and what you remember about where you were on that morning.
Well, it's one of those times in history that you will always remember what you were doing when you heard or saw what was happening as we did on 9/11. And so I was with my wife and my son this morning, and we were reflecting back on 9/11 and the impact it had on our lives. But I do think it's important that we take this time to mourn those that lost their lives that day and to think about the families and what they've been through. But also to reflect on what it's meant to us personally and what it means for our country. I don't believe America is the same today as it was 5 years ago on 9/11. We've changed in a lot of ways. In some ways, obviously, you know, we've given up some of our liberties for security. But I also think that Americans are stronger in many ways, and we have a better understanding of the threat of these terrorists that struck that day and could strike again if we're not ever vigilant.
It's been so clear, and the president always makes it clear that that day had a huge impact on him and that it changed what he felt his mission and his presidency was all about. Tonight he will speak to the nation, just as he did on September 11th, 5 years ago. What do you expect him to say tonight?
I think it's important that he speak to the nation tonight and talk about it in a personal way, because I do think it clearly changed his administration. I think that he was planning at the time to deal with a lot of important domestic issues, and with that 9/11 event, we have been engaged in defense and security and terrorist war ever since. So it fundamentally changed its administration and has had an impact on America. But I think he will use it as an occasion to point out the successes we have had. We are more secure now. We have thwarted other planned terrorist attacks. I think the president will try to bring home to us the importance that we stay engaged. We take this war on terrorism seriously, and that while it's difficult, we can use it to rebuild and to rekindle that patriotic spirit that America has always had.
All right, Senator Trent Lott, thank you very much. It's always good to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Martha.
Senator Trent Lott. Okay, as we've been telling you, President Bush will address the nation tonight, of course, from the Oval Office. You can watch that live here on Fox News. It gets started at 9 p.m. Eastern, so keep it right here. Fox News, America's newsroom. And don't miss Greta. Following the president's address tonight, Senator Hillary Clinton will be her guest on the record tonight beginning at 10 p.m. Eastern. Well, the president announcing last week that some very high-value terror suspects are now held at Gitmo. Two senators who just toured that facility will tell us what they saw, and a live look at the Pentagon. We're waiting for President Bush to arrive for a ceremony there. We're going to take you back there live, and we also are going to take you right back here to our plaza in New York City, where there's an effort to bring music back to New York. And we are proud to have on our corner here the U.S. Marine Drum and Bugle Corps taking us to the break. And we'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
September the 11th, our nation awoke to a nightmare attack.
Tonight, President Bush discusses the day America changed and the future of our nation. It's a special presidential address live from the Oval Office on Fox News Channel. After the president addresses the nation, sacrifice, courage, heroes, we remember. Rudy Giuliani, Governor Pataki, and America's bravest. Join a special Hannity and Colmes.
Well, Ronald Reagan had success with it, and so did Arnold, of course. Hollywood stars trading in their fame for political power. In our series, You Decide 2006, some new faces. We're going to take a look at some of the famous faces who are running for office this November. Our question for you today, do you think that celebrities make good politicians? Or more importantly, do they make good leaders? And who would you like to see run out there? Send your thoughts to Martha@foxnews.com. We'll get some of those into our conversation when we get to our You Decide segment coming up in just a few minutes. All right, well, switching back to the war on terror for a moment, a message from Al-Qaeda's number 2. In a new tape, Ayman al-Zawahiri calls on Muslims to step up their resistance against the U.S. And the new video of the most wanted man in the world that we've been looking at. Fox's Mike Emanuel joins us live now from the Pentagon. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Martha. Yeah, U.S. intelligence officials say it is not at all surprising when al-Qaeda leadership puts out any kind of message close to a 9/11 anniversary. Today, that newly released video from Ayman al-Zawahiri, al-Qaeda's number 2, as you mentioned, calling on Muslims worldwide to step up their resistance against the United States. Zawahiri says the United States should not waste time sending in reinforcements to Iraq and Afghanistan, saying, quote, their fate is doomed. The video is 1 hour, 16 minutes in length and is dated September 2006. This is the 12th video message from Ayman al-Zawahiri this year, just 9 days after the last tape from him. U.S. intelligence officials call this a reminder from al-Qaeda. They are still out there, and they continue putting out their rhetoric. The video makes reference to the recent conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. That suggests to U.S. intelligence it is fairly recent. Zawahiri also refers to the capture of Israeli soldiers, and he threatens that Israel and Persian Gulf countries will be al-Qaeda's next targets. This comes after al-Qaeda released more previously unseen footage of Osama bin Laden and other top leaders on Sunday. The tape was 91 minutes long, consisting of 2 segments, with the first one being 55 minutes. Excerpts of this tape shown on Al Jazeera on Thursday, and al-Qaeda promised to release the entire video on the internet. It is not clear when this tape was made or how soon before September 11, 2001 the video of bin Laden was made, but a U.S. counterterrorism official calls this part of a media blitz, which al-Qaeda promised. Martha.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Mike Emanuel at the Pentagon. And the president's right now on his way to the Pentagon after attending ceremonies in New York City here and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. He is expected to arrive at the Pentagon about an hour from now. And we take you out listening to our own U.S. Marine Drum and Bugle Corps. Well, they're not really ours, but they're ours for the afternoon. They're outside our studios here, and we're delighted to have them with us as part of the effort to bring music back to New York. It is a beautiful city and a resilient city, and they are celebrating that with us here this afternoon. We'll be right back. Well, on this 5th anniversary of September 11th, President Bush has recently said that key terror suspects, key terror leaders, have been moved to Guantanamo Bay. He wants them to be tried in a new type of military court. As he laid out last week, that type of trial now must be approved by Congress. 2 Republican senators just got back from visiting Gitmo, and Fox's Major Garrett was there himself, and he has this Fox News exclusive for us. Interesting travels and trip that you just had, Major. Tell us all about it.
All day yesterday, Martha, and Fox was the only news organization to tour Guantanamo Bay since Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 13 other high-value terrorists arrived at that detention facility from secret CIA prisons last week. Now, Fox did not see Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or the others. Base military personnel declined, citing security precautions. But while there at Guantanamo Bay, I asked the camp's commanding officer, Navy Rear Admiral Harry Harris, if things had changed there now that the 9/11 mastermind was in his custody.
It doesn't change my attitude at all in the sense that we have a mission here of safe and humane care and custody of detained enemy combatants and to be a strategic intelligence platform. The fact that we have Khalid Sheikh Mohammed here is just another detainee as far as we are concerned.
Now, there were 3 Republican senators on this trip, Senators Frist, McConnell, and Specter. They toured the detention cells, viewed the uniforms and religious items, including the Quran that's provided to every detainee. The guards at Gitmo, by the way, never touch the Quran. Those are handled entirely by interpreters at the facility. The senators also took a look at the camp hospital and medical clinic, which includes a dentist's office, psychiatric care facility, and a pharmacy. The detainees, Martha, receive round-the-clock medical attention. There are 100 health care providers at the camp for the 460 detainees in the population. Senator Frist, who before he got into politics was a heart transplant surgeon, appeared impressed.
One of the remarkable things for me is that the detainees, if you look at the care that they get, the health care that they get, is better than the health care than the typical American gets back in the States. Truly amazing to me.
Martha, there's also a physical therapy wing at the camp. It receives about 120 visits per month. The camp doctors have provided 22 prosthetic limbs and performed 295 surgical procedures. And get this, Martha, because some of the population at Camp Delta in Guantanamo Bay is now above the age of 50, the hospital said it goes out of its way to alert these detainees of the risk of prostate and colon cancer and has provided 16 colonoscopies to detect any early signs of cancer among the detainee population.
Sounds like Senator Frist had a very good point. Major, quick question for you.
Yeah.
Did you get to talk to them at all, or what is the outlook, the prospects for legislation that would pass interrogation techniques and the system for a trial that would take place as the president has said he wants?
I had a long on-camera interview with Senator Specter about that, and we talked a lot about that on the plane back. And he said, look, we have the Army field manual that came out last week. His entire approach for Congress is going to be have Congress ratify that field manual, create some small room for CIA interrogators under very special, legally defined times when there's a high-value target to use different types of techniques. But by and large, operate off the Army field manual that was just authorized and released last week, put that in law, have Congress authorize that, and make that the legal framework for interrogations.
Interesting report. Major, thank you very much.
You got it, Martha.
Major Garrett just back from Gitmo. And coming up, Al-Qaeda not forgetting September 11th either, of course. A new video has surfaced, taped message from the terror network's right-hand man with a warning for America. And Fox correspondent Rick Leventhal nearly became part of the story on September 11th. He was covering those attacks. He was right there when the first tower came crashing down. We're going to talk to Rick about what he saw on that day and how he says that day changed him forever. And as we head out to a break, we'll leave you on a happy note. Some music coming to us from the U.S. Marines. We'll be right back with more on Fox News Live. Stay with us. Well, the president's had a busy day visiting all of the sites that were hit on September 11th. He's heading for the Pentagon right now for a wreath-laying ceremony there, honoring the 184 innocent lives that were lost there on that day. President Bush visited Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of the United Flight 93 crash, and the president and the First Lady spending time greeting and consoling the families that were gathered there today. 40 people died when Flight 93 crashed into a field after heroic passengers stormed the cockpit of that hijacked jet, a moment that the president recently called the first victory in the war on terror. All right, let's take a look at the news. From
America's Newsroom, I'm Paige Hopkins. A suspicious package was blown up today at Long Beach Airport in California. That package found in a rental car in a lot across from the terminal. The terminal was closed off for about 2 hours. A few departing flights were delayed, but arriving flights were not affected. Another cruise ship mystery in Miami. The FBI trying to figure out what happened to an Ohio woman who disappeared from a cruise ship. The 37-year-old woman was traveling aboard the ship Imagination. She was on a 4-day cruise between Miami and Mexico. Carnival Cruise Line says relatives last saw the woman late Saturday night, but they didn't report her missing until the ship docked today in Miami. However, an FBI spokeswoman says she is not aware of any reporting delay. Overseas, the Palestinians are getting a new government. The militant group Hamas agrees to create a coalition government with its moderate rival, Fatah. That deal announced today by Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, a member of Fatah, and Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh, a member of Hamas. However, the compromise falls short of international demands that Hamas renounce violence and recognize Israel and all previous peace agreements. Hurricane Florence lashing Bermuda with a glancing blow. 23,000 homes and businesses are without power on the resort island right now. Florence is not making a direct hit, but forecasters warn that hurricane-force winds extend as far as 70 miles from the center. Florence is expected to steer away from the U.S. East Coast, but can kick up high surf and rip currents. We'll keep our eyes on that. And those are some of the stories Fox is following for you. I'm Paige Hopkins.
Because Fox is where the news is.
All right, thank you, Paige. Well, President Bush today offering hugs and kind words to Americans who lost loved ones 5 years ago. Tonight, the president will speak to the nation from the Oval Office, where he is expected to reflect on this day, where we are now, where we need to go from here, and to make sure that an attack like this never happens again. Molly Henneberg joins us live now from the White House with more on what's expected. Hi, Molly.
Hi, Martha. President Bush has said that this is a day of sadness, a day of remembrance, and a day of renewed resolve in the war on terror. Today, the president began the day in New York City. Then he flew to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and in the next hour, he will be going to the Pentagon for a ceremony there. About 250 people are expected, mostly family members of those who died on 9/11. Earlier this afternoon, the president and First Lady attended a wreath-laying ceremony in honor of those who went down fighting the terrorists on United Flight 93 that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. He met with families of those who died on that flight. He talked with them, shook hands, hugged them, took pictures. This morning, the president was in New York City at a firehouse in Manhattan. He greeted a number of 9/11 first responders. Then they all observed a moment of silence at 8:46 and then at 9:03, the precise moments when the terrorists flew the hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers 5 years ago. During the ceremony, the president stood next to a door salvaged from a fire truck destroyed on 9/11. Here at the White House, there was also a moment of silence at 8:46 this morning. Vice President Cheney, Mrs. Cheney, and former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher walked out on the South Lawn and paid tribute to those who died in the attacks. The Vice President invited Mrs. Thatcher to attend today's ceremony at the White House, and Mrs. Thatcher released a statement saying she was honored to be here in America and said that the, quote, heinous attack upon America was an attack upon us all. And she said, in the war on terror, we must not falter and we must not fail. The president really hasn't made any public remarks today. He's spoken one-on-one with families and people at all the various sites, but we will hear from him formally tonight in a speech at 9 o'clock from the Oval Office. Live at the White House, I'm Molly Henneberg. Martha, back to you.
Molly, thank you. We're going to switch gears here for a moment and talk a little politics in depth now. You decide some new faces that are running for elected office this time around, but they're not exactly unknowns coming from the world of sports. For example, Pro Football Hall of Famer Lynn Swann is out there campaigning these days. He's running for the position of governor of Pennsylvania, and we want to know what you think. Ronald Reagan did it, of course. very famously so. And now we have Arnold Schwarzenegger and one-time celebrities that use their fame to help them sort of get that boost to get elected to office. That was our question for you today. Do you think that celebrities make good politicians, or more importantly, do they make good leaders? And we got a lot of votes so far for Ronald Reagan, and the jury out on some other folks that have tried it. Who would you like to see run in that category? We have one person saying that they'd like to see Mel Gibson run. Another would like to see Sean Hannity run for president. So keep emailing those thoughts to us at martha@foxnews.com. We're going to get to this as we continue along here this afternoon. Joining us now is Roxanne Roberts. She's co-author of the Washington Post Reliable Source column. Good to have you with us, Roxanne.
Mel Gibson?
Yeah, somebody wanted Mel Gibson.
I don't think so.
I can't take credit for them. I'm just reading what the people wrote.
I know. I'm just going, okay. Well, he was born in America.
Yeah.
So he's eligible.
That's true. He is eligible.
Yeah, he is.
You know, other folks, we got a number of people who said that they thought that President Reagan was an exception to the actor rule. And there are some sort of inherent problems with trying to switch from being a sports figure or a celebrity to running for a political office. What do you think about the Lynn Swann, Governor Rendell race, for example?
Well, I think the great news for any celebrity running for office is that they have immediate name recognition. Somebody who goes and looks at a ballot and goes, hey, I know that guy. You know, he seems like a nice guy. But they're really a prisoner of expectation. So it's a great way to get elected, but it might be a really bad way to perform in office, because I think voters have expectations that have nothing to do with their ability to be good politicians.
It also is such a big transformation. I read one editorial in a local paper about Lynn Swann campaigning that, you know, asked the question whether or not he really wanted to be governor. You know, it's one thing to have the adoration of fans when you're an athlete, but it's a different thing to kind of work the room and to try to get people to like you and to, you know, be on that side of the fence, isn't it?
Well, it's a job, and it's not a particularly glamorous job once you're in it. You know, they always say politics is a lot like making sausage. You really don't want to watch it happen. So when Arnold ran, it was like, oh, man, he's going to come in here. He's going to sort of terminate all the problems, and he'll just take care of it the way he does in his movies. And I think there was a lot of support for him. And then he got into the actual governing part of it, and it was sort of a drag. And people were not that impressed with his ability to do the job.
There's a bunch of names on this list. Heath Shuler, who's a North Carolina congressional candidate. He's an ex-pro football player. Tim Baylor, also another ex-pro football player. What do you think it is about football that makes people want to run for office?
Well, first of all, how long can you be a football player?
Not that long. It hurts.
There tends to be a second career for most football players, but there's also just a sense of they seem like stand-up guys. You know, they're our American ideals. They're handsome. They're athletic. They're competitive, they're skilled. So you'd think, oh, they're going to take those qualities and they're going to be able to do that in office. And some of them have been able to do it. But you look like a Jesse Ventura, you know, sort of a character, and everyone was like, oh, great, he's not like all those boring old politicians. And then he completely tanked. Turned out they wanted a boring politician, or at least somebody who could do the job effectively.
Speaking of somebody else who's not like a boring old politician, Kinky Friedman, running in Texas, may have made the crucial mistake of knocking hunting. He's a big animal rights advocate, and he said hunting was a one-sided war against creation, which had, I love this, all the other candidates sort of, you know, jumping on the bandwagon saying what big supporters they are of hunting.
Well, I'm not sure that would play well in Texas. You know, I think a lot of the things that make a great celebrity, a certain kind of charisma, a certain charm, the ability to do things like that, you don't have to watch your words as carefully in some senses.
Right.
Politicians have to, you know, be thinking, it's like a chess game. You have to be thinking, you know, 5, 6, 7 steps ahead. And celebrities just have to be famous. And I think that transition, weighing the costs and the issues involved, it's not something they typically have to spend a lot of time doing.
All right, Roxanne, thank you very much. Good to have you with us today.
Thanks.
Coming up, we've got a lot for you, and tomorrow, let me just get to this piece of business first. We'll have more of You Decide 2006. We're going to take a look at the political dynasties in the Democratic Party and in some Republican dynasties as well. The Bushes, obviously, a great political dynasty, and there may be a Clinton dynasty in the works as well if Hillary decides that she's going to run in 2008. We want to know what you think about watching these same names come up again and again, and do you think that these kinds of political dynasties are a good thing for our country? Send your thoughts to Martha at Fox foxnews.com. Include your name and your state. We'll get some of those up and ready to go for tomorrow, and you can keep sending them through tomorrow as well. We'll do that at 2:20 Eastern, as we always do. And let's get a look at what's going on in the market for a moment. A live look at the big board 5 years after terrorists struck on September 11th. Of course, the market not able to open on that day, but today it is up and running. And people there have spent a lot of time, no doubt, reflecting on how September 11th affected their lives and, of course, how we do business in this country. For more on that, Fox Business correspondent Rebecca Gomez. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi there, Martha. Al-Qaeda tried to cripple our economy 5 years ago today, but it failed. The U.S. came out of a recession just 2 months after the terrorist attack, and it's been headed higher ever since then. 3.7 million new jobs have been created since then. $3 trillion added to the U.S. economy. Unemployment today at a low of 4.7%. The Dow is more than 3,000 points higher than the low hit after the terrorist attacks. Now, the markets were shut down for 4 trading days following 9/11, the longest stretch since the Great Depression. Panic selling ensued once the markets reopened the following Monday, with the Dow losing almost 1,400 points in 5 days, but recovery not far off at all. Today, Wall Street honoring those who were killed in Lower Manhattan. Instead of the usual bell ringing, the New York Stock Exchange began the trading day with a moment of silence. The same over at the American Stock Exchange. The NASDAQ stock market, a moment of silence an hour later at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, marking the fall of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The Biz Show will be live from Ground Zero today. Neil Cavuto will be talking to Bob Beckwith. He's the fireman who was standing with President Bush during that amazing scene on the rubble at Ground Zero just days after the attack. His amazing story and many others from the people who were the direct targets of the terrorists in the financial district and who kept on going to work despite fear, sorrow, and confusion. A special Your World Business Show today, 4 p.m. Eastern. Martha, back to you.
All right, indeed. They were so personally hit on Wall Street that day. Rebecca, thank you very much. We'll look forward to that show with Neil this afternoon. And the day of the attacks, Fox News correspondents were all over New York City and across the country. Rick Leventhal was right at the heart of it at Ground Zero. Then and now, he's coming back to us to tell us how it changed his life forever.
This is Church Street. It looks like a snowstorm hit. There's thick ash on the ground, lots of it. Pandemonium here a short time ago. When the building did collapse or whatever it was that happened, it was a huge explosion, a huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came across Church Street and then started billowing this way, and all we saw was people running in this direction. Everyone, law enforcement, people, a woman pushing a baby carriage. This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center. The FBI is here, as you can see. They had roped this area off. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt.
All right, there's some of the unforgettable images from September 11th. We're joined now once again by Fox's Rick Leventhal, who you just watched some of his reporting from Ground Zero on that awful day. Rick, you know, it's been 5 years, but it comes back so quickly when you look at these pictures and the fear and the feeling of utter shock at what was happening in our city. Tell us a little bit about what that day was like for you and how it's impacted you as a reporter.
Well, I still get chills whenever I see that video, Martha. It was such an unsettling day, and I remember feeling there was a vacuum because none of our cell phones work. We become so dependent on our cell phones, and none of them work because the cell towers were on top of the buildings and they got knocked out, and we couldn't make phone calls. And I remember, not knowing what was happening. And in fact, I would like to show another piece of videotape that was from just before that video you just watched, when we had just set up the camera, just plugged it in. We were out on Church Street. We were 4 blocks away from Ground Zero. We knew both towers were on fire, but we didn't know how bad things were. And then we heard the rumbling of one of the towers collapsing and saw the cloud of smoke coming towards us, and I want to show that tape right now. Oh my God. What the hell happened? It's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. We're on Church Street. We're not sure what happened. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the smoke. Go ahead, Rick. It's unclear what happened, if the tower collapsed or what, but I think we better get out of this mess, dude. I think we better get out of this. Get in.
Rick, we just have 30 seconds.
I was with engineer.
Go ahead. Tell me what happened after that.
Well, I was with engineer Pat Butler. We got in the truck and we stood there and things just went dark. We couldn't see out the windows and neither one of us knew what was happening at that point. And we both wondered whether we would die in that truck, whether, the whole city would collapse. And when we went back out, the world had changed. It had that thick layer of ash. And, I had these shoes on, Martha, that I wore for days and weeks afterwards. And I never wanted to clean those shoes. They had the dust from that day on the shoes. And something about it, I just didn't want to clean them. And I just remember walking around in those same shoes and it was carrying a piece of that day with me for months after that.
All right, Rick, we're just taking a look at some more of the video from that day. Yeah, I know you said, just real quickly, you said it was hard to actually ask people questions, which is your reporters, that's what you want to do. But in that moment, very tough.
Well, some people were clearly in shock, and I didn't want to bother them. I didn't want to stop them and talk to them, but we wanted to document the day, and we wanted to find out from people what had happened. So the people who were able to talk, some of them police officers, rescue workers, and some of the people, office workers who were in the buildings, the people who could talk to us, we stopped and talked to, but others clearly were they were devastated, they were in shock, and it was awful. And yeah, when they told me their stories, I really had no follow-up questions because what they were telling me was just so astounding.
It is indeed. Rick, thank you so much. Rick Leventhal reporting once again today from Ground Zero as he did on that day. And President Bush has had a busy schedule as well. It is he's due shortly to arrive at the Pentagon, about less than half an hour from now. We're going to have live coverage when he arrives there and today's ceremony at the Pentagon. Now we'll take you back outside to the U.S. Marine Drum and Bugle Corps. September 11th, 5 years later, and today a new message from Al-Qaeda. Ayman al-Zawahiri marks the day with a new threat. And new video released of Osama bin Laden, possibly showing him with 9/11 hijackers before the attacks. With us live, PJ Crowley, a former special assistant to President Clinton for National Security Affairs. Good to have you with us today, PJ.
Hi, Martha.
What's your reaction to this latest tape from Zawahiri? They have released a tape on or around September 11th every year since that date, and this one comes with threats to the United States to get out of the Gulf region and also warns of attacks in Israel.
Not surprising at all, Martha. Last week they had some video as well of the hijackers with bin Laden. Today we hear from al-Zawahiri. He's tended to do television over the last couple of years. Bin Laden, who has not been heard of directly, has done radio. But I think the news would have been if we had not heard from them. They have a sophisticated media strategy. It's really part of that dimension of the battle of ideas, which is going to be most decisive over the long run.
You know, when you look at, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of controversy about the Path to 9/11 film that ran this week, and you were part of the Clinton administration in those years leading up to it. Do you think it's an accurate depiction, and do you think that those years and what happened during those years give us any lessons for how to deal with the future?
Well, it's an unfortunate production because it very specifically misleads the American people about what happened and what did not happen. What is most troubling is that it leaves the impression that there were U.S. operatives within yards of bin Laden, wish it were so, and that the White House somehow called off an operation. It didn't happen that way at all. There was an operation contemplated, but the CIA never presented to the president for his approval.
But wasn't it true that there, and I don't want to get off on this too much, but wasn't it true that there was an operation, as you just mentioned, and it's been my understanding from even people who were remotely involved in that they did have that they had him within their sights and asked for approval? You're saying that never happened?
Well, there was an operation contemplated. It was planned. It was, they timed it out. But at the end, George Tenet declined to present it to the president, and a variety of people within the White House just believed it would not work. You
know, when you look back on those days and you look at where we are right now, what concerns you the most as you look at the world? Are there subjects that people, have their hair on fire about, as the expression was used, that we should be paying more attention to, that you're concerned about in terms of the next possible attack?
Well, I think what is really people need to focus on is that there is this corporate Al-Qaeda, Zawahiri and bin Laden. They're to some extent making a comeback along the Pakistan-Afghan border. So to some extent, we've put Afghanistan in the win column, and we have accomplished a great deal there, but the fight is not over. And so I don't think we should lose sight of that. But we also have to recognize that we are just as we are combating a corporate Al-Qaeda leadership, we're also now battling an ideology, and it is this battle of ideas that's going to be decisive. Military action will always have a place in a strategy, but we have to make sure that we have ways of convincing young people in the Islamic world to take a different path than those 19 did 5 years ago.
Indeed. P.J. Crowley, thank you very much.
Okay, Martha.
Well, President Bush today has been visiting the sites that were hit on that day. Shanksville, Pennsylvania was one of them. 40 people killed on United Flight 93. In just a bit, President Bush will take part in a wreath-laying ceremony. That will happen at the Pentagon. We'll take you there live when the Commander-in-Chief arrives. Well, as we leave you on this anniversary, we'd like to take a look back at the images as the nation remembers September 11th, the day that America changed.
That's a live look in Lower Manhattan. 9/11, 5 years later, and today Americans at home and abroad remember. Remember the attacks that changed the nation, the war that rages, the lessons we've learned, and those we have not. In depth today, how far we've come and how far to go. We're live in New York and beyond, and live at the Pentagon, where they're about to honor the men and women killed in that attack. But there are also incredible stories of heroism. This hour, we'll hear from them. And progress in Pennsylvania, where there's been a boost in plans to build a memorial. What does the future hold? Plus, America Reflects, a reminder of the terrorist's intent to harm. A new message today from Osama's right-hand man. All that, plus today's other headlines, the forecast for Florence on a special edition of Studio B.
Now, live from Studio B in the world headquarters of Fox News, Shepard Smith.
Good Monday afternoon to you. It's noon on the West Coast, 3 o'clock in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, at the Pentagon, and in Lower Manhattan, where leaders, families, friends, first responders, and survivors are all gathered to remember what happened right here and other places 5 years ago today. The bells tolled at Ground Zero for the 2,749 people who were killed there in planes, in their offices, in their uniforms, climbing up stairwells to save lives. Moments of silence marking the exact times that the planes hit and the exact times when the towers came down. In Shanksville, Pennsylvania, President Bush there to honor a group of American heroes who apparently took down United Flight 93, making the ultimate sacrifice to save others on the ground. The commander-in-chief now on his way to the Pentagon, where the mighty walls are rebuilt, but the painful memories are everlasting. Megan Kendall with Fox Top Story live today at the Pentagon. Megan.
Shep, in about 45 minutes or less, the president is expected here at the Pentagon, the Department of Defense headquarters, and the site where 184 people lost their lives 5 years ago today. The president and the first lady expected to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony in honor of those killed here on 9/11. The 64 people aboard American Airlines Flight 77 that was going from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, and the 120 people who perished inside the Pentagon. After it happened, the building went into crisis management mode those years ago. Even the Secretary of Defense helped to evacuate the wounded. 5 years later, he said the terrorists are failing.
It'll be in business tomorrow.
Secretary Rumsfeld saying
Americans are not an intimidated people. Americans have not stopped flying on airplanes. We can see that this morning. Americans have not stopped working in skyscrapers or here at the Pentagon.
Just before dawn, the Pentagon began a lights ceremony meant to commemorate the dead. 184 beams of light illuminated the sky over the long-since rebuilt building, where the chairman of the Joint Chiefs made clear this morning the U.S. will win this ongoing battle, saying, Shep, that we here at the military men and women have one simple message for the terrorists, and that is that no terrorist attack will happen, not on our watch. That from Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Peter Pace. Now, within the hour, as I said, President Bush and the First Lady will arrive here. We're told the ceremony will be short. It will be dignified. The President will lay a wreath. It will be attended by General Pace and by Secretary Rumsfeld. Right behind me, in the massive wall you see behind me, which is where the plane, American Airlines Flight 77, hit 5 years ago. Shep.
Megan Kendall live at the Pentagon. Now on to New York City, and a powerful morning as tears, trumpets sound.
Griffith, Warren Grifka, Ramon Grijalvo.
Men, women, and children who lost loved ones, reading one by one the names of the thousands who died. Mourners reflecting on what happened. The sound of soft music filling the silence in the brisk air and the 9/11 blue skies above what was the World Trade Center tower. And a somber yet spirited solo by the jazz legend Wynton Marsalis. No doubt a morning filled with mixed emotions at the final resting place for thousands of innocent lives. Our senior correspondent Eric Shawn is in Lower Manhattan. Eric?
Shepard, they came to honor, remember, and mourn. It's been 5 years, but for so many, the memories are still so fresh, those memories never ending. Let's take a live look now inside Ground Zero at the bottom of the pit. There are two water-filled reflective pools. They are square, meant to be symbolic of the footprints of those two towers. They are overflowing with roses and flowers and photographs and messages from the loved ones. That devastating toll read name by name, a mournful roll call, 2,749 people who perished here.
Gregory Arce.
Michael George Arjinsky.
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean Arostagui.
Earlier, the relatives descended into the pit. It was a sorrowful procession full of hope and anguish. It was a day that they lost their loved ones and we lost our illusions. They offered words of comfort and support. They paid tributes and tears as children clutched photographs, cards, and mementos. Some even wore the hats of the deceased firefighter and police officer fathers. This indeed is sacred ground and remains so. There were 4 moments of silence, 2 each for when the planes hit the North and the South Tower. 2 were for when the mighty towers did fall. The crowd not seemingly as large as past years, but the sadness and spirit so powerful. Former Mayor Rudy Giuliani offered an optimistic message of faith, hope, and strength.
Life is about change. You never get to keep it the same way. And growth means being able to deal with change. And the city is going to go through a change now. And we should do everything we can, including Citizen Giuliani, to make that the most positive change possible.
Earlier, President Bush, who had laid a wreath yesterday afternoon at this site, he had breakfast this morning with firefighters at a local firehouse. The ceremonies here are becoming now an annual ritual. Tonight at 7:12 Eastern Time, the tribute of light will be lit, those 2 twin white beams that will pierce the heavens, evoking the lost Twin Towers and all those who had died here. For some, the memories and the shock have lessened with the passing years. For others, they have not, as we remember those who were killed here and remember the threat that still exists. Shepard?
Eric Shawn live at Ground Zero. Now hundreds of teary-eyed mourners filled an open field in rural Pennsylvania. President Bush on hand for a tribute to some ordinary Americans who did some extraordinary things that day. Civilians aboard United 93 believed to have stormed the cockpit, fearing their fate after learning of the attacks on the World Trade Center and on the Pentagon. The brave men and women trying to retake the plane from the hijackers who were heading for the nation's capital. Now a chain-link fence surrounds the site, covered in American flags and firefighters' helmets, serving as a temporary memorial to the dozens who died right there. Well, he rallied the nation in the days after the attacks of 9/11 with a megaphone from a still smoking pile of rubble at Ground Zero. Today, President Bush returned to Lower Manhattan as he tours each site that became a target on that tragic day. In just a few minutes, the Commander-in-Chief will lay a wreath at the Pentagon where 184 people died 5 years ago today. From CTV, let's get to the Chief White House correspondent, Brett Baer, live there now. Brett?
Hey, Shep, the president's Pentagon wreath laying will be his 3rd stop on this day, the 5th anniversary. He told reporters in New York that he was approaching this day with a heavy heart, but also a renewed resolve. As you heard, the president started this day with the First Lady in New York City at a firehouse there in Manhattan. He greeted several 9/11 first responders, then observed a moment of silence at 8:46 and 9:03, the precise moments when the terrorists flew the hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers. Now, during that ceremony, the president stood next to a fire truck door that was salvaged from beneath the rubble of the World Trade Center 5 years ago. The president, as I said, has not made any remarks today, but he did talk to reporters about the anniversary last night in New York, calling it a day of sadness.
It's also a day of a remembrance, and I vowed that I'm never going to forget the lessons of that day. And we spent time in there looking at some of the horrific scenes inside this fantastic place of healing. And it just reminded me that there's still an enemy out there that would like to inflict the same kind of damage again.
Now, from New York, the president and the First Lady flew to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, attending that wreath-laying ceremony there in honor of those who died fighting the terrorists on United Flight 93. In a small, somber ceremony there, the president met with families of those who died on that flight. And again, in a few minutes, the president will lay a wreath at the Pentagon. He's not expected to make any remarks there, but tonight he will speak to the nation from the Oval Office. That speech, senior aides say, will basically focus on how the nation has changed since 9/11. Special coverage on Fox News Channel starts with managing editor Britt Hume at 9 p.m. Eastern. Chef?
Brett, thank you. 5 years ago this evening, Congress put aside partisan politics, if only for a moment, singing with one voice to show unity in the face of terror. Lawmakers in Washington will gather later tonight on the steps of the Capitol in an attempt to recreate that moment. Left and right met in the middle, singing God Bless America. That was the scene on September the 11th, 2001. Attendance is expected to be a bit lower this year than it was 5 years ago. Many lawmakers are back home campaigning for re-election and attending local events marking these very attacks. Well, it was the first front in the war on terror, and the fight for Afghanistan is suddenly far from over. Today, some of the 20,000 United States troops still stationed there paid tribute to the lost. Coming up, we'll have continuing coverage of 9/11 5 years later. In just a moment, we'll speak live with a retired colonel who survived the attack on the Pentagon, so much that he has gone through, and Dr. Stephen Garner, who was an advisor to Mayor Rudy Giuliani in the days after 9/11, on the continuing health concerns, the lawsuits involved, what all of us need to know about what happened, and what we should know for the next time it happens. That's coming up inside Studio B. A 9/11 message from the terrorists who apparently engineered the attacks. In a tape aired today on Al Jazeera television in the Arab world, Osama bin Laden's top deputy says Persian Gulf nations and Israel are next on Al-Qaeda's hit list. From CTV, the national security correspondent, Mike Emanuel, live at the Pentagon. Mike?
Shep, U.S. intelligence says a new message from Al-Qaeda senior leadership was to be expected today. The 12th message of the year from Ayman al-Zawahiri, an hour and 16-minute rant on videotape. Zawahiri calling on Muslims to stop what he calls the theft of Muslim oil by Western countries. He also threatens Israel and Persian Gulf countries will be al-Qaeda's next target. Zawahiri says the U.S. should not reinforce troops in Afghanistan and Iraq because, quote, they are doomed to defeat and are already all but defeated. The video shows Zawahiri wearing white clothing, sitting in front of a wall of bookshelves as it appears he's being interviewed by someone not on camera. This comes just 9 days after his last tape when he was inviting Americans to convert to Islam. In the video out today, Zawahiri makes reference to the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, suggesting to U.S. intelligence the tape is fairly recent. Al-Qaeda's number 2 isn't happy with the United Nations either, saying the UN peacekeepers in Lebanon are, quote, hostile to Islam. Talking about recent events in the news is another standard for these Al-Qaeda tapes, letting the world know they know current events and have something to say about them. On Sunday, this video was released on the internet showing Osama bin Laden and other top Al-Qaeda leadership planning the September 11th attacks 5 years ago. Clips of this video aired on Al Jazeera last Thursday, but the terror group promised to release the entire tape on the internet, not newly recorded, but what appears to be a new release. Shep?
Mike Emanuel live at the Pentagon, and still to come on Studio B, a 9/11 survivor's story. The scramble to save lives when the heart of our armed forces found itself under attack. And reminders of 9/11 in their hearts, minds, and for some survivors, their lungs. A former health advisor to Mayor Rudy Giuliani on the controversy over the 9/11 cough and more. And it shut down after the towers came down and over the years since bounced back in a huge way. Today, how Wall Street remembered the attacks. And contact in the final frontier, the crew of Space Shuttle Atlantis, putting a new wing on the International Space Station. All of that and much more on a special edition of Studio B on this 9/11. Glad you're in.
September the 11th, our nation awoke to a nightmare attack.
Tonight, President Bush discusses the day America changed and the future of our nation. It's a special presidential address live from the Oval Office on Fox News Channel. After the president addresses the nation, sacrifice, courage, heroes, we remember. Rudy Giuliani, Governor Pataki, and America's bravest. Join a special Hannity and Colmes.
Continuing coverage of 9/11, but there's other news in the world today, including its docking day at the International Space Station. Commanders on board Shuttle Atlantis, parallel parking, more than 250 pounds of machinery, more than 200 miles above the Pacific Ocean. Now they're installing the first addition to the space station in about 3.5 years, and our Kim McIntyre's at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Hey, Kim.
Hi, Shep. Yeah, the piece they will be installing is called a truss. If you think of the International Space Station as looking similar to a tree with many branches, this truss will be like installing a new trunk to that tree. Earlier today, Atlantis commander Brent Jett flipped the shuttle on its back so the International Space Station could take pictures of its protective heat shield. Early photo analysis of debris that fell during the launch indicate no harm to the shuttle, but today's images will help confirm that. Atlantis also docked with the space station. Docking is a tricky process, but mission managers say Commander Jett did a great job.
The rendezvous this morning was probably just about as perfect as a rendezvous as I have ever been a part of. Everything was just dead on. The timing was great. The tracks were perfect. Brent did a masterful job along with his crew.
The truss was taken out of the payload bay. It will dangle from the robotic arm of the International Space Station overnight. It is the largest piece of equipment NASA has taken up to space. The astronauts say the assembly process will move much faster from now on.
It's just important to launch all these pieces that are ready to go. And then we can eventually increase the size of the crew on the space station and just learn more about what it's like to live in space for long periods of time.
The astronauts typically get a day off after docking, but that is not the case this time. NASA has a very ambitious construction mission for these astronauts, so tomorrow they will have their first spacewalk of 3. Shep.
Kim McIntyre live at Johnson Space Center. Kim, thank you. Coming up from Studio B, the rubble's gone. The damaged portion of the structure's been rebuilt. But the memories of what happened at the Pentagon on 9/11. Imagine having been there as that plane hit just in front of the building and then crashed right into it. Today, some of those who were there that very day, and one man's harrowing survival story and all that he has endured since. That, plus President Bush is to speak. The latest guidance we've gotten is it should begin in just a minute. We're watching the spot here in the studio from which he'll be speaking in just a moment. The flags are up and the ceremony is ready to begin. When President Bush will begin speaking, we'll take you there. And forget not, there is a hurricane out there. How did Bermuda fare and what happens next? All of that coming on Studio B. Your bottom of the hour headlines just a few minutes away. All that's left of the destroyed Pentagon wall is a single brick charred by burning jet fuel that reads now September the 11th, 2001. But the visions of that day are not going away for the hundreds of people who were there at the time, including a man who joins us now from Dallas, Pentagon survivor, Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell. He's also the author of a new book out called Refined by Fire. Brian, you've been through so much. You know, in New York today, walking up and down the concrete canyons of this city, the sky is so blue and the air is so crisp and it feels so much like that day. It is very difficult to be here. I wonder how you're doing.
Doing well, Shep. Doing well. Great to be back in Texas, at least for the week, and enjoying life.
Life is not something that has come to you easily over the past 5 years. Share with our viewers a little bit of what you've been through and where you are now mentally as a result of all of it.
Sure. The best way to describe it is I got run over by a 757 on September 11th. I was about 15 to 20 yards from the E-ring point of impact of the fuselage of Flight 77. I was very grievously and seriously burned, 60 to 65% total body surface burn. About 40% was third degree. My inhalation injury, I had aerosolized jet fuel and all the black smoke. I was very much at risk of death, not only at the crash site, but in the hospital as well. I spent 26 days in intensive care, 24 days on a respirator, a total of 92 days, 3 days of maggots to eat infection and dead tissue. And summer, June of 2005, I had my 39th operation to reconstruct portions of my face and ears.
And 30 operations. And now you've written a book, which I guess is a sort of help me along guide from a guy who ought to know.
Well, it's really just a great story about God's grace in our life and how He carried us through, both not just myself, but Mel and Matt, and His presence along the entire time to recover and get better. And and enjoy the gift of life that he's given me a second time.
I know that you pay a great deal of attention to what's happened politically and otherwise in the days since 9/11. I guess with the idea being we really need to learn from this day in a million different ways. What's your sense of progress around here as one who was in the thick of it all?
Well, I think there's been a lot of progress made. There's a number of challenges that come to the homeland, and with the Department of Homeland Defense and the changes that have been made, we're facing an adaptive enemy, and that's why after the British terror plot was uncovered, we're actually adapting to the screening process as well. But ultimately, you have two strategic choices in our nation. You either go drain the swamp that produces these terrorists, or you tolerate them here. And that's really where the primary progress has been made. Is it a tough fight? You bet. You just mentioned Afghanistan a bit ago. Still a lot of turmoil. But you're seeing economic progress. I mean, just yesterday, Coca-Cola announced they've got a plant there. There's a number of things that are occurring from the military operations bring political success. Political success brings economic success to those folks. You're seeing the development of a new culture in Afghanistan and Iraq. Tough road to hoe, but it's got to be done.
Do we understand this enemy well enough?
Oh boy, I think that's the million-dollar question, Shep. Ultimately, we understand this. They measure success by the wanton slaughter of innocent life. We measure it by the ability for people to be able to choose freely their forms of government and to be able to determine their own economic, political progress in their own nations. That's a tough enemy that there is no negotiation with. It's win or lose when your enemy measures death as their success.
You know, and it seems it's much more difficult a fight for those who consider lives lost to be mourned than it is for those who consider lives lost to be celebrated. And I wonder how you get past that.
Shep, I mean, there's really the way you determine a victor in warfare. The person that capitulates doesn't capitulate because of what you have done to him, but because of what he thinks you're going to do to him. Right now, I think our nation is probably more concerned with what terrorism will do to us, when we ought to be concerned with making sure terrorism worries about what we're going to do to them.
It was hard to imagine 5 years ago on this day, as you couldn't even keep your wits about yourself, that there might come a day in 5 years or so when some people who were so brutally attacked might find their lives better and not worse. Yet that seems to be all of your message.
Yes, sir. I mean, when Mel and I have the opportunity to go to, whether it's military hospitals, tomorrow we'll be in San Antonio to go to Brooke Army Medical Center and get to visit and say thank you to our wounded servicemen and women or civilians in burn units throughout the country. The main message is there's a lot of life left to be lived. It's a great gift, and take advantage of it.
Well, you're living proof. Lieutenant Colonel Brian Birdwell, it's an honor to see you. Thank you. The book is out and on the shelves now. It's called Refined by Fire. Dallas, Texas, the scene today, and our good friends at Fox 4. Good to see you. Coming up, a live look at the Pentagon. Moments away from the president's arrival there, live coverage of a wreath-laying ceremony as America remembers the attacks of 9/11. And then there's the battle over the plans to rebuild in Lower Manhattan and when the new towers will rise. And a live look on Wall Street coming next. Once in the shadow of the World Trade Center, now how the economy came back from Al-Qaeda's attempts to cripple it. And we've gotten so many emails from you. Today, so many saying, why must we relive this day? Why must you show all of this all over again? Why do we have to see it? Well, we have to show it, lest we all forget.
From America's Newsroom, I'm Paige Hopkins. A published report says Canada is getting ready to send a squadron of 15 heavy Leopard tanks to Afghanistan. The newspaper Globe and Mail says those tanks are to help protect Canadian troops from homicide bombers and Taliban militants. The Defense Department declines to comment on that report. In the eastern Afghan province of Khost today, a homicide bomber attacked the funeral of an assassinated provincial governor. 4 cabinet ministers were attending. Police say the ministers were not hurt, but 5 police officers and a 12-year-old boy were killed, and dozens of other people were wounded. A military helicopter crashed today in southern Russia. The Emergency Situations Bureau says at least 10 servicemen were killed, 4 others injured. The chopper was carrying a team of military officers on an inspection trip. And in other news, contract talks resumed today, but most striking Detroit school teachers are defying a judge's order to return to the classroom. Teachers were picketing outside several schools this morning. The school district says its lawyers will go to court tomorrow to ask that the judge's back-to-work order be enforced. Teachers went on strike August 28th after rejecting a contract that included pay cuts and increased health care costs. The district is trying to close a $105 million budget deficit. And finally, to Saratoga Springs, New York, where hundreds of law enforcement officers turned out today for the funeral of New York State Trooper Joseph Longobardo. He was one of 3 troopers believed shot by fugitive Ralph Bucky Phillips. Longobardo never regained consciousness after being shot from ambush in western New York on August 31st. Phillips was caught last Friday. Those are your latest headlines. I'm Paige Hopkins. Now back to Studio B with Shepard Smith.
31 minutes past the hour now, and that's a live look outside the Pentagon, where this day 5 years ago, 184 people were killed when American Airlines Flight 77 slammed first into the ground and then into the building. In just a few minutes, President Bush and the First Lady will participate in a wreath-laying ceremony there. We're told now that the president is close, and it should be coming up shortly, and we'll bring it to you live inside Studio B. Well, today it was the scene of a solemn ceremony, but 5 years ago today, the World Trade Center site was the scene of mass chaos and confusion when our planes became weapons of mass murder. Our Rick Leventhal was there below the towers as they fell. Rick?
Yeah, Shepard, it was very difficult to get accurate information that morning, too. Rumors were rampant. Our cell phones weren't working, and a lot of stories were flying around that turned out not to be true. We didn't know how many people had died. We didn't know if people were still alive in the rubble, and we tried to make sense of it all in the streets, just very close to Ground Zero. We were on Church Street about 4 blocks away, and after that first tower fell, and we took refuge inside the satellite truck, then we came back out and tried to talk to people who were coming our way, and I talked to one police officer, and we wanted to give you a taste of that interview 5 years ago today.
So can you just tell me real quick, what did you see? What did you hear?
Started to sound like a train, like a loud train coming underneath the ground, you know, but it kept getting louder. And then I just saw the explosion come off from, looked like it was from the tower, from right to left, I guess west to east, and everything just all of a sudden just imploded. I ran as fast as I could, went inside of a building about a block away. I stood in the building for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden the building started filling up with smoke. I was with a bunch of law enforcement officers. We couldn't get out of the building because everything was locked up. And then I came out, and everything was filled with ash, and it looks like I'm in a surreal movie.
You know, one of the things we haven't talked about much today, Shepard, is how when we're at our lowest points, quite often the best is brought out in people, and we saw a lot of that on 9/11. We saw so many people who came down here to volunteer, so many first responders who rushed to the scene and risked their lives to try and save others, and people who were just down here and tried to do whatever they could to help out, offering bottles of water, opening their stores, offering telephones because cells weren't working, and then the crowds of people who lined the West Side Highway and cheered the rescue workers and other volunteers as they left after those long, tiring days. It was an inspirational time, obviously a very challenging time for the city, but an inspirational time as well, Shep.
I'll say Rick Leventhal live at the site. Rick, thanks. The rebuilding there at Ground Zero is about to get underway. Architects have unveiled their blueprints for the entire World Trade Center site, including what they're calling the Freedom Tower, 2 other skyscrapers, a transit hub, and a memorial. The entire project will reportedly cost more than $12 billion and is set for completion by 2012. But, well, you just never know about these things. The Freedom Tower is set to rise to the same height as the taller of the Twin Towers, with its antenna reaching to a symbolic 1,776 feet. But security concerns do remain, which is why its footprint was moved 65 feet away from West Street. Plans for a United 93 memorial getting a boost 5 years after the attacks. The governor of Pennsylvania today promised $10 million for the project that's expected to cost about $60 million itself. Right now, a temporary 10-foot chain link fence surrounds the site, which is filled with flags and firefighters' helmets and photos of the victims there. Planners say the memorial is on track to open in the year 2011. Well, not only did they take thousands of innocent lives, but the 9/11 terrorists dealt a brutal blow to the financial capital of the world, trying to cripple the United States economy. That seems clear. 5 years later, Wall Street reflecting on that day that changed America. From CTV, let's go to Rebecca Gomez. She's live in New York. Rebecca?
Well, Chef, Al-Qaeda tried to cripple our economy 5 years ago today, but it failed. The U.S. came out of recession just 2 months after the terrorist attacks, and it's been headed higher ever since then. 3.7 million new jobs have been created since 9/11. $3 trillion added to the U.S. economy. Unemployment today at a low of 4.7%. The Dow is more than 3,000 points higher than the low hit after the terrorist attacks. The markets were shut down for 4 trading days following 9/11, the longest stretch since the Great Depression. Panic selling ensued once the markets reopened the following Monday, with the Dow losing almost 1,400 points in 5 days, but recovery not far off at all. Today, Wall Street honoring those who were killed in Lower Manhattan. Instead of the usual bell ringing, the New York Stock Exchange began the trading day with a moment of silence. The same over at the American Stock Exchange. The NASDAQ, a moment of silence an hour later at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Shep, let's toss it back to you.
Reporting live from New York. And now to President Bush in Lower Manhattan. Let's go there now. The President and the First Lady have arrived. They're set to pick up this wreath and then a band to play America the Beautiful. Let's listen. We've all suffered, but none so much as they. 5 years to the day, President Bush with the victims, the relatives of the victims of that attack on the Pentagon, and the survivors of that same attack, as we all debate our steps and missteps in the war on terror over the 5 years since. Easy sometimes to forget. These people have suffered so much more. Continuing coverage on Studio B and the rest of the day's news coming up. A live look at Ground Zero now, Lower Manhattan, as people file by to lay wreaths and pay respects to those who lost their lives there. More than 200,000 people, and 2,000 people, I should say, and 5 years later, we pause to remember them, take a little bit of time out of our busy schedules and hectic lives to reflect on what happened, and maybe use a critical eye to take a look at what our government is doing of, by, and for us in response thereto, come up with our own thoughts and ideas about what went right, what went wrong, and proceed accordingly. One of those who was heavily involved in the days after 9/11 with the health care issues, which no doubt would arise. They knew it in the early going, and one of the advisors to Mayor Rudy Giuliani in New York was Dr. Stephen Garner of New York's Methodist Hospital, and a frequent visitor here and a good friend to the Studio B family. There are lawsuits underway, and there are problems underfoot. Many of them regard lungs, and I have found it almost impossible to believe, Dr. Garner, over these years, the denial that is underway. I mean, isn't it 100% clear that people are either in denial or trying to keep themselves from being sued?
There's no doubt that this was all these lung problems, the sinus problems are directly related to the toxic dust breathed in during that day.
What happened? You know, we were told, and New Yorkers were told repeatedly, there's nothing wrong there. We're testing. It's okay. You saw people with masks running around, but it wasn't enough, clearly.
20% wore masks, and they were paper masks. They were ineffective. No protective covering, no gloves. So they'd go home and bring home the stuff to their families to subject them to harm's way as well.
What is it?
It's a combination of asbestos, concrete that's pulverized, sand, jet fuel, PCBs, dioxin, benzene, all these toxic chemicals that were in the computers and in the jet fuel. People breathe it in. The problem is it doesn't show up for 10 years.
Why?
It just takes a while for the mutations to occur, for the cancer to develop. So leukemia that's related to benzene.
So you believe that the smoke and the ash that came from that building are causing cancer?
Yes, they're known carcinogens.
You believe this beyond a shadow of a doubt?
Yes, I'm afraid that 10, 20 years down the road, the 2,700 that died in the building that day, that we'll have more dying from lung cancer and from other cancers, leukemia, liver cancers, and so on.
Show us what it is that we're seeing here. Now, this isn't a 9/11 survivor.
This is a normal. This is not. This is somebody subjected, though, to the same number of, same amount of dust and the same particles. This was a coal miner who worked and probably had less exposure, actually, from the day. There was never such a concentrated exposure. 1 ton of this dust fell. With a pH, which was the acidity basic, Drano. It was like having Drano go down the lungs. So you can imagine.
Just by standing in the ash of that.
And the other thing I want to just tell is a third of the doctors were treating, up until the guidelines came out last week, were treating incorrectly many of these diseases because they didn't recognize that they're so rare, some of these diseases, that we haven't seen them. This is a normal chest x-ray.
That's a normal x-ray.
And this person had the similar exposure, and this is 10 years later. And you can imagine, you see this dramatic, the lung is all scarred, there's all kinds of lymph nodes, and this person can't breathe and now has severe lung disease. Similar to somebody in New Jersey who died, if you recall, the coroner ruled his death consistent with World Trade Center dust. So that was equivalent to that. Guidelines just released tell doctors to treat World Trade Center cough. We never had that disease before.
No, of course not.
Farmer's lung. We never saw that, where the lung gets full
There's Katrina cough, too.
Katrina cough. And finally, reactive airway dysfunction. Never had that disease, where people who are fine developed asthma. And it doesn't respond to typical treatments.
So, well, first of all, what do you do? I mean, what can one who has been subjected, and there are millions of people who have been subjected. What do you do?
You got to get registered first, so you can. They don't have a list of who was working there, so that's a big problem. Nobody knows who was working there, so how can you prove that you worked there? That's one major issue that people are going to have a problem with.
Well, you know, one thing that we noticed as New Yorkers standing here in Midtown, if you were to look to the south where it happened, the vast majority of the ash was going across the river. It was ending up in Staten Island and beyond.
And Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn.
We smelt it in Brooklyn. That same toxic fumes came over to Brooklyn. I think you got to get registered. And then there are tests that your doctor may want to order, a CAT scan that shows the earliest changes. This chest x-ray that was normal had the findings. And had we done a CAT scan, we'd be able to tell and possibly could have done something to treat this patient. So we must get it registered. We have to do CAT scans on these patients, examine them carefully. And for example, sinus disease. People are treating with antibiotics when they're just burned out sinuses.
University of Iowa College of Public Health with new models for a new reality. This is something on which Dr. Garner worked himself. We weren't really tested. Where are we? I never know where we are anymore.
Not at all.
We weren't tested. Our healthcare system was not tested in any way on that day. I was back looking at some of the coverage from that day today just to sort of get fresh perspective on an old reality. And the initial call was, please, come give blood, come give blood. The hospitals will be over. They never were.
We had overflowing patients with blood that we didn't know what to do with them, volunteers that really couldn't do anything, chaos. We had
How many patients that day?
300.
300 in the entire New York City healthcare system.
In the hospital surrounding, fewer than a normal day in the emergency room.
Because there were no car crashes and there were no other events.
And most of the patients, unfortunately, died or they walked away from it.
So we didn't really learn anything about how we would be able to respond within the medical community.
We learned we had no communication with other hospitals. We had burn patients down at St. Vincent's. I couldn't call up New York Hospital to communicate with them and say, how many beds do you have available? Because all the phones were down.
What about testing, air quality testing at the time? Would we have known had there been chemical or biological?
No. We had people walking in the emergency room. We couldn't test for radiation. We couldn't test for chemicals. We didn't have the ambulances carrying the chemical tests, the antidotes. So
where are we today?
We've improved somewhat. But, Shep, if we had the true magnitude of the 50,000 people that were working there, coming into the hospitals in the city, we'd be overwhelmed.
I'm trying to think of people, because in theory, and one would like to think, well, everybody below a certain floor, it seems now, got out. But had the towers not collapsed, we might have had to deal with a lot of casualties, a lot of walking wounded or very seriously ill.
And then we would have been tested. So really, the communication and the phones, we have all new phone systems now.
Across America, are individual communities, cities, and towns able now?
I went to Iowa. You know what they said? It wouldn't happen here. No one's going to come here. Meanwhile, I'm looking at a nuclear reactor a mile from the site. So I think people outside of New York City maybe haven't learned the lesson yet.
Well, we'll talk more about lessons learned and what all we have to do. That's coming up in Your World with Neil Cavuto, coming up in just a moment, live today from Lower Manhattan. Stay with us. Putting a wrap on things for this September the 11th, 2006. I'm Shepard Smith. I'll be back tonight with you for the Fox Report, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock Pacific Time. And tonight, as I mentioned, it's time to look back and remember. Tonight on the Fox Report, unedited and in its entirety, a long segment of As It Happened, a Fox News Channel production of what that day entailed, how that day was presented on this channel. For 20 minutes tonight during the Fox Report, we'll take you back to that day, lest we all forget. Right now at Ground Zero and at the Pentagon, there are Americans coming by to pay their respects and remember that fateful day 5 years ago. Tonight across this city and in Washington and Shanksville, PA, folks will come as they do each year. And at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Pacific, the President will address the nation on this 9/11, 5 years later. Your World with Cavuto, now from Ground Zero. Hi, Neil.
Hey, Shep, thank you very much. Well, as you know, Shep, this was Ground Zero for another reason that day. This was where the money was. Hit hard, the terrorists thought, and economically, we'd fall hard. We didn't. Bernie Kerik on why we didn't, and Ed Koch on why we might be forgetting why we didn't. Then New York Governor George Pataki on remembering those injured while helping here, and a New York financial CEO who lost 67 workers, including his son, here. And the firefighter who stood with a defiant president then, here with us today. Your World now. You are looking live at what the world now simply calls Ground Zero. As much for the lives lost here as the bullseye of capitalism, it is undisputably here. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto, and this is Your World. Coming to you today from the very place that terrorists hope to smash a nation's will and economy as they smashed thousands of lives 5 years ago this day. they failed. But my next guest says they keep trying, so we better keep watching and we better keep remembering. With us, man, the now who was at the front lines of this and who has never forgotten, a man who remembers synonymously with 9/11, former New York City Police Commissioner Bernie Kerik. You have argued, Bernie, for some time how easy it is for us to forget and that we not. What do you think?
Well, I think today should be a sort of a part of the perpetual reminder to the country, to the entire country, of the damage these people attempted to cause us as a nation. What did they hit? Our two biggest economic symbols in this country, in the heart of our economic capital in New York City, 5 blocks away from the stock exchange and right in the middle of the financial center. They hit the Pentagon, our government, our military, and they attempted to do the White House, our government. That was the target on 9/11, continues to be the target today. We've just been a lot more successful in preventing and foiling attempts that they've had over the last several years.
But outside of anniversaries like this tragic one, as time goes by, we forget.
Well, people forget and they put it behind them. And I understand the need or the desire to put it behind them. But the bottom line is we can't forget. You know, we had so many messages before September 11th, from the bombing in '93 of the Trade Center, to the coal, to the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, the Al-Qaeda towers, and many, many others on American targets and U.S. soil in the towers in '93. We forgot. We ignored the signals. We ignored the messages. Well, this time we got the biggest signal of all, the biggest message of all, and we can't let that happen again. We have to stay vigilant. We cannot get complacent, because if and when we do, they're going to come back.
You've always argued they could come back. Of the severity that we saw here 5 years ago?
They would try. You know, when you listen to Osama bin Laden or his following, they went spectacular. That spectacular comes in economic destruction or the demise of our people. That's what they're looking for. They want spectacular, grand, large, enormous catastrophe. That's what they're trying to achieve and accomplish. And you know, that's why we have to make sure we stay on top of it and stay preactive and proactive against them.
You know, New York was a target, as you said, Commissioner, for a reason. It's a financial center of the world. And for that reason, the argument goes, it will be targeted again. What is, quite crassly, the bang for the buck that Al-Qaeda or any terrorist group gets striking here?
Well, Neil, look at it this way. You know, this is where the economic sort of capital is. The stock exchanges are in New York. The financial centers here in New York. You know, I often think back, what if Rudy Giuliani wasn't sitting in that seat on that day, or Dick Grasso in the stock exchange? You know, Rudy Giuliani came in the next morning about 6 o'clock in the morning, on the morning of the 12th, sat down, looked at us in a room and said, we have got to open the stock exchange. And we were all looking at each other thinking, my God, you know, it hasn't been 24 hours. There's so many other things to do. In his mind, you had to send these people a message. They would not win. And you know, thank God for Dick Grasso. The stock exchange, we rang the opening bell on September 17th.
But it was almost a week later, and the argument for that, once we did reopen, was that there was a lot of selling, a lot of panic there, and that we should have opened sooner. In retrospect, what do you think?
Well, I would have liked to open sooner too. The bottom line is you have to look at the physical ability to do that. There was power down, there were the phone systems were down, the data communication systems were down, which tells us about what we need to have in the future. The redundancies in our communication systems, in our databases, or the protection of our critical infrastructure in cities like New York City, Washington, D.C., L.A.
Real quickly, Bernie, there's been a lot of criticism about the methods we use to track down bad guys, whether it's eavesdropping, tapping, whatever you want to call it. What do you think about that and the second guessing on that?
Well, I'd say go back to September 12th of 2001. There was no second guessing on that day. And that just goes to demonstrate the amount of vigilance that we've lost over the last 5 years. There would have been no second guessing. There would have been no questions. These are things that have to be done. Go do them. Just like the president has said from the day of the attack. The problem is the president's the only one saying it. You have a lot of politicians that have contradicted themselves from September 11th to now.
All right, former New York City Police Commissioner Bernie Kerik, a man I don't think who slept through that whole period. That was then, this is now. Well, as you know, if the terrorists had wanted to destroy us financially on 9/11, as Bernie said, they did fail miserably. 5 years later, the Dow was actually up nearly 2,000 points, more than 3,000 points from the low, the awful trading week that followed that. But of course, we lost plenty of human capital that day. That was the story. So what are the lessons of that day? My next guests lived through it and know all too well. Diane Swank literally dodged bodies and falling glass to survive, while Tony Dwyer lost his good friend on 9/11. Bill Meehan, remember him? Bill was the chief market analyst over at Cantor Fitzgerald, who was also a frequent guest on this very show. I remember, Diane, what you were going through that day and at that time. Relive that.
You know, I mean, it's interesting because now I can't even watch the new movies coming out and things like that because I was there, and the pictures, the images I saw will never leave my mind. And so the images of people jumping to their deaths because it was their last dignant choice in life was to choose how they were going to go and get out of the buildings, even though there was no option for them living once they got out. Knowing that day in the chaos that I needed to get people to safety, knowing that day that I needed to get home. The thing that has come back to me to haunt me now is not knowing that day how much residual damage was done to those I love the most in terms of their fears about my travel now and my safety. My children in particular, my daughter is now scared of me traveling, and it breaks my heart to think of the pain that they go through. Thinking that I had died.
Tony Dwyer, you remember as well. You remember a lot of the victims, including your good friend Bill Meehan, a frequent guest on this show. What did you think when you got a sense of the enormity of what happened then?
Well, I was on Wall Street, and I wasn't as close as Diane, but I agree with what she said. I think, you know, I too I'm not big on watching all the specials on 9/11, and especially, you know, I hadn't seen Bill's picture on a television until, you know, I saw it into the camera here, and you know, you get choked up. He's a good guy. All he did all he did that day was go to work, you know, and we forget, you know, we remember Bill, remember, you know, as Diane said, my kids are scared when, you know, they remember me coming home that day, but, you know, some people didn't come home, and a lot of them were the people that went in to try and save Bill. You know, the firefighters, the Bernie Keriks of the world, the militia that's now trying to protect us every day. And I really think it's very important today to remember those people as much as, you know, the people like me or Diane or Bill that you see on TV. Those are the people running up the stairs.
Also with us right now is Joe Battipaglia. Joe was also in Lower Manhattan and witnessed the planes going into the towers that day. I guess it's always tough, Joe, coming back here. Your firm has since moved, I think, uptown, right?
Moved uptown and then across the river to New Jersey.
Yeah, as far away as you could get, I guess. But
it's horrible.
You saw this all unfold, and yet you stuck with the financial community. There were a lot of people who said, I don't want anything to do with the financial community. Why?
I felt obliged to do so. It was a terrible, tragic event. It was a direct attack on freedom and on capitalism and on our very culture. And I felt it important that we resume our duties and demonstrate that we have the vitality and the wherewithal to come back from a horrific event like that. I watched people jump from the towers. I saw all the calamity that occurred, and I felt it my duty and my obligation to continue on.
Diane Swank, there were a lot of folks who thought at the time that people would not be certainly buying or doing anything to help an economy anytime soon. We now know in retrospect they did. What did the experts get wrong then?
Well, you know, it's interesting because it's all of us who are economists who were at that meeting came out with a different sense of resilience, and a lot of people, you know, bet the wrong way. And what they missed was when the U.S. consumer went and cocooned. They went and cocooned and bought an SUV to bring home their new entertainment systems, their flat screen TVs, rent DVDs, and cocoon at home, but they spent a lot of money doing it and renovating their houses. That time was an extraordinary time in terms of a surge in consumer spending, literally with the U.S. economy emerging out of recession 2 months after the 9/11 attacks. It was an extraordinary period.
It really was extraordinary.
It was collective.
I know, Tony, that's one thing. Right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's the whole collective resilience of we're not going to stop, and how that day we all got indoctrinated as soldiers in this economy and said we're not going to stop. And it shows the power of a flexible economy like ours, a market economy like ours, that can take such an extraordinary body blow and get up and keep on going.
Tony Dwyer, there was an argument as well, though. You could knock us down once, but if you pulled something like this again, certainly on the economy, it wouldn't be so resilient. What do you think?
I'm not buying it. I thought there was an unprecedented coordinated level of the government from all branches of the government, including the Fed, to trying to protect the economy and the consumer. And as Diane said, it worked marvelously. Now, the market did decline from that initial opening after 9/11 into the October of 2002 lows. But that was more a market event than an economic event. That was one of the shortest and least dramatic recessions in our country's history. And I think that speaks volumes of what everybody involved in the decision-making process did following that awful and tragic event that still lives with us today. And I think it'd happen the next time, because that's what we do. We're resilient. That's what we do.
You know, Joe, there were Tony touched on a lot of things that happened right. But the fact of the matter is we had the Federal Reserve soon after the tragedy aggressively cutting interest rates to an all-time low, 1%.
Yes.
You had the president's tax cuts. If you took out either or both, would the predictions of a multi-year recession have come true?
They very well could have been, because interest rates were too high at the time. The Japanese experience demonstrates what happens if you don't move quickly. And without the tax cuts to stimulate, it would have been a slow process. And perhaps it would have been a longer and deeper recession. But thankfully, we've avoided that. And now markets understand the nature of what we're dealing with. And a shock in the future will not have the same effect, I don't believe, in the initial going. And perhaps that is how vibrant this economy will be for quite some time yet.
All right. I should point out that all three of these guests, the reason why we had them back is they predicted the outcome that we had, that it would be a short-lived hit in the economy and we'd all come storming back. They were right then. I hope to think they're right now. On this day, proof that the fight against terror is far from over. Al-Qaeda's #2 spewing new threats against the U.S. and Israel. Reaction when we come back from Nathan Sharansky on a special edition of Your World 5 years later from Ground Zero.
President Bush discusses the day America changed and the future of our nation. It's a special presidential address live from the Oval Office on Fox News Channel.
Five years after the 9/11 attacks, we've seen some new warnings from Al-Qaeda's #2 just today. Ayman al-Zawahiri in a videotape message urging Muslims to take revenge on Americans and Israel. With us right now is the former Israeli Deputy Prime Minister and Soviet dissident, Nathan Sharansky. Minister, thank you for coming. What do you think of using the anniversary to warn Israelis and Americans, let it happen again, strike them again?
Well, look, we are warned all the time. We know 5 years ago the terrorists struck in the heart of free world by the weapons of terror intimidation. And we have to strike back with the weapons of freedom. And we have to reach those people from those countries from which terrorists are coming and who believe in freedom and democracy. And we have to help them to live in freedom and democracy and to destroy the terrorists. That's as simple.
Do you think, Minister, that there is a special kinship, certainly between the United States and Israel, that Islamofascists, or whatever you want to call them, so hate they destroy both of them?
No doubt. We are at the forefront of the struggle between the world of fear and the world of freedom. And even if some people in the free world don't make this connection, our enemies do this connection.
But they are not making the connection. The distinct reality is that when people are polled on terror as an issue, it year after year subsides as an issue. What do you make of it?
Well, I would say we are definitely, even if we don't notice, we are winning in this war against terror, simply with the fact that with every year there are more people who are living in freedom. And in every year the opportunities of the terrorists to strike us are smaller. But at the same time, we have lost 3,000 people, 1,000 people in the last years in Israel's 150. It's not in the last month. It's not simple figures. It's fates of people. It's stories. It's families. It's big tragedies. For them, it's not tragedies. For them, human life is not high value. For them, human life is a tool to blackmail us.
But for you in Israel, it's a common event. You're almost sadly used to it. We have not been struck on U.S. soil in 5 years, so many Americans have forgotten about this, or at least they're not as worried about this. What do you say to them?
Well, I would say to them, if you were not, if you had no losses in 5 years from the terrorist attacks, it only means that you are tremendously successful in this struggle against this enemy. That you, your government, your army, your intelligence are tremendously, unbelievably successful. And you have to keep this success, you have to strengthen this success, you have to cherish every day when there were no losses, but you also have to be ready that the struggle is not yet finished yet, it continues. Right. And well, we go through these strategies every day, and we know how it is important to win. Okay. And we can win with the weapon of freedom.
Nathan Sharansky, very good seeing you again. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Well, standing with the president, a retired fireman becomes a symbol of strength in the days after the 9/11 attacks. Today, he is with us. He is next.